Chapter 29 Wager. Chapter 29 Wager stacking waves layered palm was actually a martial technique that creates a resonance between essence energy within the human body and heaven and earth essence energy, amplifying it in order to damage the enemies. Just like how tossing a rock into water will cause ripples to spread outwards. Describing it seemed easy, but to actually accomplish it was as hard as reaching the heaven. Heaven and earth essence energy was a vague and ethereal existence. In order to create a resonance, one needed to have an incredibly profound understanding towards heaven and earth essence energy. To martial artists, cultivating essence energy was instinctive. One would just need to gather essence energy according to their corresponding martial skill. It was merely a matter of knowing how to do something, but not understanding why. Although every martial artist cultivated essence energy, most likely no one would be able to say what exactly was essence energy. As cultivation realm increased, martial artists would gain a deeper understanding towards essence energy. When completely ignorant about essence energy, one could only go through non-stop training to be able to slowly grasp that sort of resonance in order to master stacking waves layered palm. That was the reason why this palm technique was so difficult to learn. Yi Yuan possessed an extremely high cultivation realm in his past life. Furthermore, he also had extremely great attainments in alchemy Dao. That was why it was much easier for him to learn this technique. Slowly raising his right palm, a faint earthly yellow glow started to condense on Yi Yuan's palm, forming a tiny vortex. Releasing a palm strike, that faint yellow light spread out like water ripples. Pung! The walls sunken heavily, and the dent even deeper than previously. Stacking waves layered palm. Yi Yuan managed to execute it on his second palm strike. Well, that's the feeling all right, but it still isn't that stable. Also, the execution time is too long. Looks like I still need to practice more, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. In a blink of an eye, 3 days had said. On this morning, the combat arena was surrounded by a lot of people that not even water could seep through. After 3 days of seething, virtually everyone in the Danwu Academy knew about Yi Yuan and Fei Qingping's death match. In this world, there was no lack of people who liked to watch a good show. It was the same everywhere. Even though the ones fighting in the death match were just 2 small characters, it was still a death match. It meant that one party would definitely die. Who would miss out on such a good show? After all, there had not been a death match in the Danwu Academy for over 2 years. The death match had not even started yet, but everyone was already discussing in groups of 3s and 5s. Who do you guys think will win? Another person looked at him as if he was an idiot. Are you R-E-T-A-R dead? A 3rd level essence chi realm versus a 4th level essence chi realm. What's there to guess? Do you think that Yi Yuan is senior brother apprentice long? Who knows? Perhaps that Yi Yuan has something surprising up his sleeves. Don't you know that he spent the past few days cultivating in a closed-door seclusion? Maybe when he appears, he would be at 4th level essence chi realm already. That person did not mind and laughed instead. His words were once again met with disdain. What's the use of hugging Buddha's feet at the last moment? Yi Yuan isn't the only one who went into a closed-door seclusion. That Fei Qingping also spent 3 days in a closed-door seclusion. I heard that Fei Qingping has been stuck at the 4th level essence chi realm for a long time. This time around, who knows if he might directly break through to the 5th level essence chi realm. That Yi Yuan is definitely dead. That's not necessarily true. I heard that Yi Yuan managed to learn Instant Flash, and it's even at the great success stage. This practically means that he is in an undefeatable position. Instant Flash? What's the use? S-H-I plus TTY combat power, low cultivation realm. Don't tell me he has to keep using Instant Flash? When his essence energy is finally depleted, wouldn't he still be defeated? Furthermore, Instant Flash might be amazing, but it isn't invincible, okay? I'm guessing that Yi Yuan is making up for his weaknesses during these 3 days of closed-door seclusion. It's hard to increase cultivation realm in a short period of time, so it's possible he's training some amazing martial techniques. I heard that a few days before, Yi Yuan went to the scripture library. Oh, right, wasn't it Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao on duty then? Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao, what martial technique did Yi Yuan choose? Zhao Chunyang, who was currently listening to the Strength A and Lysis, did not expect the topic to suddenly switch to him. Hearing their question, he directly replied, "It's the stacking waves layered palm." I already said so. This Yi Yuan is outrageous. Plenty to choose from, yet he just had to choose this martial technique. Even Senior Apprentice Brother Long spent a month before he managed to master the first layer wave. Yi Yuan is too confident. Does he think he's stronger than Senior Apprentice Brother Long? Even if he is stronger than Senior Apprentice Brother Long, how long does he need to master the first layer wave? Half a month? 10 days? 7 days? Ha ha ha. The more that person spoke, the funnier he found it, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Ah, so it's that martial technique? I was still hoping that he could create a miracle by becoming a dark horse and finest. Plussing off that Fei Qingping. Looks like I was expecting too much. I reckon this death match doesn't have any more value to watch. That Yi Yuan is dead. I've long said that there isn't anything worth watching, but you didn't believe me. This Yi Yuan is just a silk pants whose father forcefully raised him by 2 cultivation realms. What combat power can he have? If it wasn't a death match, I wouldn't even be bothered to come and watch. Make a guess. How many moves will Fei Qingping take to finish off Yi Yuan? That 20 moves? This person said uncertainly. 20 moves? You are expecting too much. At best 5 moves. Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao, what do you think? Another person asked Zhao Chunyang. That I'm not too sure. But I feel that it might not be impossible for Yi Yuan, Zhao Chunyang replied. Zhao Chunyang was not confident enough. But ever since encountering Yi Yuan that day, he felt that something would happen. But all of the signs clearly showed that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. Zhao Chunyang did not know why he had this feeling either. That person thought he heard wrong and was just about to open his mouth when another voice sounded off from behind him. 10 moves. Junior Apprentice Brother Yi wins. That voice did not make any attempts to hide, and many of the surrounding people heard it, muttering. That voice was like a bomb that just went off, and everyone glanced over in that direction. Before this, everyone's opinions were one-sided, thinking that it was impossible for Yi Yuan to win. The 2 who were predicting how many moves Yi Yuan would last before he loses were not in the minority. Therefore, this voice could be said to be very different, resulting in all the other discussions ceased. Tang Yu, are you all right? Someone recognized who it was. It was precisely Tang Yu who returned to the Dan Wu Academy with Yi Yuan. There was even a young lady beside him, who was Lu Er. That's right, Tang Yu. I've heard that you've been walking very closely with that moron recently. Is that why you also became R-E-T-A-R dead? Ha ha ha. The matter of Tang Yu and Yi Yuan returning together obviously could not be hidden from others. It was dug out over these few days. Tang Yu emotionlessly swept a look over everyone and gave a cold smile. He then said, 100 essence, chi pills. Who dares to wager with me? Tang Yu's words once again made everyone silent, but their expressions were even more like they were looking at a fool. Tang Yu, did you really become stupid? Enough C-R-A-P. If I lose, I will pay each and every one of you 100 essence chi pills. But if I win, each one of you will pay me 100 essence chi pills. If you don't dare, then shut up. At this moment, Tang Yu's domineering air seeped out. As expected, the moment he said that, most of the people immediately shut up. 100 essence chi pills were not a small amount. It was practically the amount of their usage for 3 months. Even though there were plenty of people who did not mind, it was still a large enough number to make the majority felt pain for several months. Let's wager then. Who's scared of you? But there are at least several hundred people here. If you lose, can you afford to pay? At this moment, those who were on good terms with Wang Yuan could not look on anymore, and one of them immediately jumped out and confronted Tang Yu. Tang Yu gave a cold laugh and took out a bottle of medicinal pills. Transcendent grade essence qi pill. See. All of them are transcendent grade essence qi pills. That person stared till his eyes nearly popped out. The value of one transcendent grade essence qi pill could sufficiently match with 10 ordinary high-grade essence qi pills. These medicinal pills were all refined by Yi Yuan before he went into a closed-door seclusion. He long foresaw this scene, and so he decided to use this chance to make a windfall. I will wager with you. The audience turned towards the voice, only to see Wang Yuan walking in with Lu Ruoshui and Fei Qingping. Chapter 30. Allow you 3 moves. Chapter 30. Allow you 3 moves. I will wager with you. The moment Wang Yuan appeared, he brought with him an imposing air, affecting Tang Yu to the point he was out of breath. Fine. Tang Yu did not answer ambiguously and directly accepted it. Since we are wagering, let's play a little bigger. Wang Yuan was smiling coldly at Tang Yu, making people felt that his scheme had succeeded. How do you want to play? Tang Yu gritted his teeth and asked, 1,000 pills. Transcendent grade essence qi pills. How about it? Do you dare to play? Seeing Tang Yu's facial expression, he felt increasingly satisfied. Tang, you seem to have been scared by this figure, as he revealed a difficult expression. Although Yi Yuan is disappointing, his father Yi Hang is an alchemy grandmaster that everyone looks up to. It can't be that you can't even take out this bit of essence qi pills, right? Seeing Tang Yu's expression, he became even more pleased with himself. Fine. 1,000 then. Do you think I'm scared of you? Tang Yu gritted his teeth and said, Ha ha ha. You got guts. Now everybody heard that. If the time comes and one goes back on his word, everyone will go to the fragrant medicine pavilion together to find Yi Hang. Wang Yuan shouted loudly. Many people saw Tang Yu's expression and felt more confident despite having no basis. I will bet 100 high-grade essence qi pills. I will bet 2. Me too. After hearing Yi Hang's name, everyone was no longer worried that Yi Yuan would repudiate his debt. So they all verbally agreed to the wager one after another. After finding someone to be a witness, those partook. 1. Aiding in the wager signed on the paper one after another, and this matter was considered fixed. Looking at all these people's signatures, Tang Yu was overjoyed. Looks like junior apprentice brother Yi is still the best. These people just lost their money. In the future, we won't lack essence qi pills anymore. There will be as many as we want. Tang Yu thought to himself. Others might not know. But Tang Yu had seen with his own eyes how Yi Yuan used his 3rd-level essence qi realm cultivation to kill a 7th-level essence qi realm Sin. How could he possibly be defeated by a minor character like Fei Qingping? Not everyone had the guts to partake. 1. 8 in the wager. The final count of all those who signed the paper was more than 200 people. There was an enormous quant. 1. Tie of essence qi pills at stake. If Yi Yuan really lost, this would be an absolutely devastating blow to the fragrant medicine pavilion. But they probably would not have that opportunity. Especially Wang Yuan this time around, he was definitely going to suffer a hefty loss. After this business was settled, it was already getting late. Fei Qingping slowly walked into the combat arena. Fei Qingping is actually already at the 5th-level essence qi realm. It's true. Yi Yuan is definitely doomed now. Ha ha ha. That wager of 100 high-grade essence qi pills just now was really a great haul. Under the same circuit, stances, a difference of 1 realm would already decide everything. That was why everyone was not optimistic about Yi Yuan. If these students initially still had a trace of faith in Yi Yuan, after seeing Fei Qingping's 5th-level essence Qi realm now, even that last trace of faith was gone. Listening to the public opinions, Fei Qingping felt very refreshed. The initial trace of worry in his heart was already wholly forgotten. All along, Fei Qingping had always been following behind Wan Yuan. Never had he thought that one day he would also become everyone's focus. After today, I will probably receive quite a few love letters from girls, right? Fei Qingping thought to himself. These past 3 days, Fei Qingping did not dare to slack off even the slightest. First, he used one day to break through the bottleneck. The essence-gathering pill's effects were unexpectedly good, making him advance to the 5th-level essence Qi realm smoothly. Next, he went into a closed-door seclusion to train the lesser capturing hand. Even though time was a little tight, under Wan Yuan's guidance, there was some success. Under this situation, Fei Qingping could not even find a trace of the possibility of losing. What time is it already? Why isn't Yi Yuan here yet? He probably didn't dare to come and ran away already. Ha ha ha. Losing face is better than losing his life. After all, he will die even if he comes. At least he can save his life by finding his father to SHI+ELD him. It was already late, and everybody was already impatient from waiting. Under these sort of circumstances, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was too scared. That was why he did not dare to come. At a private viewing stand in the combat arena, 2 young men between the ages of 17 and 18 years old stood with their hands behind their backs, one with a domineering air soaring to the skies, while the other seemingly had a nonchalant attitude towards life. To think that the great martial roll of honors rank 1 would actually stoop to come watch this sort of small fight. That nonchalant-looking man could not help but revealed a surprised expression after seeing the newcomer. Rank 1 in the martial roll of honor. This person, who was emanating a domineering air that reached the clouds, was actually the legendary number 1 figure in the Dan Wu Academy, Long Tang. Long Tang did not have any intention to respond to the other party's mocking. He knew that the person in front of him, who looked laid back, was actually an extremely nasty opponent. Didn't you, martial roll of honors rank 2, come as well? Long Tang rebuked leisurely. This laid-back-looking man was actually rank 2 in the martial roll of honor. Zwut Bugaway. If there were other students around, they would undoubtedly be greatly astonished. Martial roll of honors rank 1 and rank 2, appearing together to pay attention to a battle between rookies. This was completely inconceivable. Ha ha ha. I can't hold onto this rank 2 for long. Junior apprentice Sister Fong is right on my heels. I'm afraid this rank 2 will have to change owners at the next battle of martial roll of honor. Zwabuguay had a helpless expression. Long Tang did not make any remarks on this. He knew that with Zwabuguay's strength, one could not need him as they wished. Even he himself has to be cautious when facing him. It isn't just the 2 of us. Su Yishan, Su Qingfeng, those guys came too. Look at the grandstand opposite. After all, it's been 2 years since a deathmatch has occurred. Even if it's only 2 rookies, it isn't strange to attract everyone over, right? Thinking back, weren't we also rookies back then? Long Tang said lightly. That's true. Who wasn't a rookie before? But that fellow Su Yishan and Wan Yuan have common interests. Is he here to watch a joke? After all, the Su family and the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion don't get along. With his personality, watching Yi Hang's son get killed will definitely make him derive pleasure from others' misfortunes. Zwabuguay seemed to be very clear on the arrangement within the capital. None of my business, Long Tang said indifferently. TSK, I knew you were like this. I know that you came here today because you wanted to see if the stacking waves layered palm that even you couldn't master can be mastered by a rookie, right? Zwabuguay seemed to understand Long Tang very well. and he directly set out the purpose of Long Tang's visit. Long Tang did not deny it. Nodding his head, he said, "Stacking waves layered palm might be an incomplete martial technique, but it's publicly acknowledged within the academy to be the hardest to master, as well as the martial technique with the greatest might. These past few years, virtually no one dared to touch it. I want to see if this Yi Yuan is here to be a joke, or does he really have the confidence to master stacking waves layered palm?" Zwabugawe curled his lips and said, "I think that you are thinking too much. Even a sicko like you spent a month's time to master only the first layer. How can Yi Yuan, that last place, possibly master it? Even if he mastered it, what's the use of the first layer wave? The difference between Fei Qingping and him is 2 whole cultivation realms." Perhaps Long Tang couldn't be bothered to debate with Zwabugawe and replied nonchalantly, Hey, what kind of ATTI toot is this? Is there a need to put on a cool appearance all day? I think you won't be able to see it anymore. Yi Yuan, that punk, probably ran away already. What time is it already, and yet he still hasn't appeared?" Zwabugawe kept on talking nonstop, but Long Tang could not be bothered to respond. Make way! Make way!" Right at this moment, Yi Yuan shouted at the top of his voice. He was stuck outside, unable to enter. "It's Yi Yuan. He came. He actually dared to come. Quickly make way for him. Don't delay me from collecting my essence chi pills." Amidst a wave of laughter, everyone made way for Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan did not enter the combat arena directly, but came to Tang Yu instead and asked slyly, "Is it done?" Tang Yu smiled. "Don't worry, junior apprentice brother Yi. Luckily I didn't fail you." "Ha ha ha. Then that's good, that's good. Finest. Plussing his words, Yi Yuan then raised both arms up and cupped his hands politely, and he said, "Many thanks to all senior apprentice brothers and sisters that gave these essence chi pills. Your junior apprentice brother. Thank you here, and kindly accept them." Everyone looked at each other speechlessly, not knowing why Yi Yuan was showing off. Did he mess his brain up from training? Ignoring everyone's surprised looks, Yi Yuan said to Tang Yu, "Senior apprentice brother Tang, take care not to lose the name list. After the match, I have to go and claim from each person." Ending the conversation, Yi Yuan walked into the combat arena step by step. Fei Qingping had a cold smile on his face as he watched Yi Yuan showing off. "You are about to die, and yet you still dare to ask for essence chi pills." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fei Qingping, did you wager? Since I'm about to die, why don't you bet some more?" "Don't worry, I've already wagered everything. Now, I will send you to the Western Paradise." Fei Qingping fully released the power of his 5th level essence chi realm as he wanted to take the initiative right from the start. "Yo, momentum's not bad. Yi, you are actually at the 5th level essence chi realm." Yi Yuan's face revealed astonishment. Fei Qingping saw Yi Yuan's face change color and could not help but be pleased with himself. "Humph. Anyhow, we are apprentice brothers after all. How about this? I will allow you 3 moves. Make your move." Yi Yuan revealed a delighted expression and asked with amazement, "Do you really mean it, senior apprentice brother Fei?" "Of course." "Then that's great." Yi Yuan smiled. Looking all around, he said, "You all heard it. He was the one who said he will allow me 3 moves. Chapter 31. Abilities Astounding Everyone. Chapter 31. Abilities Astounding Everyone. This fellow is really dumb like a pig. Listening to how Fei Qingping allowed 3 moves so arrogantly during the match, Wan Yuan, who was in the audience, gnashed his teeth in anger. These past few days he warned that fellow countless times to not let down his guard, and yet the result was that his strength indeed increased, but his habit of taking the enemy lightly surfaced once again. Wan Yuan was different from Fei Qingping. He also looked down greatly on Yi Yuan, But if he were the one up there, he definitely would not say something like, allow you 3 moves. Instead, he would beat down Yi Yuan with full power. Lu Ruashe, who was by the side, covered her mouth as she laughed and said, Don't get mad, senior apprentice brother one. Fei Qingping might be a little arrogant, but right now he does have the capital to be arrogant. 5th level essence Qi realm versus 3rd level essence Qi realm. No matter how you look at it, he wouldn't lose, don't you think? Even if he allows 3 moves, it has no bearing on the overall situation. Since Lu Ruashui already said all that, Wang Yuan did not feel it was nice to go into it seriously. But in his mind, he was thinking that after they return, he would definitely show him some colors. I've incurred junior apprentice sister Lu's ridicule. It's just that this is a death match. Fei Qingping shouldn't be so careless. But I don't think that Yi Yuan would be able to do anything. Wang Yuan shook his head and smiled. That's obvious. Senior apprentice brother Wan spent the past few days to help with junior apprentice brother Fei's bitter, close seclusion training. Furthermore, he has an overwhelming advantage in terms of cultivation realm. Nothing is going to happen. What's funny is that just now Yuan was still showing off as if so many senior apprentice brothers' essence chi pills were already his. Looking at this point, he isn't any different from the past Yi Yuan. Lu Ruashue's words carried a faint enmity as she replied, Oh, that's true now that you mentioned it. Perhaps I was overly cautious. But this way, it does seem more like Yi Yuan's personality. After Ruashue said that, Wang Yuan also came around. Thinking back to Yi Yuan's actions just now, it was like how he used to act recklessly and blindly in the past. But this was going to be the last time. In the arena, a middle-aged man dressed in black walked in step by step. He was the instructor who was hosting this death match, Hu Yanyong. Hu Yanyong glanced at the 2 people without any emotion. It was as if not at all caring the slightest about this death match. Since the 2 of you are here, the death match will begin now. In a death match, each person is responsible for their own life and death. Begin. Finus. H.I. Plussing his words, Hu Yanyong directly left. Presently, Yi Yuan was wearing a white martial outfit, standing there with a somewhat valiant and heroic bearing. Except that this valiant and heroic appearance did not match his strength, leaving everyone with an inexpressible, strange feeling. Hey, you said 3 moves. After I hit you, you mustn't retaliate. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and exclaimed. Fei Qingping smiled coldly. Just relying on you. Won't you know after trying? Here I come. Right after he finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure already arrived in front of Fei Qingping. Stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave. SMAs. H. Plus Fei Qingping's body flew out like a cannonball cross. H.I. Plussing heavily onto the ground. Silence. Dead silence. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan standing in the arena with an unbelievable expression, not knowing what happened just now. No, to be exact, they could not believe the truth that they just witnessed with their own eyes. How could he be so fast? Stacking waves layered palm? He really mastered it? How is this possible? Just now that was stacking waves layered palm? On the secret viewing platform, Zobugue's laid-back ATTI. Tude already disappeared from his face, and what replaced it was astonishment. It sounded like he was asking Long Tang, and at the same time as if he was talking to himself. Shocked was written all over Long Tang's face, but he still replied, That's right. It's stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave. But didn't he only train for 3 days? Zwabugue felt that his brain was a little insufficient to process this. 3 days to learn stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave. Could it be that this Yi Yuan's talent was even more monstrous than this Long Tang in front of him? But even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous than Long Tang, it could not be to the extent of learning it in 3 days. Right? Long Tang used a month, and yet Yi Yuan only used 3 days. The time that Long Tang took was actually 10 times of Yi Yuan's? Isn't it too demoralizing? Long Tang didn't know what happened either. But among Dan Wu Academy students, Body was more familiar with this martial technique than him. What Yi Yuan used just now was the authentic first layer wave. If this was Yi Yuan's first time looking at the jade piece, it means he really mastered it in 3 days. Long Tang's words revealed mixed feelings. Zhuobuguwei clearly became aware of that point as well and asked, "Do you mean that he trained in it before? This time around, it's just to deceive the public? If it's like that, then it makes sense." The more Zhuobuguwei thought about it, the more he felt that it was the case. That trademark smile once again appeared on his face, except it was still a little forced. "That's what I said. How can there be someone even more monstrous than you? Furthermore, it's monstrous to such an extent." Long Tang shook his head and said calmly, "I didn't say that. It's just an assumption. In reality, I'm more inclined to believe that this was his first time seeing that jade piece." Oh. Zhuobuguwei was speechless. In the arena, a trace of light flashed across Huyan Yang's eyes, whose expression had been indifferent all this while. He was similarly shocked by Yi Yuan's strike, but what he was astonished by was not the stacking waves layered palm, but Yi Yuan's movement technique. Previously, Yi Yuan revealed instant flash, so everyone was not a stranger to it, but everyone's understanding of him remained at the large success stage. But the instant flash that Yi Yuan displayed just now was undoubtedly at the great circle stage. What Yi Yuan executed just now did not leave any afterimages. Hence, he deceived every student's eyes and ears. Afterimage was a mark of mastering instant flash to the great circle stage. But it did not mean that a great success stage of instant flash will definitely leave afterimages. Ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. That was the true meaning of a martial technique at the great circle stage. Coincidentally, back in those days, Huyan also spent a great deal of effort on instant flash. He was one of the few people who trained this technique to the great circle stage. Although he went on to practice higher-ranking movement techniques, he was still most familiar with instant flash. Yet, just now, he clearly felt that the instant flash Yi Yuan executed was somewhat different. It was just that he could not say how exactly was it different. But without any doubt, Yi Yuan's understanding of this technique was beyond his. This punk isn't simple. Huyan, who was originally indifferent towards this death match, started to feel a faint antic. 1 P.A. now. That fool. I already told him not to underestimate the enemy. Looking at the arena, Wang Yuan gnashed his teeth angrily. Wang Yuan never thought that Yi Yuan actually managed to master the stacking waves layered palm. Just what on earth happened on this guy's body? Just 3 days. Something that senior apprentice brother Long Tang only accomplished using 1 month. Yi Yuan actually managed to use only 3 days. Was this really still the Yi Yuan I know? Don't worry, senior apprentice brother Wan. Junior apprentice brother Fei only underestimated the enemy for a moment. Even if Yi Yuan mastered stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave, he can't win against junior apprentice brother Fei. Lu Ruoshui remained fully confident. Wang Yuan nodded his head. He obviously knew that this strike was not unable to cause Fei Qingping any actual harm. Underestimated the enemy? Even if he didn't take the enemy lightly, he probably also couldn't avoid that strike just now, right? Huyan was not far from Wang Yuan and heard Lu Ruoshui and their conversation, giving this evaluation in his heart. Chapter 32, Violent Beating. Chapter 32, Violent Beating. Hey, have you laid down long enough? There's still 2 more moves, which you allowed me. You aren't going to go back on your words, are you? Yi Yuan clapped his hands together with a face that said it cannot be helped. Cough, cough, cough. Fei Qingping had not caught his breath even after so long. That palm strike just now hit him right in the chest to the point where he could not catch his breath. Were it not for the fact that he gathered essence energy to form AS, HI plus ELD at the last moment. He would have failed miserably at this simple mission. Fourth level Essence Chi Realm was much stronger than third level Essence Chi Realm. It was not just because the Essence energy was much thicker, but also because, after the fourth level Essence Chi Realm, one would be able to materialize an Essence Energy S. HI plus ELD. This greatly increased one's self-defense power. The damage from a third level Essence Chi Realm's attack, after being neutralized by an Essence Energy S. HI plus ELD, will significantly be reduced in power. The little b ASTARD. Fei Qingping held his chest as he struggled to stand up. Just as he managed to steady himself, Yi Yuan palm came again. SMAs. H. Plus Fei Qingping was sent flying once more, rolling on the ground far away. You're really asking for a beating. Try scolding again if you got the guts. Yi Yuan stopped smiling and said coldly, Cough, cough. So what if I scold you? Little ba dash SMAs. H. Plus before he even managed to complete his sentence, Yi Yuan's palm once again imprinted onto Fei Qingping's chest. I admire your guts. Come, carry on scolding. Yi Yuan's words became frostier. Cough, cough. 3 moves are over. Prepare to die. Little ba dash SMAs. H. Plus yet another palm. Only this palm struck the face, even though it was weakened by the Essence Energy S. HI plus ELD. Fei Qingping's face started to swell slightly. Little dash SMAs. H. Plus SMAs. H. Plus SMAs. H. Plus SMAs. H. Plus. Yi Yuan landed one palm after another on Fei Qingping's face. Fei Qingping stood up again and again, but was sent flying each time. As long as he stood up, a palm would come whizzing, leaving him no time to start scolding. It was said that when hitting someone, do not hit the face. Yet, Yi Yuan deliberately hit Fei Qingping's face. After over a dozen palms landed, Fei Qingping's face already swelled up like a pig's head. Even if his parents were here, they probably would not be able to recognize their own son. Currently, Fei Qingping was howling in his heart. Each time he made a great effort to stand up. Wanting to retaliate, Yi Yuan would appear before his eyes without waiting for him to react. Right now, he discovered that the Yi Yuan he always looked down upon had indeed possessed the strength to threaten him. Everybody looked on dumbfounded at the scene of Yi Yuan continuously striking one palm after the other. Each time Yi Yuan struck, their hearts would jump involuntarily as if that palm was slapping their faces, stretching out to touch their faces. Why was it that they found their faces a little hot? Wan Yuan did not say a word, but his face was already completely black. How was this about Yi Yuan slapping Fei Qingping's face? He was clearly slapping Wan Yuan's face. There are so many people present here who did not know that Fei Qingping was his lackey. In his heart, he had already scolded Fei Qingping countless times, but that was not of any help at all to the current situation in the combat arena. Wan Yuan did not possess Huyan Yang's judgment. Even now, he still stubbornly believed that Yi Yuan had the initiative because of those 3 moves, and Yi Yuan could beat Fei Qingping until this date because Fei Qingping was taken unaware. Thinking back to how Fei Qingping promised to allow Yi Yuan 3 moves right from the start, it became a complete joke now. It had already been over 10 moves, and Fei Qingping had not even counterattacked. Fei Qingping, are you a pig? Quickly, use the lesser capturing hand. Wan Yuan could not sit idly by any longer and then shouted out loud, murmuring. Following Wan Yuan's cry, the hundreds of people in the audience all looked over in his direction. It seemed to have caught Yi Yuan's attention as well. He looked over and ceased his violent rhythmic beating of Fei Qingping. Shut up. This is a death match. Who permitted you to shout? Hu Yanyong turned around and looked frostily at Wan Yuan. A powerful pressure belonging to the spirit condensation realm came forth. Cruce. Plussing 1 yuan until his breathing almost stopped. Teacher Huyen, does his action count as breaking the academy's rules? Yi Yuan asked calmly. Huyen Yong also had a headache. Even though 1 yuan was an Earth rank student, his potential was quite high. Additionally, with his father, Wan Donghai's network, he could not be too harsh on him. However, what 1 yuan did was indeed a transgression. A death match prohibited anyone from interrupting the duel. 1 yuan's interference had clearly disrupted Yi Yuan's momentum. Now, if Yi Yuan was to hold on to this point and not let things go, under everyone's watchful eyes, Huyen Yong really did not know how to handle things. Of course it counts. Even though it might be troublesome, Huyen Yong could not deny this in front of so many people. Currently, many people's gaze towards 1 yuan became filled with contempt. Anyone could tell that he intentionally interrupted Yi Yuan's momentum. That, according to the Academy's rules, how should he be punished for his actions? Just now, I had the full advantage, but after that shout, I'm afraid that I will be beaten by Fei Qingping later. I don't want to look like a pighead. Teacher Huyen, you have to stand up for me, the weak party. Yi Yuan said innocently. This. Huyen Yong was exasperated and cursed endlessly in his heart. Other people might not be able to tell, but how could he not see it? Even when interrupted, there was no way that Pighead could even touch the corner of Yi Yuan's sleeves. It had nothing to do with the overall situation. Yet, Yi Yuan deliberately pretended to be the weak party right now in order to gain everyone's sympathy. This made it even harder for him to find a way out of this situation, whether he punished 1 yuan or not. As expected, when Yi Yuan's voice died down, a wave of murmuring sounded off at the grandstand. Everyone understood what he meant. Yi Yuan was already 2 minor cultivation realms lower than Fei Qingping right from the start and was at an absolute disadvantage. Fei Qingping himself threw away his initiative, which finally balanced out the initially tilted scale. If Yi Yuan were beaten to death by Fei Qingping right after coming up, there would absolutely be no one who would pity him. But now that Yi Yuan finally saw the hope of victory, and yet was despicably interrupted by 1 yuan, everybody could not help but pity him, even though many among them wagered against Yi Yuan. However, everybody was clear in their hearts that even though Yi Yuan was the one beating violently, in reality, it was all superficial wounds to Fei Qingping, unable to give him any serious injuries. Stacking Wave's layered palm was indeed powerful, but the first layer wave was not able to compensate for the difference in cultivation realm. If Fei Qingping were only at the 3rd level essence Qi realm, then even if he had 10 lives, he would be thoroughly dead. If Fei Qingping was at the 4th level essence Qi realm, perhaps Yi Yuan might just have that glimmer of hope to finish him off. But at the 5th level essence Qi realm, Body felt that Yi Yuan could really kill Fei Qingping. That was the reality of it. Just as Huyen Yong was caught in the dilemma, Fei Qingping finally took the opportunity to stand up, albeit in an unstable manner. However, he was already confused and disoriented right now. He was utterly unable to figure out the directions. Fei Qingping saw a blurry figure, pointed at him, and shouted angrily, Yi Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Ha 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 ha. Hundreds of people took a look at Fei Qingping's funny appearance and burst into laughter. The laughter made Fei Qingping's eardrums quake in pain. Fei Qingping did not understand why everyone was laughing at him, but when he saw clearly who he was pointing at, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The person in front of him gradually became clearer. He was pointing to none other than the currently livid Huyen Yong. 1 yuan disrupted the death match. In accordance with the Academy's rules, he will go and receive 100 whippings himself after the duel. 1 yuan. Leave the combat arena right now. Huyen Yong had been an instructor for so many years, but never had he lost face like he did today. Chapter 33. You Really Have Guts? Chapter 33. You Really Have Guts whipping was a form of punishment frequently used on students. This whip punishment was naturally different from the mortal's whipping punishment. It was carried out using a low-grade spirit artifact. Each whip will scatter the student's protective essence energy, causing bone-piercing pain. The average student who committed a mistake would receive around 30 to 50 whips. After that, they basically had to lie on a bed for 10 days. Now that Wan Yuan had to receive 100 whips, he would not be able to walk for at least 20 days no matter what. Wan Yuan also knew that he had incurred public wrath, so he did not dare to talk back to Huyan Yong. Glaringly fiercely at Yi Yuan, he said, "Humph. In a while, we will come and collect your corpse." Yi Yuan did not show any weaknesses and said loudly, "Many thanks then, but I think you better collect the corpse of your family's dog. I won't see you off." Finus. H.I. Plussing by drawing aggro. Yi Yuan sent Wan Yuan off with a wave of his hands. If it was not a death match, Wan Yuan wished he could immediately rush down and tear Yi Yuan apart. After Wan Yuan left, Huyan Yong announced with a scowl, "Deathmatch resumes." Currently, Fei Qingping had already recovered. There was hatred in his eyes, as if he wanted to tear Yi Yuan apart alive. "Yi Yuan, you despicable man. To actually use such a contemptible method to execute sneak attacks on me." Fei Qingping gnashed his teeth in hatred. Yi Yuan stared at him like he was an idiot. "Hey, you are the one who said that you will allow me 3 moves. Now you turn around and blame me for being despicable? Did you really become a pig's head? Little B-A-S-T-A-R-D. You are dead." Fei Qingping was practically foaming at the mouth from anger and started cursing again. As his voice fell, Yi Yuan's figure once again executed instant flash, appearing in front of Fei Qingping. SMAs. H. Plus Fei Qingping was sent flying once again. This time around, the audience on the grandstand finally noticed something wrong. If previously Fei Qingping were sent flying because he underestimated the enemy right at the start, then what about now? Fei Qingping could not possibly be unprepared when facing Yi Yuan in his towering rage. Yet he was still sent flying with a single palm by Yi Yuan. Those with a good judgment already discovered that this time around, even though Fei Qingping was prepared to counterattack, he was still slower by half a beat. Is instant flash supposed to be this quick? Zhubuguei felt that there were too many things happening today that overturned his understanding. Long Tang looked at him and said, "Looks like we were both wrong." Yi Yuan's instant flash had already reached the great circle stage. Zhubuguei sucked in a cold breath involuntarily. "See, great circle stage. Do you also know instant flash?" Long Tang seemed to know what Zhubuguei was asking, so he nodded his head and said, "I still cannot find the crux to step into the great circle realm." Zhubuguei muttered, "This Yi Yuan is truly monstrous. Looks like in the future we will have another terrifying opponent." Hearing Zhubuguei's words, Long Tang's face did not become grim, but instead it overflowed with fighting intent. If he can rise up, he would be a pretty good opponent. Long Tang's domineering air continued to soar as if he had already been lonely in the Danwu Academy for too long. Zhubuguei rolled his eyes and said, "You are indeed a sicko. Even though I don't know what happened to Yi Yuan, most likely he can't cause any threat to you. After all, your cultivation realm is much higher than his. It may not necessarily be so. Don't tell me you still believe that Yi Yuan rising 2 minor cultivation realms in a row was the result of his father pulling the shoot to help it grow?" Zhubuguei shook his head and said, "Even though I don't know how he did it, he is definitely not those sort of third-level essence Qi realm with superficial foundation. From the start until now, he had continuously used over a dozen instant flashes and stacking wave layered palms. All these no longer support the principle where his foundation is superficial. But looking at him, he doesn't seem to be under strain. Instead, he seems to be doing it with ease. But the question is, how does he do it?" Since the start of the duel, Zhubuguei felt that there were too many mysteries on Yi Yuan's body. Many of the things that happened with Yi Yuan Serpa said his understanding. However, Zhubugue did not treat Yi Yuan as an opponent because Yi Yuan's realm was too low. The ACCU, mutilation of essence energy, was a drawn-out process. No matter how talented someone was, this process cannot be made up for within a short period of time. Zhubugue was older than Yi Yuan by 2 whole years. If he were a mediocre person like Fei Qingping, then there was nothing strange about being caught up by Yi Yuan. However, Zhubugue himself was a genius among geniuses, the number 2 figure on the martial roll of honor. He had his own pride. By the time Yi Yuan reached his current strength, he would definitely have taken another huge step forward. Looks like there are plenty of secrets on Yi Yuan. I have a feeling that before long he will become a formidable adversary for us, Long Tang said. Currently, Yi Yuan was looking at Fei Qingping, who was on the ground. He said, coldly, I don't care how you scold me, but if you scold my parents, I won't stand for it. If you have the guts, try scolding another sentence. The next time I strike, it will no longer be light. Fei Qingping struggled up from the ground, shook his pig head, and gave a hideous smile. Ha ha ha. Just relying on you? So what if you manage to learn the stacking waves, layered palm? It's just the first layer wave. Even if I let you hit me, can you even kill me? Once your essence energy is fully exhausted, you are dead. So what if I scold you? Little b, a, s, t, a, r, d. Little b, a, s, t, a, r, d. Little b, a, s, t, a, r, d. Come on, come hit me. This time, Fei Qingping was wiser. As he spoke, he was already on full alert and secretly revolved essence energy in preparation to use the lesser capturing hand at any time. He also knew that he could not compete in movement technique with Yi Yuan no matter what, so he simply went on the defensive. As long as he thoroughly exhausted Yi Yuan's essence energy, the latter would be dead. However, this time around, Yi Yuan did not seem to have the intention of striking immediately. Instead, he looked at Fei Qingping and started smiling. Except, this smile revealed an icy intent, making the students on the grandstand shuddered involuntarily. Huyan Yong narrowed his eyes. He knew that Yi Yuan really became angry. The next attack would definitely fall like a thunderbolt. It was just that he could not imagine just how Yi Yuan would make up for the difference in cultivation realm. Clearly, the stacking waves layered palm. First layer wave had no use. Could it be that Yi Yuan still has a trump card that he has not used? Hu Yong began to faintly look forward to it. The Yi Yuan today had brought too many surprises for him. Haha, very good. You really have BALLS. I'm coming. You better prepare your lesser capturing hand properly. Yi Yuan was full of smiles and even took special care to remind Fei Qingping. The next instant, Fei Qingping discovered that Yi Yuan's figure slowly started to blur. Immediately, he detected something was wrong, and lesser capturing hand was executed without any hesitation in an attempt to slow Yi Yuan's figure. Yet, all of these were futile. Yi Yuan's figure once again appeared in front of him, and a palm was struck out immediately, almost the same as before. Stacking waves layered palm, second layer wave. Fei Qingping's body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Poo work. The instant he landed, Fei Qingping vomited a large mouthful of blood. It was clear that he suffered heavy internal injuries. Second layer wave. He mastered the second layer wave. How is that possible? It's only been 3 days. Zhubugue could not believe his eyes. This scene was just too shocking. Although the attack power only increased by 4 times, the cultivation difficulty was not just an increment of 4 times. Long Tang once estimated previously that in order to master the second layer wave, he would need to spend at least 3 months. Was this fellow Yi Yuan still a human? Although Long Tang, who was by the side, never spoke, the shock in his heart was no less than Zhubugue's. Mastering second layer wave in 3 days. This was something that he did not even dare to imagine. Just what on earth happened to Yi Yuan, making him so monstrous? Chapter 34. The Endless Trials. Chapter 34. The endless trials. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with other people's astonishment and slowly walked in front of Fei Qingping. You said that I can't kill you? Who do you think you are? You are nothing but a dog of Wan Yuan, Yi Yuan said coolly. Fei Qingping wanted to say something, but vomited another mouthful of blood instead. A first layer wave was 2 times the power, and a second layer wave was 4 times the power. Using Yi Yuan's abundant essence energy to unleash 4 times the power? Fei Qingping's essence energy S, H, I, plus ELD was no longer sufficient. That palm just now directly shattered Fei Qingping's essence energy S, H, I, plus ELD and made an imprint on his chest. Yi Yuan did not hold back his attack at all, directly shattering Fei Qingping's internal organs and snapping his heart meridian. With regards to Fei Qingping, Yi Yuan had long sentenced him to death in his heart. His predecessor died because of Fei Qingping. Yi Yuan inherited this body, so he naturally could feel his predecessor's resentment before dying. Now that he killed Fei Qingping, Yi Yuan can be considered to have taken revenge for his predecessor. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Yuan, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Fei Qingping struggled to stand up to no avail. Then I will make sure that you can't even become a ghost. Yi Yuan followed up with another palm, thoroughly ending Fei Qingping's life. From the start to the end, Fei Qingping never even made a single move. On the grandstand, everyone was completely dumbstruck looking at the Yi Yuan in the combat arena. This 10,000 years, last place gave them too many surprises today, killing a 5th-level essence Qi realm as a 3rd-level essence Qi realm. Instant flash at the Great Circle stage. Stacking waves layered palm, 2nd layer wave. Any one of these things could shake Dan Wu Academy, but all 3 things happen on Yi Yuan alone. Death match. Fei Qingping died. Yi Yuan wins. Hu Yannyong finally recovered from his shock and announced the results of the death match. Yi Yuan bowed towards Hu Yannyong and said, "You've worked hard, teacher Hu Yan." Yi Yuan bowed deeply towards the grandstand and said with a face full of grat, 1, 2. Many thanks to all senior apprentice brothers and sisters for supporting. To actually know this junior apprentice brother, I am lacking essence Qi pills for cultivation. It makes me overwhelmed by this favor. I hope that all senior apprentice brothers and sisters will pay back the debt and not let junior apprentice brother I go and look for you. That wouldn't look very nice. The audience, who were initially still immersed in the shock, were now full of resentment and contempt. Isn't this Yi Yuan's appearance when he is eating too ugly? This was a threat. A blatant threat. This Yi Yuan is interesting. With the large mountain Yi hang behind his back, how could he be lacking in these sort of things like essence Qi pills? Swabugawei could not hold back his laughter when he saw Yi Yuan's sordid merchant-like appearance. This trip wasn't wasted. Let's go, Long Tang said nonchalantly. He wasn't wasted. Looks like Dan Wu Academy will be fun in the future. Aye. Yi Yuan, if I don't tear you to shreds, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart. Wan Yuan laid on the bed with horrific whip marks visible on his back. Wan Yuan received the news of Fei Qingping being killed by Yi Yuan at the first moment. Immediately, the hatred in his heart surged to the skies. He still had to go and receive his whip punishment under this sort of circumstance. This made his hatred towards Yi Yuan reach the absolute limit. 100 whips later, Wan Yuan's skin was split and his flesh all torn up. He fainted straight away on the spot. At this time, Wan Yuan's deep family background revealed itself. He had consumed 2 high-grade Great Returning pills, and the injuries on his body were quickly suppressed. Coupled with some external wound medicines, it would take at most 7 or 8 days before Wan Yuan would be as good as new. It was just that, although physical injuries healed easily, the emotional wounds were heavy. No matter what, Fei Qingping and he grew up playing together. Although they were master and servant in name, in reality, they were as close as real brothers. Wan Yuan never expected that Yi Yuan would improve at such an amazing speed. To actually kill the 5th level Essence Qi realm, Fei Qingping, as a 3rd level Essence Qi realm. If he knew this beforehand, then he would not have sent Fei Qingping to his death like that. Just as Wan Yuan was wallowing in his hatred, Lu Ruoshe slowly walked in, as graceful and attractive as before. Senior apprentice Brother Wan, please restrain your grief. To think that Yi Yuan was such a despicable person who planned such a trap for junior apprentice Brother Fei to fall into. He is so devious. Lu Ruoshe just happened to reveal a sorrowful expression, making her look pitiable and delicate. Wan Yuan could not get up, but he was very touched by the fact that Lu Ruoshe came to visit him at this time. Many thanks, junior apprentice Sister Lu. I was definitely careless. My father fought with Yi Hang for so many years, and I have also fought with Yi Yuan for so many years. All these while, I had always thought that I understood him very well, so I felt that he was a good for nothing. But I never expected him to have hidden his ability this deep. Wan Yuan said hatefully. Lu Ruoshe said, yeah, we misjudged. To think he was actually pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all this while. I reckon that the poisoning incident previously thoroughly infuriated him. That's why he decided to meet that scheme with his own, luring junior apprentice Brother Fei to get hooked by the bait. Wan Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Yi Yuan, you and I, one of us must die. Furthermore, he is advancing too quickly. I can't let him continue to grow. It was clear that through this death match, Wan Yuan had already deeply felt the pressure. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed was too dazzling. Even though he might be a genius that was being heavily groomed by the Danwu Academy, he was certain that he could not train the stacking waves layered palm to such a degree after examining himself. If he gave Yi Yuan a little more time, he might actually really be able to threaten him. Stacking waves layered palm, second layer wave, and great circle stage instant flash. If he let Yi Yuan grow unchecked, he will soon no longer be his match. Wan Yuan obviously did not know that Yi Yuan had already finished off someone on his level, the Sinchoing. If it were a death match, Yi Yuan could already kill him. Lu Ruoshe wholeheartedly agreed with this. That's right. Yi Yuan is too devious, and he also has ulterior motives. Senior apprentice brother, one had better find a way to quickly deal with him. Lu Ruoshe no longer had any choice. Right now, she and Wan Yuan were like shoppers on the same string. She had plotted against Yi Yuan before, so Yi Yuan would not let her go. That was why she came over to urge Wan Yuan to quickly deal with Yi Yuan. But the academy doesn't permit students to take action privately. Otherwise, they will be punished severely. Wan Yuan frowned as he said this. In reality, even if Wan Yuan was to personally take action right now, he did not have much assurance that he could kill Yi Yuan. That great circle stage instant flash placed him in a virtually undefeatable position. Did you two forget that the endless trials will start 1 month from now? Suddenly, a voice appeared, making Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshe jumped in fright. It's Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Apologies, Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Wan Yuan is injured, so it's inconvenient to greet you. Wan Yuan's face was full of apologies. The one who came was precisely Su Yishan, an extraordinary top 10 figure on the martial roll of honor. Lu Ruoshe naturally did not dare to slight him either. She got up gracefully and greeted, I've seen Senior Apprentice Brother Su. Su Yishan gave her a faint look, but did not express anything. Without any care, he sat down by the side as if this was his home. The Danwu Academy was a place that advocated talent and strength. If one had the strength, then an body would dare to say anything, even if he was somewhat arrogant. If one did not, then he could only be stepped underfoot by others. In the past, Yi Yuan was the 10,000 years last place, so there had never been anyone who looked up to him. But now that he soared up to the skies in one move, everyone would naturally take him seriously. Senior apprentice brother Su, just now you said, the endless trials? That's right. Why didn't I think of it? Wan Yuan became excited and pushed with his hand, agitating his wounds. Immediately, his face contorted in agony. By the side, Lu Ruoshui's eyes also lit up. It was clear that she also understood Su Yishan's intentions. That's right, the endless trials. The endless forest is naturally the ideal location to deal with Yi Yuan, Su Yishan commented calmly. Chapter 35, 6 Astral Array. Chapter 35, 6 Astral Array. The Endless Trials was actually a hunting exercise for the Danwu Academy students to temper themselves. There were countless demonic beasts inside the endless forest, so it was naturally the ideal location to temper the students. Of course, these sort of tempering would often be accompanied by injuries and death. In the past trials, many genius students ended up in the bellies of demonic beasts. The Danwu Academy was never a utopia. This place was even crueler than the outside world. The weak was destined to be eliminated. It was a world where the strong ruled. The Danwu Academy provided geniuses with a relatively safe environment for combat. 110. But a greenhouse could never nurture a true powerhouse. Without the baptism of fresh blood, these geniuses would never mature. There were all sorts of conflicts in the academy. These conflicts had to have a release point, and that release point was precisely the endless trials. The grudges that could not be settled within the academy could be dealt with during the endless trials. Although the academy would repeatedly emphasize that they were not allowed to make a move on their companions during the endless trials, in reality, the academy tacitly approved of students utilizing this opportunity to settle their grudges. Senior apprentice brother Su indeed has broad horizons to have already chosen a burial ground for Yi Yuan, Lu Ruoshui praised. Su Yishan gave Lu Ruoshui a contemplating look, and she blushed bashfully, making her appear highly bewitching. Lu Ruoshui did not have a good family background. She was born from a small family's concubine and enjoyed extremely few resources since young. However, her talent was pretty good, reaching 4th level essence Qi realm at 14 years old. This was how she got recruited by the Danwu Academy. If she had not entered the Danwu Academy, Lu Ruoshui would have long been sent out as a gift by her family. She was full of hatred towards the Lu family. She hoped that one day she could return to smack the faces of those elders to let them see that even without the support of the family, she, Lu Ruoshui, could still rise above others. Yet, after entering the Danwu Academy, Lu Ruoshui realized just how many incredibly talented people there were. She felt that her talent was not inferior to these geniuses, but that her background limited her growth. What Lu Ruoshui lacked the most was resources, so she would try every means to hang around men, just so she could obtain enough cultivation resources. Lu Ruoshui possessed a naturally attractive body and was the dual cultivation partner that all men dreamed of having. This was also her most significant capital, so she used this capital to walk among men, hoping to find a large tree to climb up. Big shots like Su Yishan would not even fancy Lu Ruoshui, and Lu Ruoshui understood that even if they took a liking to her, she would only end up as their plaything. So, Lu Ruoshui set her sights on those geniuses who had yet to mature, and that person was Wan Yuan. In reality, Lu Ruoshui had also considered Yi Yuan before, because Yi Yuan was easier to control than Wan Yuan. Looking at their background, these two people were actually roughly the same. But in terms of future, Wan Yuan left Yi Yuan several streets behind. Wan Yuan was full of schemes, possessed strength, and even had an alchemy grandmaster for a father. There was no better choice than him. Furthermore, Wan Yuan did not disappoint her and was currently already deeply in love with her. Lu Ruoshui had also just advanced to Earth rank not long ago and did not have much contact with this sort of extraordinary genius like Su Yishan. However, Just this one glance made Lu Ruoshui feel like he stripped her clothes off, making her very uncomfortable. Junior apprentice sister Lu isn't bad. After that contemplating smile, Sui Shan only said a sentence lightly, not understanding what he was trying to express either. After that, he no longer bothered with Lu Ruoshui and carried talking with Wan Yuan. At that time, I will cooperate with you to eliminate Yi Yuan. After losing his son, Yi Hang would definitely lose his composure. At that time, our two families will join hands, and we can pull the fragrant medicine pavilion up by the roots. If Yi Hang attacks first, I believe the imperial family can't say anything about it. Hearing Su Yishan's words, Wan Yuan's gaze became sharp, and he said excitedly, Senior apprentice brother Su will personally take action? That's great. Honestly speaking, with Yi Yuan's great circle stage instant flash, even if I use my full strength, I might not be able to keep him there. With senior apprentice brother Su personally moving out, there will be no escape for Yi Yuan this time. Lu Ruoshui felt a little chill in her heart. Su Yishan's methods are terrifying. She and Wan Yuan were only thinking of how to deal with Yi Yuan, but Su Yishan already included the entire fragrant medicine pavilion into his scheme. Su family's primary source of income, similarly, was through medicinal herbs and pills. They had deep connections with the Drunken Star Manor, so the two families were always on good terms. Su family was the largest medicinal herbs provider in the state of Qin. In most cases, Su family only provided the medicinal herbs and did not interfere with the refinement or sale of medicinal pills. But who knew what channels Yi Hang went through to not go through the Su family for all of his medicinal herbs? This naturally made the Su family hate Yi Hang. In the capital, the fragrant medicine pavilion and the Drunken Star Manor were like two tigers who could not tolerate the other's existence on the same mountain. The two families had fought for so many years, and the imperial family had already given tacit consent to this delicate balance. But the Su family strongly disliked the existence of Fragrant Medicine Pavilion because the latter occupied a considerable share of the medicinal pills market, which also meant that the Su family's profits were reduced by quite a bit. But one had to acknowledge that Yi Hang was remarkable in terms of businesses and operations. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's prices were fair, and they had never bullied customers with their power. Their prestige among the demonic beast hunters was very good. The Su family and the Wan family had created obstacles, both openly and in the shadows, countless times, and yet they had never dealt any real damage to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Su Yishan wanted to use Yi Yuan as the pivotal point to pull the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion up by its roots. To be able to devise such a setup and also be so scheming at such a young age, one had to acknowledge that Su Yishan was an outlaw-like figure. After Su Yishan left, Lu Ruoshui's eyes were sparkling as she said, "Congratulations, senior apprentice brother Wan." With senior apprentice brother Su's help, Yi Yuan is definitely dead this time. Not only Yi Yuan, but your Lord Father's thorn in the eye can also be removed this time as well. Wan Yuan did not have Lu Ruoshui's excitement, as if he was a completely different person from just now when Su Yishan was here. Senior apprentice brother Su is feeling threatened, sucking in a deep breath, Wan Yuan said in a low voice. You are saying, Yi Yuan? Lu Ruoshui was also an intelligent person. Now that Wan Yuan said this, she immediately understood, but she was frightened by this thought. To the Academy students, those in the Martial Roll of Honors and Alchemy Roll of Honors top 10 were all figures that they had to look up to. An extraordinary genius like him actually felt threatened by a third-level Essence Qi realm? It was too inconceivable. At Yi Yuan's abode, Lu stared at her young master fiddling with Essence Qi pills that filled up the house. Yi Yuan retrieved 6 Essence Qi pills and placed them separately at the 6 corners of a pre-drawn hexagon array. Slightly injecting some essence energy, the array immediately gave off a faint white light, and the 6 Essence Qi pills actually started to melt slowly, converging at the center of the hexagon array. After a while, the light faded, and the liquefied pill started to reform again at the center. It actually reformed into a single medicinal pill. The reformed medicinal pill, just from the L-U-S, of it, one could clearly tell that it was much stronger than the original high-grade essence chi pills. Young master, is this a transcendent grade essence chi pill? Luar grew up in the Yi family since young, and naturally was not a stranger to medicinal pills. High-grade essence chi pills were relatively common, but transcendent grade. If Yi Heng performed exceptionally well, then it would be pretty good to have one of these in a furnace of medicinal pills. But now, Yi Yuan casually used 6 high-grade essence chi pills to actually conjure out a transcendent grade essence chi pill, like magic. It was too miraculous. Yi Yuan took the medicinal pill and placed it in a medicine bottle, saying, "Not bad." This is called 6 astral array, an array specialized in extracting and refining low-level medicinal pills. Luar found it all very mystical and praised in admiration. "Young master, you are too amazing!" Chapter 36. The Price of Sleeping. Chapter 36. The Price of Sleeping the next day after the duel. Yi Yuan had a medicinal theory lesson. The medicinal theory lessons teacher was Feng Ruoqing, the youngest teacher in the entire Danwu Academy. She was also a ridiculously beautiful teacher with countless pursuers. Feng Ruoqing's medicinal theory SES were always fully packed. Even if the other instructors whipped their horses, they also could not catch up. Furthermore, every student would be thoroughly engrossed and kept their gaze fixed on Feng Ruoqing. The initially dry and boring medicinal theory SES even appeared to be interesting. However, Yi Yuan did not seem to have too much enthusiasm for it. Currently, he was snoring away. Yesterday night, he expended a tremendous amount of essence energy to extract and refine transcendent grade essence chi pills, and was currently completely exhausted. Every high-tier alchemist was also an array master. Someone at the alchemy emperor level, like Yi Yuan, naturally was not an exception. High-tier medicinal pills required the inscription of arrays in order to attain the best medicinal effects. Hence, array formations were compulsory lessons for high-tier alchemists. Although the 6 astral array was not some high-tier array, extracting and refining tens of thousands of essence chi pills still drained Yi Yuan completely. Even so, Yi Yuan still had yet not finished extracting and refining. Tonight will be another long night. So how could he not catch up on his sleep? By the time all of the pills were extracted and refined completely, Yi Yuan would have several thousand of transcendent grade essence chi pills. This amount would definitely shock anyone. The difference between transcendent grade essence chi pills and high grade essence chi pills was basically that there were prices, but no sellers. How could something that even alchemy grandmasters could refine only when they were lucky to circulate freely on the market? The moment a medicinal pill reached the transcendent grade, there would be a qualitative change. With regards to medicinal efficacy, a transcendent grade essence chi pill was already no longer inferior to a low-grade explosive yuan pill. Furthermore, transcendent grade essence chi pills had no side effects at all. Even if one used it all the way to the 9th level essence chi realm, their body would not develop any resistance to it. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have a lot of transcendent grade essence chi pills in the first place. Who would dare to eat transcendent grade essence chi pills like jelly beans, except for Yi Yuan? Although the explosive yuan pill might be good, firstly, its tier was a little high. Secondly, with Yi Yuan's current strength, he could not guarantee that every pill refined will be high grade or superior grade, let alone transcendent grade. Even though explosive yuan pill used only tier 1 ingredients, it was still much more expensive than essence chi pill. Even Yi Heng would not be able to provide it endlessly. Under these circumstances, transcendent grade essence chi pills were without a doubt the most suitable medicinal pills for Yi Yuan. However, even though transcendent grade essence chi pills were good, it was so and tiring. The 7-star lotus's attribute is water, and it is an Yin attribute, commonly found within a spirit lake. It's suitable for refining. Feng ruaching threw the herbal essentials book on the table, as her words continued to flow easily. Clearly, she already knew all these medicinal herbs' attributes like the back of her hand. Feng ruaching was young and already a middle-rank alchemy master. This made many seniors perspire and embarrass. Meant one had to know that even though Master Qian, employed by the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion, was a high-rank alchemy master, his age was even greater than Feng ruaching by half a 60-year cycle. That was the disparity in talent. Feng ruaching walked lightly while talking about the subject with great familiarity, and the students' gaze swayed along with her body. All of a sudden, Feng ruaching frowned lightly and stopped the lesson. Everybody could tell that Feng ruaching was unhappy. Everyone followed her gaze, only see someone bent over the desk fast asleep, while drool was coming out of his mouth. In a moment, many scornful eyes shot towards Yi Yuan. How could there be someone who was so daring as to sleep during Teacher Feng's CLA? SS? So offensive to a beauty. However, Yi Yuan was currently in dreamland and could not feel everyone's eyes filled with enmity. Feng ruaching lifted her hand and casually shot out 2 wind blades. Kacha! The table legs broke into 2, and the table fell to the ground with a crash. The area under Yi Yuan's hands became empty SPAC, and he was stunned awake, nearly falling to the ground. Fortunately, his movement technique was already at the acme of perfection, so he managed to stabilize his figure. What happened? Yi Yuan obviously still was not aware of the situation, but he immediately discovered something was off because all the students were staring at him, and the beautiful teacher in front of him had a fierce expression. He quickly realized what happened. Haha. Teacher Feng, you know this. I just experienced a death match yesterday, and I exhausted too much essence energy. I still haven't recovered after one night, so I couldn't help myself from falling asleep. Ha! Yi Yuan tried to laugh and smoke his way through. Feng ruaching did not recognize Yi Yuan, but she had indeed heard about the death match yesterday that caused a huge commotion. Hearing what Yi Yuan said, Feng ruaching's expression became slightly better, but Feng ruaching felt the behavior like sleeping during CLA. S should not be tolerated. You are that Yi Yuan? Ha! I'm that Yi Yuan. Don't be cheeky during the lesson. Yes. Teacher Feng is right. I will be serious. If it's because of the death match, then it's still understandable. Yi Yuan thought that this was over, but who knew that Feng ruaching would change the subject? However, in the Danwu Academy, the alchemy path is as equally important as the martial path. Medicinal Theory CLA. S is also the foundation of Alchemy Dao. Someone like you who sleeps in CLA. S is delaying your future. Yi Yuan apologized with sincerity. Teacher Feng, I was wrong. I won't sleep during your lesson ever again. Humph. Not just my lesson. You are not allowed to sleep in all lessons. Go back and copy the herbal essentials 10 times. I will check during the next lesson, Feng ruaching said lightly. 10 times? Yi Yuan was stunned. The herbal essentials was a simplified version of the herbal compendium written by an alchemy sovereign of his generation, Li S. H. I. plus Gen. It covered a systemic overview of all sorts of medicinal herbs. Although it's a simplified version, it was still a very thick book. Copying it 10 times was too horrifying. Yi Yuan had some impression of the name Li S. H. I. plus Gen. He came to apprentice himself to his father, Zhenyang Zi. Back then, Qingyun Zi happened to be at the scene. That punk. After I return to the divine realm, I will definitely show him some colors. I should teach him what shouldn't be written. To actually write such a thick book. Since he already wrote such a thick book, then forget it. But there were so many things inside that were incorrect. Wasn't this harming others? That's right, 10 times. Any complaints? Feng Ruoqing felt that she absolutely could not tolerate this matter, so as to serve as a warning to others. Yes, I have. Yi Yuan cried out. Yi Yuan's words stunned Feng Ruoqing, along with all the other students. In the students' opinion, being punished by Teacher Feng, who was as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, was something wonderful. Why would there be any complaints? The way Feng Ruoqing saw it, this was the first time that she was rebuffed in the academy. Furthermore, it was a man. Moreover, he was even a student. The things inside here are so simple. Isn't copying it a waste of time? If there's time, then it's better off to just refine 2 furnaces of medicinal pills. Yi Yuan refused to give in. Right now, Yi Yuan's time was very precious. He did not want to waste it on these trivial matters. What a joke! Was there anyone who understood medicinal theories better than him in this world? Even if Li S. H. I plus Zhen personally came back, he would not even be fit to carry his shoes. Simple? Ha! Feng Ruoqing was so angered by Yi Yuan that she started laughing. Herbal Essentials was not only one of the compulsory lessons for an alchemist, but also a highly profound course. Even if alchemy kings were to come, they would not dare say that this course was simple. Yet, this brat who was not even an alchemy apprentice actually said it was easy. Chapter 37. A Assistant. Chapter 37. A.S. Assistant within the Danwu Academy. Feng Ruoqing had always been in existence who everyone looked up to. The reason why she taught medicinal theory was naturally that her attainments in medicinal theory were very high. But even the current Feng Ruoqing did not dare to say that she had a thorough grasp on the Herbal Essentials, let alone its full version, Herbal Compendium. That was the syllabus that even an alchemy king needed to devote all his attention to study. And now, this punk in front of her, who was not even an alchemy apprentice, actually said that Herbal Essentials was simple. This was simply humiliating all her years of hard work. Yi Yuan did not seem to hear the meaning inside Feng Ruoqing's words, and casually said, "Yeah, it's too simple. The person who wrote the book didn't observe and study properly." Everyone was gloating over Yi Yuan's misfortunate currently. They wanted to see just how Teacher Feng would punish this fool. Many among them were cheated out of essence chi pills by Yi Yuan. Now that they saw Yi Yuan being beaten, they naturally welcomed it. During the death match, the shock that Yi Yuan gave them was too great, making them feel that the current Yi Yuan was no longer the man he was. But looking at things today, Yi Yuan was indeed still the Yi Yuan of the past. Ignorant and fearless. Good, good. Feng Ruoqing said 2 good in a row. It was clear that she was extremely angry. I want to see just how Herbal Essentials is easy. I will ask a question. If you can answer it, then in future medicinal theory CLA. SES, you can sleep however you like. But if you can't answer, I want you to copy the Herbal Essentials 100 times. The way other people saw it, Yi Yuan was definitely dead. Even though Yi Yuan's combat prowess was abnormally strong now, he was not even an alchemy apprentice. So, how could he possibly answer the questions from the middle-tier alchemy master, Teacher Feng? But Yi Yuan himself let out a sigh of relief. Answering questions were much better. He did not want to copy that stupid Herbal Essentials 10 times. In terms of medicinal theory, who dared to compete with him? That's great. Teacher Feng, please ask your question. Looking at how impatient Yi Yuan was, Feng Ruoqing was incensed and thought to herself that he would cry later. Feng Ruoqing pulled a long face and said, "What medicinal herbs are used in refining qi returning pill? What are the steps involved in the refinement?" Feng Ruoqing asked this in a single breath and stared coldly at Yi Yuan. The other students also stared at Yi Yuan, gloating at his misfortune. They knew that Yi Yuan was definitely going to make a fool of himself. A qi returning pill was a high-grade tier 1 medicinal pill, something that martial artists used to recover their essence energy. Refining it required at least the power of a high-tier alchemy apprentice. To the Yi Yuan, who was not even an alchemy apprentice, it was absolutely a highly challenging question. Among the students, there were only a few who could refine this sort of medicinal pill. Since body could refine it, there would obviously be no one who would pay attention to the pill formula of the qi-returning pill, let alone paying any attention to its theory and points to take note of. Hence, body thought that Yi Yuan could answer the question. Yi Yuan touched his chin and said, "Oh, qi-returning pill? Simple. The core ingredients are the jade toad's inner core and crimson sun, sword, toothed flower. The secondary ingredients are 4 seasons, azure, windtail, GRA, sky, southern star, and etc. One has to pay some attention to the procedure. Separate the secondary ingredients into 2 portions to temper, one of it with jade toad's inner core, and the other with crimson sun, sword, toothed flower, in order to extract 2 portions of the medicinal essence. Then refine it in the furnace at the same time, and finally merge it into one." After Yi Yuan said finished, everybody started laughing. They did not know the pill formula, but this refinement technique was complete rubbish. Splitting the ingredients into 2 portions, then extracting and refining 2 portions of the medicinal essence, and finally into the furnace? How does one control it? And also, how would one merge it? This sort of refinement technique was unheard of. One could only say that this Yi Yuan knew nothing about it and was trying to hoodwink Feng Ruoqing. To dare play tricks on teacher Feng, this fellow was going to suffer for it. 100 times, 100 times. Who asked you to scam our essence chi pills? You deserved it. After a series of laughter, everyone still did not hear Teacher Feng's exasperated reprimanding. Looking again, Teacher Feng's face showed a thoughtful expression. Everyone could not help but question the situation. Could it be that this fellow actually managed to fool Teacher Feng? You are saying yin-yang separation flow technique? Feng Ruoqing asked. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Teacher Feng is indeed well-read to even know yin-yang separation flow technique." Yi Yuan did some research on the Dan Wu Academy's refinement techniques. This yin-yang separation flow technique was a rather obscure refinement technique, which the average person would not know. Saying it was obscure was because it was too difficult to learn. The average person could not grasp it at all. Controlling 2 separate medicinal essences in a furnace of medicinal pills and not letting the 2 medicinal essences touch at all required one to split their focus. Furthermore, the control over essence energy had to be extremely even. The difficulty involved could not be imagined. It was impossible to control without going through severe training and being repeatedly tempered with experience. However, this was not even hard for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had perfect command over refinement techniques that were even 100 times, 1,000 times more complex. If one uses yin-yang separation flow technique, is it also appropriate for duo-cycle qi returning pill? The initially cold and prideful Feng Ruoqing looked like a student thirsting for knowledge, currently making everyone's GLA. SES dropped in shock. Could it be that Yi Yuan was also a genius in alchemy? The things that he said completely exceeded the understanding of all the students here. Of course, it's appropriate. It's just that the ingredients for the duo-cycle qi returning pill are a little more complex, and the refinement process is also a bit more complicated. But the principle still applies. Using the yin-yang separation flow technique is naturally fitting. Yi Yuan's words flowed with ease, as if he was the teacher now, and the well-read Feng Ruoqing had become the student. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up, and she muttered to herself, "That's right. Why didn't I think of using the yin-yang separation flow technique?" A duo-cycle qi returning pill was a high-grade tier 2 medicinal pill. Currently, Feng Ruoqing was a middle-tier alchemy master. Her soul strength was between middle-tier alchemy master and high-tier alchemy master. Being slightly inadequate, the refinement was obviously very taxing. But this yin-yang separation flow technique could avoid the weakness of insufficient soul strength as tempering two smaller portions of medicinal essence separately would be much easier than controlling one large portion of the medicinal essence. It was just that the requirement for an alchemist's controllability was too demanding. In addition, the yin-yang separation flow technique had another advantage, which was separating the core ingredients allowed their medicinal efficacy to be preserved to the highest degree, resulting in an even higher quality pill after refinement. If an alchemist was highly proficient in using the yin-yang separation flow technique, the quality of the medicinal pill that he refined would be higher than other alchemists of the same level. Having said that, conventional refinement techniques were already more than enough for alchemists to study. To also study an obscure technique like the yin-yang separation flow technique was simply asking for trouble. Hence, even though the yin-yang separation flow technique was powerful, little to N, body knew it. Teacher Feng, since I already answered, can I go back to sleep now? You just look at my table. Yi Yuan said with an innocent face. You. Feng Ruoqing never expected that this fellow was still concerned about his sleep right now. Her originally subsided wrath surged once again. Teacher Feng, you were the one who said it just now. If I could answer your question, then I can sleep however I want. Even though it isn't very polite, but I'm really very tired right now. Yi Yuan had a troubled face. Feng Ruoqing looked at Yi Yuan's pair of panda eyes and knew that Yi Yuan was not lying. But what did this fellow do yesterday? Even if he went through a death match yesterday, he should not be so tired today, right? Did I say anything? Feng Ruoqing blinked her eyes and gave every student a threatening glance, asking, Did I say anything just now? Being unreasonable was the privilege of a woman. Especially it was this unparalleled beauty, Teacher Feng Ruoqing. All the students were petrified and many revealed Embara. S said expressions. S said what? He didn't say anything. That's right. How could Teacher Feng possibly say something like that? Yi Yuan was thoroughly defeated. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to sleep. Teacher Feng. It's not impossible to go back to sleep, but you have to promise me one thing. So it turns out the reason was here, but right now, let alone one thing, even 10 things will do. Good. I need a student to be my assistant. You will be my assistant. Everyone was petrified once more. Why did not such a wonderful CHORE happen to them? Whoosh! Executing instant flash, Yi Yuan was gone, leaving his voice echoing on the spot. No problem. Chapter 38. Advancement Test. Chapter 38. Advancement Test under the stunned eyes of all the students. Yi Yuan slipped away, leaving Feng Ruoqing looking somewhat bitter. However, Yi Yuan could not be bothered anymore. He was seriously too sleepy. How could he not catch up on sleep when he would have another fierce battle at night? As for becoming an assistant, Yi Yuan only casually agreed to it. At that moment, he did not have any choice. Feng Ruoqing was a genuine spirit condensation realm martial artist. If she did not let Yi Yuan go, then he would absolutely not be able to leave, even with his instant flash. Back at his residence, Yi Yuan slept all the way till dusk before waking up leisurely, throwing a transcendent grade qi returning pill down his throat. Plus the recovery rate while he was sleeping, essence energy in his body was quickly restored. This qi returning pill was refined before Yi Yuan set off, and it came quite handy now. After his essence energy was restored, Yi Yuan continued using the 6 astral array to refine transcendent grade essence qi pills. This was a colossal project. Tens of thousands of high-grade essence qi pills. Even if one refined 6 each time, it would make several thousand transcendent grade essence qi pills. And just like this, Yi Yuan slept during the day and refined pills during the night. At dusk 2 days later, Yi Yuan had just woken up and was about to refine the last batch of transcendent grade essence qi pills when an unexpected guest arrived. It was the host of the death match, Huyen Yong. Yi Yuan was called out by Lu Er. He then blocked the entrance to the room in a weird manner to avoid Huyen Yong from being able to peer inside. Ha! H-E-L, lo, Teacher Huyen. Are you looking for me for something? I still have some matters to attend to. So let's keep it short, shall we? Yi Yuan laughed and said to Huyen Yong. Huyen Yong was not someone who bothered with such trivialities and did not become angry at Yi Yuan's behavior. He asked curiously, "Since I'm here, you are not going to invite me in to have a seat?" Yi Yuan stood vigilantly in front of the door without any intention of letting him in. If he were to let Huyen Yong see that he could freely refine transcendent grade essence Qi pills, at that time not only the Danwu Academy, the entire state of Qin would be in chaos. It's too messy inside, so it's better for Teacher Huyen to not go in. After I clean up, I will invite Teacher Huyen over to have a cup of tea another day. Yi Yuan tried to evade the question. Yi Yuan had heard before that Huyen Yong was usually a little cold, but he was a very fair and honest man, so he was not afraid that he would barge in. Huyen Yong knew that Yi Yuan was clearly doing something fishy inside, but the residences of students were private after all. It would not be reasonable of him to barge in, so he gave up. All right then, I will await your invitation. Yi Yuan was only being polite, but he never expected that Huyen Yong would just follow up like that. Everyone said that Huyen Yong was infatuated with martial Dao and did not curry favor with anyone. Why was he so different today? I came to look for you because I wanted to tell you that with your current strength, you should be able to barely make it into black rank. So you can go take the advancement test already. Huyen Yong said his intention for visiting. In the Dan Wu Academy, what rank you were in was not determined by cultivation realm, but actual combat power. If a student felt that his power was sufficient, then he could undergo the advancement test at the Illusionary Spirit Tower. The moment he said he would advance a rank, and Huyen Yong was the teacher in charge of the advancement test. In reality, many of the black rank students in the Dan Wu Academy got in through connections. Their potential was limited, so they belonged to the type where they just sit around doing nothing, waiting to die. The true elites were in Earth rank and above. Previously, Yi Yuan naturally also belonged to the type who just sat around waiting to die. Fei Qingping's strength was initially already outstanding among the black rank students. After rising to the 5th level Essence Qi realm, he already possessed the strength to take on the black rank test. However, if that were simply the case, Huyen Yong would not personally look for Yi Yuan to take the test. Challenging the Illusionary Spirit Tower was a student's personal matter. He could not even be bothered to go and urge the students. During the death match, Huyen Yong developed a strong interest in Yi Yuan, this dark horse. Clearly, there were many secrets on Yi Yuan's body. Of course, this was not something amazing. Which accomplished person did not carry secrets on them? Martial Roll of Honors Rank 1, Long Tang, and Rank 2, Zhubugue. These people definitely all had their own lucky encounters. This was not something that the Academy would be bothered with. What the Academy needed were powerful students. Even though Yi Yuan was only at the 3rd level Essence Qi realm right now, he managed to kill the 5th level Essence Qi realm, Fei Qingping, during the death match. But most importantly, Huyen Yong felt that Yi Yuan did not go all out during the death match. He really wanted to see where Yi Yuan's limits were. The Illusionary Spirit Tower test was naturally a good place to test Yi Yuan's true power. In the Dan Wu Academy, students would rush to take the test once their strength reached the standard for advancing. However, Huyen Yong heard that Yi Yuan spent the past few days sleeping during the lesson and did not seem to have any intention of partic. 1P, aiding in the test. Therefore, he personally came to look for Yi Yuan to take the test. Advancement test? All right, when can I join? Yi Yuan was stunned for a moment before readily accepting. These few days, Yi Yuan was only thinking of increasing his strength as soon as possible, which was why he forgot about joining the advancement test. Someone who did not incur the jealousy of others was a mediocre person. Yi Yuan was not afraid of showing off his abilities. Yi Yuan was an alchemy emperor previously and did not need to be overly cautious within this tiny Danwu academy. He also wanted to see just where the current limits of his strength were. Yi Yuan's reply made Hu Yannyong a little surprised. He thought that Yi Yuan had some difficult dilemma, which was why he did not rush to join the test. "Any time will do," Hu Yannyong said. "All right, then I will go over to the illusionary spirit tower tomorrow morning." Yi Yuan thought about it for a moment before replying. Hu Yannyong nodded and turned to leave. "Just a moment, teacher Huyan." Yi Yuan suddenly recalled a matter and called out to Hu Yannyong. "Anything else?" "I want to let my maidservant partake. 1 P 8 in the academy's entrance test. I wonder if teacher Huyan could arrange for it." Lu'er had followed Yi Yuan into the Danwu Academy for quite a few days already. However, Yi Yuan was always busy these few days, so he was not free to help her settle down. Today, since he coincidentally met up with Hu Yannyong, it did not seem like an unreasonable matter to ask him to arrange the test for her. According to the Academy's rules, students were not allowed to freely bring followers into the Academy no matter how powerful their background was. There was no issue for Lu'er to stay a few days temporarily, but the Academy would definitely investigate after a while. That young lady just now, at such a young age and already at the 3rd level essence, Qi realm. I suppose she barely qualifies to partake. 1 P 8 in the test. All right, bring her along with you tomorrow. Hu Yannyong nodded his head and said to Yi Yuan. With Hu Yannyong's cultivation, he naturally could see Lu'er's strength at a glance. Lu'er was younger than Yi Yuan by 1 year. Being able to cultivate to 3rd level essence, Qi realm, was barely Pa-S, Sable. Hu Yannyong obviously would not mind too much. However, who knows what his thoughts would be if he were to find out that it took less than a month for Lu'er to cultivate essence energy to the 3rd level essence Qi realm. In reality, even Yi Yuan was highly astonished by Lu'er's cultivation speed. She used a single night to reach the 1st level essence Qi realm, and after 5 days under the aid of Yi Yuan's explosive Yuan pill, she successfully broke through to the 2nd level essence Qi realm. And yesterday, after consuming transcendent grade essence Qi pills consecutively, Lu'er broke through once more, reaching the 3rd level essence Qi realm, almost catching up to Yi Yuan. If this sort of cultivation speed were spread out, it would be an absolutely astounding matter. Even though there was the aid of medicinal pills, Lu'er's monstrous talent was even more important. In front of Lu'er, all those so-called geniuses in the state of Qin were overshadowed by her. Obviously, there was also the heaven illusionary ice soul that Yi Yuan taught her. It was as if it were custom-made for Lu'er, making her cultivate quite successfully with ease. Lu'er was naturally gifted. These past few days, Yi Yuan taught her several suitable martial techniques. She quickly grasped them, as if she was born just for cultivation. Lu'er's current strength was absolutely no weaker than the average 4th level essence Qi realm. There should not be a problem to Pa-S, the entrance test. Both master and servant going to partake. 1 P 8 in the test together was something worth antic. 1 P8ing. Chapter 39. Lin Tiancheng. Chapter 39. Lin Tiancheng, after Yi Yuan successfully refined the last transcendent grade essence Qi pill, he let out a long sigh of relief. These few days of refining had squeezed his essence energy dry over and over again, torturing him half dead. However, the hard work paid off. By constantly draining his essence energy, unknowingly, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm had thoroughly stabilized. Right now, he was only 1 step away from the 4th level essence Qi realm. As long as the ACCU, mulation of essence energy, was sufficient, Yi Yuan could break through to the 4th level essence Qi realm at any time. What's left was naturally stuffing himself with pills. Finally done. Lu'er, help me stand guard. I'm going to break through to the 4th level essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan instructed Lu'er. The last batch of pills left today weren't many, so Yi Yuan did not expend too much essence energy. After taking a qi-returning pill and meditating for an hour, Yi Yuan recovered to his peak condition, casually taking out 5 transcendent-grade essence qi pills and throwing them into his mouth. Yi Yuan executed the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art and started to impact through the 4th level essence qi realm. If it were some other 3rd level essence qi realm, they would definitely die due to the violent essence energy just from consuming 5 transcendent grade essence qi pills at once. However, Yi Yuan's Spirit Bristle 9 Yang divine art was just too powerful. The violent essence energy was currently as obedient as a lamb as it moved along Yi Yuan's meridians. It even appeared to lack the strength to carry on. Without thinking too much, Yi Yuan swallowed another 3 transcendent grade essence qi pills before the essence energy barely managed to reach the requirement. Yi Yuan revolved around his thick and abundant essence energy, impacting through the 4th level essence qi realm bottleneck. Unlike other people, he did not encounter a large resistance and surged forth like a current, slowly yet powerfully. The 4th level essence qi realm, a bottleneck that would take several months, even a year for an ordinary person to break through, only took Yi Yuan 2 hours. However, Yi Yuan did not stop cultivating. He continued to swallow transcendent grade essence qi pills nonstop, only ceasing when he reached the peak of 4th level essence qi realm. Sensing essence energy that was several times thicker than when he was at the 3rd level essence qi realm, Yi Yuan shook his head instead. Still too weak. I wonder when I will have the strength to charge back to the divine realm. However, if I were to have a death match with Fei Qingping here once more, I can instantly kill him with only 1st layer wave. After a night of cultivation, the sun was already up, and it was almost time to go look for Hu Yannyong. Yi Yuan had just advanced to the 4th level essence qi realm, so his fatigue was swept away long ago. Presently, Lu Er was also a cultivator. Meditating one night did not have much effect on her. Master and servant went to the illusionary spirit tower together. Hu Yannyong had already been waiting there for a long time. H.E.L. Lo, Teacher Huyen. Yi Yuan brought Lu Er up and greeted him. Hu Yannyong nodded and acknowledged him calmly. Hu Yannyong instinctively swept his divine sense over Yi Yuan's body, and his initially cold face revealed a slight astonishment. I didn't see you for one night, and you are already at the 4th level essence qi realm? Hu Yannyong asked in amazement. Ha! Lucky, lucky, Yi Yuan laughed and said. Hu Yannyong shook his head and said, At first, other people said that your cultivation realm was forcefully raised by your father, but I knew that it wasn't the case after watching your death match. However, I never expected that you would advance a small stage, rising to the 4th level essence qi realm. In any case, I'm an alchemy grandmaster's son who mainly grew up eating medicinal pills. If I still can't reach 4th level essence qi realm at this age, I will be throwing my father's face, Yi Yuan said, his words being half genuine, half false. Hu Yannyong nodded and did not say much, as if in silent agreement with what Yi Yuan said. The test hasn't started yet. You two wait a while, Hu Yannyong said. Clearly, it was not only Yi Yuan and Lu Er who were partic. 1P, aiding in the test. There were already over a dozen people waiting there. All right, Teacher Hu Yan. Yi Yuan didn't waste his breath and brought Lu Er to stand with that group of people. However, Yi Yuan's appearance caused a stir. Presently he was too famous. Not only did he kill Fei Qingping, who was higher than him, by 2 minor cultivation realms in a death match, but he also scammed thousands of essence qi pills from several hundred students. Even if they did not want to recognize him, they could not. You guys, isn't that Yi Yuan over there? He also came to partic. 1P, 8 in the advancement test? What's so strange about it? That Fei Qingping already barely had strength close to the black rank. Since Yi Yuan could finish him off, isn't it very normal to join the advancement test? That makes sense. But for a third-level essence Qi realm to join the black rank test, he can be considered exceptional. Don't be silly. Back then, wasn't senior apprentice Brother Long also at the third-level essence Qi realm when he partook? 1. P. Aided in the black rank test? No matter how powerful Yi Yuan is, can he be stronger than senior apprentice Brother Long? But his stacking waves layered palm was trained until the second layer wave. Surely he's at least stronger than senior apprentice Brother Long in that aspect? Senior apprentice Brother Long trained for a month before barely mastering the first layer wave. TSK. He was just lucky that the martial technique suited him. How can he possibly compare with senior apprentice Brother Long? Then how do you explain his great circle stage instant flash? Yi? Look at what? Making such a fuss. Yi Yuan seems to have broken through. Broken through what? He is already at fourth level essence Qi realm. Heavens! Is this fellow still human? How many days has it only been since he advanced to the third level essence Qi realm? Oh. When these two people discovered that Yi Yuan broke through, their expressions were like they have seen a ghost. At this moment, others also clearly noticed that Yi Yuan broke through to the fourth level essence Qi realm, and their eyes when looking at Yi Yuan became peculiar. Haha, what's everyone looking at me for? I know I'm very handsome, but I don't swing that way. So don't look at me with that sort of expression, all right? Isn't it just breaking through to the fourth level essence Qi realm? It's not like it's something major. All of you senior apprentice brothers have a higher cultivation realm than me. So can everybody stop being so amazed? Yi Yuan was not uncomfortable with the attention and just brushed it off casually. Everybody was collectively made speechless. Was this fellow here to posture? Breaking through to the fourth level essence Qi realm was the first threshold on the martial path. Who among them would not exercise extreme caution, spending large amounts of time to ACCU, mulate before breaking through? But Yi Yuan only used a few days before crossing it. Now he summed a manner like it was too easy. He was really asking for a beating. Isn't it just breaking through to fourth level essence Qi realm? What's there to be surprised about? No matter how he jumps around, isn't it just black rank? Even if he reached the black rank, he is still just trash. The discussion was broken by an arrogant voice filled with condescension. It's senior apprentice Brother Lin Tianqing. He is currently a student in the earth rank, most likely to advance to the heaven rank. I didn't expect him to also partake. 1. P. 8 in this advancement test. Looks like he is almost certain that he can advance to heaven rank this time. Very quickly, someone recognized the owner of the voice. Lin Tianqing slowly walked with his hands behind his back in front of Yi Yuan, bringing with him an overbearing pressure, and asked, "You are Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan was not the slightest bit uncomfortable facing Lin Tianqing's pressure, and said calmly, "I don't know if the Yi Yuan you are talking about is me, but I am indeed called Yi Yuan." Humph! What a glib tongue! These few days, all I've been hearing are all sorts of clamoring about you. Today, I want to see if you really are as incredible as they say, Lin Tianqing said with a face full of disdain. Is that so? I'm actually so famous now. To think that even senior apprentice Brother Lin hear my name all the time. However, I think it's my first time hearing of senior apprentice Brother Lin today. I wonder if senior apprentice Brother Lin can advance to heaven rank today. This junior apprentice brother, I wish that senior apprentice Brother Lin won't stumble and fail. Yi Yuan still had an exaggerated expression, but the words that came out of his mouth made everyone break into a sweat. This fellow seemed to be cursing Lin Tianqing to fail. However, these words really struck Lin Tianqing's soft spot. Chapter 40. Entering the Illusionary Spirit Tower. Chapter 40. entering the illusionary spirit tower. When people said that Lin Tianqing was one of the strongest people in the Earth rank, they were not talking about how talented he was. In reality, this was already Lin Tianqing's fourth time partic. 1. P. Aiding in the advancement test. Those in the same batch as him, even some students who were in the recent batch, many of them had already advanced to the heaven rank. He was the strongest among the remaining few who had yet to advance. This was Lin Tianqing's greatest shame. Hence, it was a taboo for others to mention this in front of him. Low-ranking students would take special care to avoid it. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Yi Yuan's words struck Lin Tianqing's soft spot. Lin Tianqing's face visibly changed color. Glaring fiercely at Yi Yuan, he said, "You have guts! To actually talk like this to your senior apprentice brother. I think you are courting death." As he said this, Lin Tianqing gathered his essence energy and smacked a palm towards Yi Yuan. SMAs. H. Plus Yi Yuan stood there without moving, but Lin Tianqing flew backward instead. Rolling on the ground, Lin Tianqing barely managed to stabilize his body, looking extremely ragged. Which B-A-S-T-A-R-D ambushed me, Lin Tianqing bellowed angrily. The moment he said this, Lin Tianqing saw that the surrounding people looked at him with odd expressions and was not sure what it meant. "Lin Tianqing, you got the nerve to actually attack right in front of me?" Hu Yanyang's icy voice sounded out, making Lin Tianqing shudder involuntarily. Facing Hu Yanyang, how would Lin Tianqing have the courage to resist? He broke into a cold sweat. To actually scold teacher Hu Yan A-S-T-A-R-D, isn't that courting death? Hu Yanyang was the person hosting the test. If he was to secretly play some tricks, wouldn't he have to return in defeat? If Hu Yanyang bore a grudge, then he can forget about advancing ranks for life. Sorry, teacher Huyan. I didn't know it was you. Lin Tianqing hurriedly apologized. Hu Yanyong was expressionless as he said, "The illusionary spirit tower is the place for advancement tests. You actually dared to take action without my permission? If you affect the other students' test, can you handle the responsibility?" Teacher Huyan He ridiculed me with words on purpose to agitate me into making a move. Lin Tianqing did not dare to offend Hu Yanyong, so he naturally pushed the blame to Yi Yuan. "Senior apprentice brother Lin, you can't slander good people. I was clearly Wisconsin H. Plussing you success in your test, but I don't know how I provoked you to actually attack me. Could it be that senior apprentice brother Lin came here to partic 1 P8 in the illusionary spirit tower's test, but don't want to advance?" Yi Yuan gave a perplexed face. Just now, Yi Yuan indeed told Lin Tianqing to take care not to stumble and fail. It was impossible to find a problem with those words, except looking at that exaggerated expression, and body would believe that he was Wisconsin H. Plussing Lin Tianqing well. The pitiful Lin Tianqing still did not know that Yi Yuan came today to join the test today because Hu Yanyong personally invited him. Without mentioning the fact that the matter was stirred up by Lin Tianqing, even if he was in the right, it was impossible for Hu Yanyong to stand on his side. I already saw what happened just now. From the start until the end, it was you who was doing all the mocking. Do you think that this examiner, am so easy to be deceived? Hu Yanyong's voice became increasingly colder. And no, stay here and don't move. Considering that it was your first infraction, I will overlook it. But if you violate the rules again, I will revoke your assessment rates. Lin Tianqing did not dare to talk back anymore and quietly went to wait by the side. After waiting for a while, students came one by one. After around 50 people were gathered, Hu Yanyong once again appeared in front of everyone. Now that everyone is present, in a while, I will open up the restrictions. The illusionary spirit tower will automatically send you to the test site corresponding to your cultivation. Many of you had undergone the advancement test before, but it's the first time for a few of you, so I will briefly go through. Hu Yannyong briefly summarized the important points about the illusionary spirit tower. Actually, he was explaining especially for Yi Yuan and Lu Er. In this batch, apart from Yi Yuan and Lu Er, everybody else had Partic. 1. P. Aided in the advancement test before. Forgetting about Lu Er, Yi Yuan by right should have gone through the entrance test in the illusionary spirit tower before. But his predecessor was just too weak, and it was impossible for him to have Pa-S, said the test in the illusionary spirit tower. Thus, Yihing pulled a lot of strings back then before managing to shove Yi Yuan in here. Therefore, he had never even gone to the illusionary spirit tower before. Feeling the layers of restrictions on the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan praised and commented, "So it's a 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Tranquil Cloud sect does indeed have some means." A 32 restrictions spirit artifact naturally was not much in Yi Yuan's eyes. However, even though this spirit artifact's rank was not high, it had some unique features, making it suitable to being used for the students' advancement testing. This illusionary spirit tower seemed to have been specially developed by the Tranquil Cloud sect for assessing student into ranks. There are a total of 5 regions, namely Entry Advancement, Yellow Rank Advancement, Black Rank Advancement, Earth Rank Advancement, and Heaven Rank Advancement. The first 4 regions corresponded to the 4 student rankings in the Dan Wu Academy. Pa-S, Sing the Entry Advancement, allows one to advance to the Yellow Rank. Pa-S, Sing the Yellow Rank Advancement allowed one to advance to the Black Rank, and so on. Lastly, the Heaven Rank Advancement was what the Tranquil Cloud sect used to determine if Heaven Rank students were qualified to enter the sect. It was a test for becoming outer sect disciples. Clearly, the difficulty of the 5 tests increased progressively. By the time it was the Black Rank Advancement test, the difficulty was already rather over the top. In reality, Lin Tiancheng's talent was not bad. It was just that the Earth Rank Advancement test was truly too outrageous. That was why he failed repeatedly. There were many students like him among the Earth Rank students. As for the Heaven Rank Advancement test, I really hope that one of you will be qualified to partake. 1. P. 8 in that test during your student life here in the Dan Wu Academy, Hu Yannyong told the students. Hu Yannyong's words did not stir too much of a reaction from everyone. Clearly, they all knew just how terrifying the test was. What Hu Yannyong said was qualified and not to pass. That is to say that none of the people here would even get the chance to attempt the test before they graduate from the Dan Wu Academy at 20. One could only imagine the difficulty of that test. Most of the students here today were partic. 1. P. Aiding in the Black Rank Advancement test, aka the test for a Black rank to advance to the Earth rank. A minority was partic. 1. P. Aiding in the Yellow Rank Advancement test and the Earth Rank Advancement test. Lu Er was the only person partic. 1. P. Aiding in the Entry Advancement test. The first time you enter the Illusionary Spirit Tower, you can take part in multiple rank advancement tests, all the way until you get killed or voluntarily withdraw. After Pa-S, sing a test, you will automatically be sent to the next test. There, you can make a decision if you want to undergo the next test or not. At that point, the Illusionary Spirit Tower will record the rank advancement test you are killed at. The next time you enter the Illusionary Spirit Tower, you will start anew from that rank. All right, now enter the Illusionary Spirit Tower. Clearly, Hu Yannyong's last few sentences were meant for Yi Yuan. Hu Yannyong then walked in front of the Illusionary Spirit Tower's gate and gestured his hand up in a half arc in front of him. Faint black essence energy was shot into the Illusionary Spirit Tower. Following that, the Illusionary Spirit Tower's gate slowly opened. The students partic. 1. P. Aiding in the test entered in an orderly manner. The moment they entered the gate, they vanished. It was clear that they were sent away by the Illusionary Spirit Tower. When it was Lin Tiancheng's turn to go in, he shot a fierce glare at Yi Yuan. If you can advance to the Earth rank, you will forever be Tra's. H. Plus you are considered lucky today with teacher Huyen helping you. In the future, don't let me see you in the academy. Otherwise, you are dead. After threatening Yi Yuan, Lin Tiancheng stepped forward and vanished instantly. Yi Yuan gave a laugh and did not take Lin Tiancheng's warning to heart. He turned to Lu'er and said, Lu'er, let's go in too. Chapter 41. Gray Dream Taper. Chapter 41. Gray Dream Taper. Yi Yuan felt his vision went blurry, and then he realized he was transported to a dazzling, multicolored dream world. This was evidently an independent S.P.A.C. It looks like every layer of this illusionary spirit tower was split into many independent S.P.A.C. Each student was in a different S.P.A.C. However, this sort of method did not count as mystical in the divine realm, but it was already very impressive for a tiny sect in the lower realms to be able to use this sort of method to groom students. Yi Yuan was at a loss. There was nothing in this empty S.P.A.C. So how could the test take place? At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Welcome to the Illusionary Spirit Tower. This is your first time coming to the Illusionary Spirit Tower. You will undergo the entry advancement test shortly. I am your guide during this test. Yi Yuan did not make a fuss over it, as he knew that it was definitely the Illusionary Spirit Tower's artifact spirit. However, what made Yi Yuan surprised was that he was actually sent to the entry advancement test. It looks like the Illusionary Spirit Tower will automatically send first-time students to the entry advancement test. As a result, Yi Yuan and Lu'er were now standing on the same starting line. What am I supposed to do now? Yi Yuan asked. The artifact spirit seemed to hesitate for a moment, being somewhat surprised at Yi Yuan's composure. As the artifact spirit was in charge of the advancement test, it had directed countless of students before. This was its first time meeting a student as composed as Yi Yuan. Right now, just sit down and meditate. I will bring you to the test. Later, don't attempt to resist whatever that happens. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself, said the artifact spirit. Yi Yuan did not say a word, and he just sat down and meditated right away. He was a little curious, however, at just how the artifact spirit would conduct the test. A moment later, Yi Yuan felt his body starting to feel light. Falling into a trance, he entered an empty training room. Seeing this situation, the corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled into a smile. So that's how it is. This Illusionary Spirit Tower's artifact spirit is actually a dream taper. The Tranquil Cloud sect indeed have some impressive methods. A 32 restrictions spirit artifact. It looks like it should be the lowest ranking gray dream taper. Conducting tests in a dream world were both safe and fair. It seemed the person who created the Illusionary Spirit Tower was quite brilliant. Dream tapers were bizarre life forms which were intricately tied with dream worlds. They have their own consciousness, yet they do not have a fixed shape. They could silently enter the dream world of humans and even demonic beasts, strengthening themselves within the dream. Yi Yuan knew that the highest-ranking white dream taper existed in the divine realm. It possessed incredibly powerful abilities and could even compete with divine kings. Their abilities all had to do with dream worlds, making it impossible to guard against. This artifact spirit that Yi Yuan met was most likely the lowest-ranking gray dream taper. They were willing to become the Illusionary Spirit Tower's artifact spirit, most likely because they wanted to borrow the students' dream worlds to strengthen themselves. Otherwise, even the lowest-ranking gray dream taper was not something that a tiny sect like the Tranquil Cloud sect could capture. One has to know that the state of Qin was not the only country with the Danwu Academy. There were similarly also Danwu Academies in other countries under the jurisdiction of the Tranquil Cloud sect. Their assessment of students was definitely also through the support of the Illusionary Spirit Tower. Such a large-scale capturing of gray dream tapers would inevitably incur the vengeance of the dream taper tribe. Unless these gray dream tapers willingly became artifact spirits. Yi Yuan knew that right now he was already in the dream world. Most likely that independent SPAC just now was meant as the medium whereby the dream taper would cast its nightmare skill, bringing students into the dream world. While Yi Yuan was expressing his surprise at this methods, he also checked out his strength at the same time. To perfectly project my strength in reality inside this dream world. The Dream Taper tribe's abilities are truly great. This way, there would be no possibility of any trickery. Yi Yuan sighed in admiration. Suddenly, a middle-aged, brawny-looking man appeared in front of Yi Yuan. He knew that this brawny-looking man was an illusion created by the gray dream taper. Within the dream world, dream tapers could take the form of anything. Now, I am responsible for your advancement test. The test is about to begin. You can choose your weapon now, the dream taper said. Choose a weapon? Then I choose a sword. Yi Yuan gave an indifferent look. Clearly, he was not even the slightest bit worried about the entry advancement test. The dream taper felt that Yi Yuan's attitude was highly unusual. When the other students entered the dream world, they would often ask questions nonstop and did not know what was going on. When Yi Yuan entered, the dream taper noticed that he was not surprised at all. That expression on his face clearly showed that he knew that he was in the dream world. Yi Yuan knew about dream tapers, but this did not mean that others knew about dream tapers too. In reality, dream tapers were part of an extremely mysterious tribe because they did not possess a fixed shape. Even when in a dream, it was impossible to discover its existence unless the dream taper let you discover it. That was because it could very well be a little mouse in your dream world or maybe even a stalk of GRASS. The dream taper naturally would not tell the students its ident. It would only inform them that it was the illusionary spirit Tower's guide for the test. But this Yi Yuan was not curious about anything at all. The dream taper waved his hand, and a completely ordinary-looking sword appeared out of thin air in Yi Yuan's hand. Isn't this too shabby? Yi Yuan forced a smile. The dream taper said emotionlessly, in order to ensure the fairness of the test, the Academy requested for us to treat each student equally. No matter what weapon you choose, I will only provide you with the most ordinary one. Yi Yuan drew his sword, and a sword light flashed. He said helplessly, "All right then, I will make do with this." This was the first time the dream taper met somebody who did not care at all. However, it did not think too much about it. A mere 4th level essence Chi realm rookie was not worth too much of its attention. To the dream taper, whom he was focused on, were the few students taking the Earth rank advancement test. Now, tell me your name and birthplace. I will record down your test results. The dream taper remained emotionless. The capital, the fragrant medicine pavilion, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reported his name and birthplace. The dream taper nodded and said, "The test will start now. They are your opponents." The dream taper made a gesture, and 5 black-clothed martial artists appeared out of nowhere. Impressively, they were also at the 4th level essence Chi realm. Following this, the middle-aged, brawny-looking man which the dream taper transformed into had vanished. It was clear that it left Yi Yuan to fend for himself. The entry advancement test was not worth paying too much attention to it. Yi Yuan swept his glance at the 5 black-clothed 4th level essence Chi realm martial artists and could not help but smirked. These 5 black-clothed 4th level essence Chi realm martial artists were the most ordinary kind of 4th level essence Chi realm. When the Dan Wu Academy recruited students, the minimum requirement was for them to break through to the 4th level essence Chi realm before 16 and to be able to defeat 5 of the most ordinary type of 4th level essence Chi realm working together. To the average person, this was an incredibly difficult challenge. In the dream world, weapons, equipment, and medicinal pills could not be brought inside. One could only rely on the abilities they possessed to defeat the opponents. It was virtually impossible to successfully defeat 5 opponents who were the same cultivation realm as you unless you were a genius. However, this was a piece of cake for Yi Yuan. After the dream taper vanished, the 5 black-clothed martial artists moved at the same time, attacking Yi Yuan from 5 different angles. Yi Yuan stood straight up and put his sword away before lightly striking out his palm. Stacking waves layered palm, first layer wave. The ripple of essence energy spread out, and the 5 black-clothed martial artists flew backward. It was evident that the 5 black-clothed martial artists no longer had any combat power left as they vanished the instant they hit the ground. The next moment, the middle-aged, brawny-looking man appeared once again, and he showed a stunned expression. Yi Yuan looked at the dream taper and gave a faint smile and said, "My apologies. I forgot to tell you that I'm here to take the yellow rank advancement test." Chapter 42. Another instant kill. Chapter 42. Another instant kill. Every time the advancement test took place, it would always attract a large number of students to watch. That was because the results of the test might affect their position within the ranking. A light screen displayed everyone's test progress outside the illusionary spirit tower. Did someone pass the test so quickly? It's Yi Yuan. Seeing a change in the light screen happen so quickly, someone exclaimed in surprise. It's that Yi Yuan who killed Fei Qingping during the death match? That fellow is sick. But this doesn't mean much either. This should be his first time taking the advancement test, so right now it should be the entry advancement test. But that is monstrous enough. Calculating the time, he should have just started the test. Even though it's only the entry advancement test, he has to face 5 4th level essence Qi realm fighters. Yi Yuan is just at the 4th level essence Qi realm. Could it be that he instantly killed 5 people at the same level? That's really a possibility. Just how great is that fellow's combat prowess? Back then, when I partook, 1 P aided in the entry advancement test. I spent the time it took for an entire incense to burn before I managed to finish them off. I'm afraid that even Fei Qingping, who broke through, also can't instantly kill 5 4th level essence Qi realm, right? Looks like I was right for coming today. This Yi Yuan really soared to the skies in one move. I'm really looking forward to just how far he can go during this test. No matter what, Yi Yuan instantly killing 5 martial artists of the same level caused the students to burst into an uproar. All of these students had gone through the entry advancement test, but not one of them dared to say that they could instantly kill 5 opponents at the same level when they were at the 4th level essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan could kill Fei Qingping, who was 2 minor realms higher than him when he was at the 3rd level essence Qi realm. Now that he was already at the 4th level essence Qi realm, just how strong is Yi Yuan's combat strength after advancing a minor stage? Everyone was curious. Most of them came to see who could advance to heaven rank, but now their attention turned to Yi Yuan. Hu Yannyong watched the light screen silently. He, unlike the rest of the surrounding students, was most concerned with Yi Yuan's test. When Yi Yuan said the entry advancement test just now, the shock he felt was no less than the other students. When he was at the 4th level essence Qi realm, he could easily defeat 5 martial artists of the same level. But to talk about instantly killing them, that was something impossible for him. This Yi Yuan was truly full of surprises. Look, Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui came as well. Most likely they came to scout out information to see just where the limits of Yi Yuan's strength laid. I wonder what were they thinking when they saw Yi Yuan seeing the entry advancement test instantly. Presently, someone noticed that there were 2 more people in the crowd. They were precisely Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui. Wan Yuan and Yi Yuan's conflict was no longer a secret in the academy. Now that he showed up here, it was obviously because of Yi Yuan. As Wan Yuan looked at Yi Yuan's progress on the light screen, his face sunk. He happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan advancing just as he entered the illusionary spirit tower. Even though it was only the entry advancement test, wasn't this speed too fast? Wan Yuan still was not aware that Yi Yuan was already at the 4th level essence Qi realm. If he knew, who knows what he would think. Within the illusionary spirit tower, the dream taper was stunned as he looked at Yi Yuan. He too had tested countless students over the years. Each of them possessed the power that Outcla said those at the same level. Some exceptional students could easily defeat these 5 martial artists. However, this was his first time encountering someone like Yi Yuan who could instantly kill 5 opponents at the same level. One would have to cross another minor stage, possessing the strength of a 7th level essence Qi realm, before they could instantly kill 5 4th level essence Qi realm martial artists. It was not difficult to jump ranks to do battle for genius students. However, it was extremely challenging to cross over an entire minor stage. When Yi Yuan was at the 3rd level essence Qi realm, he could not handle Fei Qingping even when he mastered the stacking waves layered palm, 1st layer wave. One could see just how difficult it was to jump ranks to battle. Yet now, Yi Yuan could use his strength as a 4th level essence Qi realm to instantly kill 5 opponents at the same rank. Just how powerful did he have to be to do that? My apologies. I forgot to tell you that I'm here to take the yellow rank advancement test, Yi Yuan said and smiled lightly. The dream taper was a little unpleased with Yi Yuan's attitude. He frowned slightly and said, "All right, the yellow rank advancement test will begin now. This is your opponent." The dream taper waved, and another 5 black-clothed martial artists appeared. The 5 black-clothed martial artists that appeared this time were shockingly all at the 6th level essence Qi realm. 6th level essence Qi realm, The difficulty didn't seem to have increased much, Yi Yuan muttered to himself. Just as Yi Yuan said, the difficulty of the yellow rank advancement test did not increase too much from the entry advancement test. Even though 6th level essence Qi realm was strong, without crossing a minor stage, it was not exactly insurmountable for students. As students' cultivation realm rose with the ACCU, mulation of time, it would not be difficult to deal with 5 6th level essence Qi realm fighters. The truly difficult ones were the Black rank advancement test and the Earth rank advancement test. The opponents faced in the Black rank advancement test would rise to another level. 5 8th level essence Qi realm martial artists. And the opponents in the Earth rank advancement test were 5 1st level spirit condensation realm fighters. Under normal circumstances, students would have to increase their cultivation realm in order to pass the test. Otherwise, it would be far too challenging. 1 cultivation realm, 1 layer of heaven. Apart from geniuses like Long Tang, the average person would not be able to jump ranks to battle 5 martial artists of a higher realm. One would first have to reach spirit condensation realm in order to pass through the Earth rank advancement test to become a heaven rank student. Therefore, for Wan Yuan to break through and become an Earth rank student with his 7th level essence Qi realm cultivation, this result was hard to come by. Naturally, the Academy would heavily groom him. 5 6th level essence Qi realm opponents. They were much stronger than Fei Qingping. However, back when Yi Yuan was at the 3rd level essence Qi realm, he could already easily kill Fei Qingping. Now that he was at the 4th level essence Qi realm, these 5 6th level essence Qi realm fighters were nothing difficult. The 5 6th level essence Qi realm fighters joined hands and attacked together. Yi Yuan's sword remained sheathed as he once again struck out with a palm. Stacking waves layered palm, 2nd layer wave. The 5 black-clothed martial artists were sent flying once more, and they vanished. The dream taper stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the sight. This brat is too terrifying. Hu Yanyang's pupils contracted as he watched the light curtain. Another instant kill? How was this possible? The yellow rank advancement test consisted of 5 6th level Essence Chi Realm fighters. Each one of them was 2 minor cultivation realms higher than Yi Yuan. How could it be another instant kill? Although Huinyong knew that Yi Yuan was almost certain to advance to the black rank when he saw that Yi Yuan was at the 4th level Essence Chi Realm, he did not expect Yi Yuan to advance with such ease. 5 6th level Essence Chi Realm martial artists. Each one of them was stronger than Fei Qingping. Even if Yi Yuan was strong, it was impossible for him to be so ridiculously strong. Look, guys! Yi Yuan's advancement test ended again. This time, it should be the yellow rank advancement test, right? That's to say he is already a black rank student? That fellow is simply too monstrous. Another instant kill. Just how did that fellow manage to instantly kill 5 6th level Essence Chi Realm opponents? Even when senior apprentice brother Long Tang took the yellow rank advancement test, it wasn't as exaggerated as this. I'm already drunk. That fellow isn't human at all. He already Serpa. Said my imaginations. Wan Yuan gritted his teeth as he looked at the light screen. At this moment he was feeling an immense threat. Yi Yuan's improvement speed was too fast. At this rate, would he no longer be Yi Yuan's opponent when the time comes for the endless trials? No. Yi Yuan must die. Chapter 43. Dream Taper's Extra Ingredient. Chapter 43. Dream Taper's extra ingredient Yi Yuan's advancement speed made when Yuan felt a deep sense of crisis. To be able to instantly kill 5 6th level Essence Chi Realm opponents, Yi Yuan might already have the strength to enter the Earth ranking. Even if he did not succeed, he probably would not be far off. Strength like that already approached Wan Yuan's. His movement technique was already inferior to Yi Yuan, and now his combat prowess was not any better. What capital did he still have to challenge Yi Yuan? During the endless trials, I must definitely let senior apprentice brother Su finish off Yi Yuan. Otherwise, there will be endless troubles. Wan Yuan made his decision. I say, do you think Yi Yuan will enter the Earth ranking? After the shock, somebody suddenly thought of that possibility. The moment that was said, everyone became silent. They all knew that Yi Yuan was very strong, but wasn't it too much of an exaggeration for a 4th level Essence Chi Realm to face off with 5 8th level Essence Chi Realm martial artists? It was not uncommon to see a 4th level Essence Chi Realm jumped ranks to battle with a 6th level Essence Chi Realm. But the 8th level Essence Chi Realm was an entire 4 minor cultivation realms higher than the 4th level Essence Chi Realm. Furthermore, there was a minor stage in between them. That minor stage was not easy to cross. However, Yi Yuan challenged the yellow rank advancement test, and Pa-S said too easily. It was so quick that it was basically effortless, making them feel a trace of possibility. Quickly look. Yi Yuan really went on to challenge the black rank advancement test. This shout broke the silence as everyone's gaze once again concentrated on the light screen. This is too crazy. Consecutively challenging 3 tests during his first time. I'm afraid this made into the Dan Wu Academy's history. Do you guys think that Yi Yuan can successfully Pa-S this? The person who made everyone fall silent earlier once again made everybody ponder on this. Facing 5 8th level Essence Chi Realm opponents, Yi Yuan did not take things lightly like before, and he burst forth in an instant. Even so, Yi Yuan was still in perilous danger facing the joint attack from these 5 opponents. F***CK. You actually dare to sneak attack me. These 5 people actually know how to form a sword array. Yi Yuan shouted as he dodged. Oh. The Dream Taper was speechless. When the black rank advancement test started, the Dream Taper secretly added an extra ingredient, making the 5 8th level Essence Chi Realm martial artists to attack Yi Yuan with a sword array. After the 5 black-clothed martial artists used a sword array, their combined might was no weaker than a powerful 9th-level essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan himself was an array master. The moment these 5 moved out, he discovered it. It naturally was not difficult for him to break the array with his mastery in array formations. But the combined power of these 5 people was too great. This sort of cruise, H.I. plussing advantage left Yi Yuan unable to do anything else, let alone break the array. The enormous difference in power was not something that insights could compensate for. Even if these 5 people's sword array were full of holes in Yi Yuan's eyes, he could not make a counterattack. Everything was a blur in front of Yi Yuan's eyes, as sword shadows permeated the surroundings. Luckily, Instant Flash was a small radius movement technique. It was perfect for this sort of group battle. Otherwise, even if Yi Yuan had 10 lives, he would have long died. Even so, Yi Yuan would still be grazed by sword qi every now and then, leaving him covered with wounds. Although he was in a dream world, the sensation of pain was unbelievably realistic. The Dream Taper tribe's nightmare skill was truly powerful. Before long, Yi Yuan's clothes were already tattered. As the Dream Taper looked at Yi Yuan, who was trying to cope with the situation, he had a hint of a smile on his face. It was as if satisfied with his revenge. Although Dream Tapers were born in dream worlds, they also had emotions such as pleasure, anger, sorrow, and joy. He did not know why, but from the start, when Yi Yuan was unperturbed by everything, it left him very displeased. All these while, he had always been mysterious and haughty. But today, in front of Yi Yuan, he felt like he was stripped naked without any secrets left. Who among the students partook? 1. P, aiding in the test, was not full of respect towards him. It only had to be Yi Yuan with his indifferent attitude. He even postured with instant kills twice, making him feel that he had no face left. Hence, when the black rank advancement test was starting, he secretly added a sword array for those 5 black-clothed martial artists, increasing their power. Brat, this is the result of slighting the seat. 1 thinking about Pa S. Sing the black rank advancement test? Go back and train first. The Dream Taper was secretly pleased. He had been watching the battle, and he knew that Yi Yuan's defensive radius was shrinking. His injuries were also increasing, so he would be defeated sooner or later. However, the Dream Taper was shocked in his heart at how tenacious Yi Yuan was. To be able to fight with 5 8th-level Essence Qi Realm opponents, until now with his 4th-level Essence Qi Realm strength. It was simply unthinkable. The Dream Taper had seen countless geniuses before, but he had never seen a genius who was able to perform to such an extent. But it should end here. Lin Tianqing was sent out in dismal. He had failed once again. This was already the 5th time he failed to impact through the heaven ranking. Thinking about the musing looks and those eyes filled with mockery outside, Lin Tianqing became frustrated. Lin Tianqing was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm. Facing 5 first-level spirit condensation realm martial artists was truly a little too forced. It was not that Lin Tianqing wasn't talented enough and was unable to take that final step, but it was because he had been suppressing his cultivation realm at half-step spirit condensation realm. In the Dan Wu Academy, the lower one's cultivation realm was when Pa S, sing the test, and the smaller the age, showed that one's potential was greater. The importance attached to you would naturally be different as well. If he broke through to the 1st-level spirit condensation realm, it would obviously be a cinch for him to defeat the 5 martial artists. But that way, it would be acknowledging that his talent could only go so far. Hence, he had always been tolerating other people's contemptuous look Wisconsin H.I. plussing to Pa S. The Earth rank advancement test with half-step spirit condensation realm strength. The top figures on the martial roll of honors such as Long Tang, Zhu Bugui, and Sui Shan, without exception, all of them Pa S, said the Earth rank advancement test when they were at the 9th-level Essence Qi realm. That was to say, these top geniuses already had a battle power Serpa. S. Sing the first level spirit condensation realm when they were at the 9th level essence chi realm. But Lin Tiancheng, was already at the half-step spirit condensation realm, yet he still could not pass the Earth rank advancement test. The difference was clear at a glance. Lin Tiancheng walked out of the illusionary spirit tower looking incomparably dispirited. He already made the decision that as long as there was the slightest bit of scorn in anyone's eyes, he would rush over and violently beat him up. The moment he stepped out of the illusionary spirit tower, Lin Tiancheng swept his fierce gaze over and suddenly became stunned. There was actually no one looking at him. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the light screen, with some people watching nervously. What happened? Lin Tiancheng also followed everyone's gaze and looked over at the light screen as well, but he failed to see anything. The light curtain did not have fighting scenes within the illusionary spirit tower. It could only roughly display the conditions of everybody inside. What are you all looking at? Lin Tiancheng casually grabbed someone and asked, It's senior apprentice brother Lin? Are you already out? We're looking at Yi Yuan. He is taking the black rank advancement test right now, but it looks like he can't hold on any longer. The student did not seem to have too big a reaction to Lin Tiancheng being out. What, black rank advancement test? Isn't that fellow overestimating himself? With his strength, even Pa S, seeing the yellow rank advancement test would be a little forceful. He actually went to take on the black rank advancement test. Lin Tiancheng was stunned initially, followed by a mocking smile. That student gave Lin Tiancheng a look. An expression in his eyes made Lin Tiancheng feel extremely uneasy. Before he reacted, that student opened his mouth again and said, I'm afraid senior apprentice brother Lin doesn't know yet, right? Yi Yuan already long pa s, said the yellow rank advancement test. During his entry advancement test and yellow rank advancement test, he instantly killed his opponents. Even right now, during his black rank advancement test, he already held on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. An instant kill. Lin Tiancheng suspected that he heard wrongly. However, that student no longer bothered with him and turned his head back to the light screen. Chapter 44. Black Rank Advancement Test. Pa S. said. Chapter 44. Black Rank Advancement Test. Pa S. said. Sigh. It looks like there's no hope for Yi Yuan to create a miracle, but it's already very impressive to go this far. He is only at the 4th level essence, Qi realm. A once-in-50 years genius appeared in our state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy once again. As the light representing Yi Yuan on the light screen became increasingly faint, Huyen could not help but feel sorry. However, immediately afterward he found himself funny. The power that Yi Yuan displayed was already shocking enough. To let him challenge the black rank advancement test with his 4th level essence, Qi realm, was truly a little too forced. After Pa S sing the test this time around, Huyen believed that as long as Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level essence Qi realm, no, just the 5th level essence Qi realm was enough to Pa S the black rank advancement test. Yeah, it's over. Yi Yuan can't hold on anymore. Sigh, he doesn't have a chance anymore. Right now, he probably already suffered heavy injuries, right? It was already good enough that he could last until now. Miracles really aren't so easy to create. However, Yi Yuan is already very impressive. Back then, senior apprentice brother Long Tang only Pa S said the black rank advancement test when he was just about to break through to the 7th level essence Qi realm. Yi Yuan is only at the 4th level essence Qi realm presently. D.A.M. and his sister. Your father spent half the day watching, but he still ended up losing. As the glow symbolizing Yi Yuan slowly became fainter, the surrounding students started talking about it. Quite a few people felt pity for Yi Yuan's failure. Wan Yuan watched the light screen as a trace of a sneer flashed across his mouth. Right here, The one who hoped Yi Yuan would fail the advancement test most of all was him, overestimating himself. To actually dare challenge the black rank advancement test when you just broke through to the 4th level essence Qi realm. Do you think that these tests were just ornamental? After watching for so long, Wan Yuan was already aware that Yi Yuan broke through to the 4th level essence Qi realm. A deep sense of crisis followed the shock. Now that he saw Yi Yuan was about to fail, that constriction in Wan Yuan's chest eased up a little. At the illusionary spirit tower, the dream taper felt that something was not quite right as he looked at the group battle over there. Right. Yi Yuan's defensive radius seemed to have not shrunk for a while now. What was going on? Yi Yuan was clearly covered in injuries. But why did not his last line of defensive collapse? And how was he still holding on? And he used the sword. The dream taper suddenly discovered something abnormal. Ever since the entry advancement test begun, Yi Yuan had never used that lousy sword. But now, Yi Yuan actually used the sword. The dream taper recalled back to the beginning where Yi Yuan chose his weapon leisurely, like it did not matter. He thought the sword was just an accessory, and that his true killing move was the stacking waves layered palm. The dream taper naturally knew about the stacking waves layered palm. Yi Yuan was already very heaven-defying to be able to comprehend the second layer wave. It was precisely because Yi Yuan had comprehended the second layer wave that he could easily pass S through the yellow rank advancement test. Hence, the dream taper thought that the stacking waves layered palm was Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. He never expected Yi Yuan's sword art to be so superb. Currently, Yi Yuan was still on the defensive, like a tiny sailboat in a storm, but he still stubbornly held on, and his boat just would not overturn. The dream taper even realized that ever since Yi Yuan used the sword, he had not been struck once by the black-clothed martial artists. The initially flawless sword array was currently showing signs of instability. Yi Yuan seemed to be able to see through the weakness of the sword array. Although he was forced to be on the defensive, each stance and each strike started to make the entire sword array unstable. Could it be that this Yi Yuan was also an array expert? The dream taper felt that his brain was a little incompetent to process this notion. Yi Yuan naturally would not randomly choose his weapon. He was indeed a sword expert in his past life. Of course, this so-called expert was only when comparing to the lower realms. In the divine realm, there were plenty of people who could mutilate him as they liked. The sword art that Yi Yuan currently using was something that he created during his leisure time while in the divine realm. The name of the sword art was Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword. There was one time when he was talking and drinking with a few friends in a sacred sakura forest. As the skies filled with the falling petals of the sacred sakura flowers, it formed a falling flower rain. As Yi Yuan watched the flowery scenery, he gained enlightenment and created this sword art, naming it as Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword. Back then, there was an extreme sword divine king, Kuang Tianming, among his friends. He was a divine king who used a sword to affirm his Tao. This person had extraordinary accomplishments in the sword Tao. After Yi Yuan finished performing the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword, the extreme sword divine king praised it highly. At that time, Kuang Tianming said, "Brother Qingyan is amazingly talented. Tianming is inferior to you. If this sword art were to be perfected, it would definitely dazzle the divine realm in the future. If Brother Qingyan would devote yourself to the sword Tao, your future accomplishments won't be inferior to your alchemy Tao." Unfortunately, the Qingyan Zibak then had no interest in the martial Tao. Creating the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword was just because of a moment of interest. After creating it, he threw it aside and never used it again. Kuang Tianming did not praise the Falling Flower Floating Zero Sword because the sword art was really that powerful. At that time, Qingyun Zi's cultivation realm was high, but his development in the martial Tao was very limited. Kuang Tianming meant that if Yi Yuan devoted his thoughts on the martial Tao and continuously raised his comprehension of the sword Tao, the falling flower floating zero sword would become a terrifying sword art. The sword art was strong, but Yi Yuan's current cultivation realm was too low. Without the support of essence energy, he could not even unleash half of the power. However, the focus of the falling flower floating zero sword was elegance and agility, which happened to pair very well with Yi Yuan's modified instant flash. The power multiplied several times over after combining the two. Using the instant flash together with the falling flower floating zero sword was just enough to defend against the combined attacks of these 5 people. These 5 people's sword array appeared to be extremely powerful, but in reality, it was full of flaws in Yi Yuan's eyes. What he needed right now was an opportunity. And this opportunity finally appeared under the attack of his movement technique and sword art. These 5 people did not have corporal forms, so their cooperation was flawless. However, this sword array was too simple. It was a weakness that could not be changed. Under the sword array, these 5 people would have a combined attack every dozen moves or so, and the combined attack this time was incredibly powerful. Previously, even though Yi Yuan used his movement technique to avoid the combined attack by the skin of his teeth, he still suffered rather heavy injuries. But this time around, because of Yi Yuan's Assault 1 black-clothed martial artist's movement slowed by a beat, Yi Yuan would not let such a good chance slip by. Before the 5 people's combined attack arrived, he pushed instant flash to the extreme and directly flashed out of the sword array. These 5 black-clothed martial artists did not know exhaustion at all. Yi Yuan had just left the encirclement when they retracted their sword momentum, and once again formed the sword array, wanting to attack. Yi Yuan obviously would not give them the chance to enclose him again. At the same time he exited the encirclement, he gathered all the remaining essence energy left in his body and unleashed a palm strike before the 5 people attacked. Stacking waves layered palm. 4th layer wave. 8 times the power exploded out, bringing a palm wind like a fierce gale, sending the 5 black-clothed martial artists flying. Yi Yuan knew that this was not over yet, and he gathered the tiny bit of essence energy he had left. With instant flash, he moved in front of a black-clothed martial artist and stabbed his heart with 1 sword strike. That black-clothed martial artist died and vanished after that. The power of that 1 palm was indeed great, but the difference in cultivation realm between Yi Yuan and the black-clothed martial artists was too great, so he could only heavily injure them. Repeating what he did, Yi Yuan gave the other 4 people 1 sword strike each, concluding the battle. After making the final move, Yi Yuan threw the sword aside and dropped his knees on the ground, gasping for air. The dream taper stood there dumbstruck as he watched on, and he did not dare to believe what just happened in front of his eyes. "Hey, after Pa S, sing this round. Are you not going to heal my injuries? At this rate, I will die from excessive blood loss. You can't expect me to challenge the next round like this, right?" Yi Yuan caught his breath and shouted at the dream taper. Chapter 45. Scared me s.h.i plus. Chapter 45. Scared me s. H.I plus and next round. The dream taper was at a complete loss. Yi Yuan actually wanted to challenge the Earth rank advancement test. Oh please, did he make a mistake? The black rank advancement test was already so forced. Yet he still wanted to challenge the Earth rank advancement test? Could it be that this brat was a fool and didn't know the difference between the spirit condensation realm and the essence chi realm? This was a major realm. Yi Yuan gnashed his teeth in pain and sucked in a cold breath, crying out, F***CK! Quickly heal me. What are you stoning there for? If you still don't heal me, I'm going to suicide and complain to the dean about you. Black lines appeared on the dream taper's head. This brat was a masterpiece. He really did not know if Yi Yuan was a genius or a fool. Why were his words always full of foolishness? The dream taper was even more senior than the dean. Would the dean dare to bother with him? He was at a loss whether to cry or to laugh because of Yi Yuan, but he still helped to treat his injuries. The dream taper lightly tapped, and Yi Yuan was instantly full of vitality. Feeling the surging essence energy in his body, Yi Yuan gave a sly smile and said, "Hee, the dream world is the best. No matter how heavy the injuries, I can also revive." At this moment, the dream taper already recollected himself and looked at Yi Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile. He asked, "How did you know this is the dream world? I don't recall saying that we are in the dream world. Also, do you know what I am?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and played possum. "Oh, please, you are insulting my intelligence. If this isn't a dream, then why would I suddenly have a sword out of nowhere? If this isn't a dream, then why did those martial artists disappear after dying? As for you, aren't you the examiner? You are still insulting my intelligence. And also, why did you use an underhanded trick just now? I want to report you." The dream taper knew that Yi Yuan was not being truthful, but he could not be bothered to argue. No matter what, it was a good thing for the Dan Wu Academy to have one more genius student. "You really want to challenge the Earth rank advancement test? Do you think I'm joking with you?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and asked back, "Good. You have courage. You also felt it just now. The pain that you feel is linked to reality. Although you dying in here doesn't mean true death, it wouldn't be pleasant. I say, Lord Examiner, can you stop wasting my time? I'm very busy." Yi Yuan replied impatiently, "Fine, as you Wisconsin H." Plus, the dream taper gave a faint smile and summoned 5 black-clothed martial artists once more. Except for this time around, these 5 black-clothed martial artists were shockingly all at the first-level spirit condensation realm. Outside the illusionary spirit tower, the crowd was currently seething with excitement. How is that possible? Yi Yuan, he really did it. Am I seeing things? Just now, he was clearly on his dying breath. How did he suddenly finish off his opponents? Yi Yuan really created a miracle. He should be the Earth rank student with the lowest cultivation realm since the establishment of the Dan Wu Academy. And also the one with the greatest talent. Just what on earth happened to that fellow? Could it be that he pretended to be so useless in the past? Unbelievable. Many students felt honored to have witnessed a historical moment. But no matter how they racked their brains, they just could not understand how Yi Yuan improved so quickly. Previously, he was clearly the last place in the academy. But now he soared to the skies in one move, rising to become an Earth rank student. The miracle that happened on Yi Yuan's body was simply a paragon counterattack. A change like this would strike a sympathetic chord among many students. If these students were in the outside world, they would naturally be geniuses. But in the Dan Wu Academy, the vast majority of them were just average people. Yi Yuan's result no doubt stirred up their fighting spirit. Hu Yannyong looked at the light screen and cursed in his heart. This brat dares to mess with me. He actually waited until the last moment before advancing, successfully. It looks like he didn't even use 30% of his power during his death match with Fei Qingping. Although he scolded, Hu Yannyong was actually thrilled in his heart. With Yi Yuan's potential, perhaps he would have the strength to pass S through the heaven rank advancement test in the future? The 2 people who were the unhappiest were naturally Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui. The 2 of them had just pass, said the black rank advancement test. That is to say that currently, Yi Yuan already had the strength to threaten them? Impossible. Half a month ago, Yi Yuan was still a first-level essence Qi realm dreg. And now, half a month later, he could already threaten me? Then, what were all my years of hard work for? Yi Yuan, that punk, must have used some trick. His true strength shouldn't be that strong. That must be the case. No matter what, I must quickly eliminate Yi Yuan. Wan Yuan did not want to wait for even a second longer. He wished he could immediately call Su Yishan to kill Yi Yuan. Thinking of which, he had already made the decision to kill Yi Yuan several times today. And this thought got stronger each time. When Wan Yuan had just arrived, he paid not much attention to him. But now he could sense deeply that Yi Yuan was already standing on the same level as him. Recalling Yi Yuan's moves, the great circle stage instant flash coupled with the stacking waves layered palm, second layer waves colossal attack power, could he really escape unscathed? Wan Yuan felt a cold S-H-I plus ran through his body. To be able to defeat 5/8th level essence Qi realm showed that Yi Yuan's attack power could already threaten him. Was there anything even scarier than that? Quickly look. Yi Yuan challenged the Earth rank advancement test. My God, is he mad? It's true. That fellow is really a madman. No matter how heaven-defying he is, there's no way he could defeat 5 first-level spirit condensation realm martial artists. He is only at the 4th level essence Qi realm. I'm already numbed by him. Let him play however he wants. Wan Yuan looked at the light screen as his heart involuntarily froze. That fellow could it be? The moment the 5 black-clothed martial artists appeared once more, Yi Yuan felt an overwhelming pressure hitting him head-on, making him feel short of breath. In this sort of test, these 5 people would not have any sort of compa. Shaun. The moment they attacked, it was with piercing, cold-killing intent. Even while facing opponents a major cultivation realm higher than him. Moreover, 5 of them, Yi Yuan remained in full fighting spirit. Bring it on! Yi Yuan howled, his dangling pair of fists turning into palms. All the essence energy in his body surged, creating a whirlwind which made Yi Yuan's sleeves flapped wildly. The dream taper looked at the scene and involuntarily drew a cold breath. He muttered to himself, "This brat actually mastered the 8th layer wave. Such terrifying talent." Yi Yuan's hand posture right now was precisely the stacking wave's layered palm, 8th layer wave. During the death match with Fei Qingping, everybody thought that Yi Yuan was bitterly training the 2nd layer wave, which was why he was late. In reality, he was practicing the 8th layer wave back then. And this 8th layer wave was also the final move of the stacking wave's layered palm. The fragmented martial technique, recorded on the jade slip, stopped there. Even if it was only the 8th layer wave, 16 times the unleashed power was sufficient for Yi Yuan to traverse proudly through the essence Qi realm. 16 times the unleashed power was on par with the great circle stage absolute Yangfinger. And Yi Yuan's absolute Yangfinger was only trained to the small success stage, which was to say this stacking wave's layered palm, 8th layer wave, was currently Yi Yuan's greatest trump card. Unlike being surrounded and salted by the previous 5 8th level essence Qi realm martial artists, these current 5 first level spirit condensation realm martial artists did not seem to be in a rush to attack. Instead, they were waiting for Yi Yuan to make his move. Yi Yuan knew that this was the dream taper's doing. In an actual life and death battle, who would give him such a long time to use a big move? After he finished preparing his stance, the 5 black-clothed martial artists finally moved. At the same time, Yi Yuan's unleashed his palm strike. SMAs. H. Plus both parties collided heavily against each other, and Yi Yuan's consciousness gradually blurred. D.A.M. And his sister, it scared me S.H.I. Plus. I thought he would even make it through the Earth rank advancement test. He was finally killed. Outside the illusionary spirit tower, G. Oh, D knows who said that sentence which verbalized everyone's inner thoughts. Chapter 46. Arranging a Battle. Chapter 46. Arranging a battle. He finally died. Was Yi Yuan messing with us? He could clearly leave unscathed, but he just had to exit in such a manner. It gave me such a huge fright. Yeah, although it's in the dream world, the feeling of death isn't pleasant. Every time I was killed, it made me feel like I was really about to die. It pissed me off. I thought that he really had the strength to challenge the Earth rank advancement test. Who would have thought that he would be instantly killed right away. Isn't that messing with us? I scared me SHI plus was like a bomb that went off among the initially quiet onlookers. The innocent Yi Yuan still did not know that his actions incurred the wrath of everybody, drawing everyone's grievances. The main issue was that he previously whetted everybody's appetite. 1. Te too much, inevitably making everyone think that he had a probability of passing. If Yi Yuan lost after a fierce battle, then the students' reactions at least would not be this huge. But who would have thought that he would be instantly killed the moment he went up, making everyone drop their GLAs in shock. The difference between expectations and reality was too large. No wonder everyone felt like they were being made fun of. Hu Yannyong also stared blankly at the light curtain and could not help laughing. He and the other students were the same. Yi Yuan stirred up their emotions, making them think that he really had some killing move to pass the Earth rank advancement test. Who knew that this fellow was just fearless because of ignorance, sending himself to his death. But to be able to pass the Black rank advancement test, becoming the youngest student as well as the student with the lowest cultivation realm to enter the Danwu Academy's Earth rank. Yi Yuan's strength has already Serpa, said my imagination. Hu Yannyong gave his approval. He did not feel that Yi Yuan purposely tricked everyone. On the contrary, he felt that Yi Yuan's martial heart was steadfast. Most people would definitely choose to retreat when facing an opponent who was a major realm higher. But Yi Yuan decided to fight. His choice already highlighted a lot of problems. Of course, if he knew what Yi Yuan did inside the illusionary spirit tower, who knew what he would think? Within the illusionary spirit tower, Yi Yuan had already returned to reality. There were only the dream taper and the other 4 black-clothed martial artists left in the combat arena. The astonishment in the dream taper's eyes had yet to fade. Just now, when Yi Yuan chose to fight the 5 black-clothed martial artists head-on, Yi Yuan naturally died from the other party's powerful attack. But at the last moment, Yi Yuan's 8th-layer wave struck one of the black-clothed martial artists, killing him. Even though Yi Yuan would not really die inside the dream world, and there was suspicion of trickery involved, he really finished off a first-level spirit condensation realm fighter. That means that Yi Yuan already had the strength to threaten a spirit condensation realm, a 4th-level essence chi realm with the strength to threaten a 1st-level spirit condensation realm. Was this a fantasy story? The dream taper swallowed hard as he thought about how unreal this world was. Oh, I should have finished off one of them just now, right? Yi Yuan was lost in his thoughts as he walked out of the illusionary spirit tower and did not notice everyone's peculiar expressions. He was still thinking about just now when he faced off with the 5 black-clothed martial artists. Lu Er was the first to rush up to Yi Yuan. She completed the entry advancement test long ago and already officially became a student of the Danwu Academy. Sing the entry advancement test as a 3rd-level essence chi realm. Lu Ai's strength naturally had no room for doubt. Hu Yannyong also noticed this inconspicuous little girl. Of course, Lu Er could pass the test because Yi Yuan said her rather powerful martial technique called the Profound Ice 9 forms. This set of martial technique was precisely the martial technique that the Spirit Snow Divine King became famous for. It was incredibly powerful when paired with Lu Er's cultivation law. What Lu Er cultivated in were all top cultivation laws and martial techniques in the divine realm. Hence, it naturally was not much to jump ranks to defeat 5 4th-level essence chi realm fighters. Young master, you are amazing. You actually said through 3 levels of tests at once. Lu Er pulled Yi Yuan's sleeve as she exclaimed with pride. Watching Yi Yuan the test made Lu Er feel even happier than sing it herself. Yi Yuan looked at Lu Er, and with a smile he said, It's just the Black rank advancement test. It wasn't even hard at all. If that An examiner didn't use underhanded tricks to mess with me. I would have said it long ago. The surrounding students were stunned once again. This fellow's ability to brag was even greater than his strength. Just now he was clearly being thoroughly wrecked. But now he is out here bragging. The illusionary Spirit Tower's examiner tested countless students and was always fair and just. How could he possibly use underhanded methods to mess with a 4th level essence Chi Realm student? Anyway, young master is the most amazing. It's a shame that Big Brother Tang is in a closed-door seclusion. Otherwise, he would also be happy for young master. After this period of ACCU mulation, Tang Yu's cultivation realm had already stabilized. He just happened to enter a closed-door seclusion training 2 days ago to break through to the 6th level essence Chi realm. Yi Yuan gave Tang Yu a batch of transcendent grade essence Chi pills. Breaking through the 6th level essence Chi realm was just a matter of time. Ha ha ha. After Tang Yu exits seclusion, he should come to partake. 1 P. 8 in the yellow rank advancement test. Looking at you. You should have also S, said the test, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lu'er smiled as she nodded her head and replied, Isn't it all thanks to young master? Yi Yuan laughed and said, What has that got to do with me? You were the one who cultivated out your essence energy. The master and servant stood side by side as they talked, making the onlookers envious. Initially, everyone's attention was attracted by the light screen and did not notice that there was such a pretty young lady in the crowd. Now that she and Yi Yuan stood together, it immediately attracted many eyes. The crowd just noticed, since when there was such a pretty young lady among the students? In terms of appearance, the yet-to-mature Lu'er was already much prettier than Lu Ruoshui. However, that pure and innocent air that Lu'er had was something which Lu Ruoshui was not equipped with. Seeing everyone's expression, Yi Yuan knew that Lu'er would most likely become the target of pursuit by many students in the academy. At this moment, a student walked in front of Yi Yuan. Those who saw him immediately recognized who he was. Quickly look. Isn't that senior apprentice Brother Wu? He is famous in the academy for being infatuated with martial arts. He is a top figure ranked 15 on the martial roll of honor. Could it be that he is already eyeing Yi Yuan? Then Yi Yuan is screwed. Wu Luochen cupped his hands towards Yi Yuan and said, Congratulations to junior apprentice Brother Yi for advancing as an earth rank. I am Wu Luochen, heaven rank. Yi Yuan was not clear with what was going on, but he still returned a greeting. He then replied, Many thanks, senior apprentice Brother Wu. Junior apprentice brother, Ye's talent stands above all others. I believe that before long, you will advance as a heaven rank. At that time, I wish to arrange with junior apprentice brother Yi for us to spar. I hope that junior apprentice brother you won't decline. Even though it was expected, Wu Luochen's words still caused a big stir among the crowd. Wu Luochen was infatuated with martial arts and liked to go around the academy to challenge experts. The people on the martial roll of honor all felt a headache whenever they saw him. Because he pursued martial arts wholeheartedly, Wu Luochen's improvement was also very fast. In half a year's time, he fought his way from the bottom of the heaven ranking to being ranked 15 on the martial roll of honor. Yi Yuan sized Wu Luochen up. He then suddenly smiled and said, Since senior apprentice brother Wu think highly of me, why wouldn't I dare fight? Wu Luochen was initially somewhat solemn-looking, but now he cracked a smile and replied, Good. You are indeed the student with the greatest potential in the academy. If you encounter any problems in the academy from today onwards, you can look for me any time. Haha. Then many thanks to senior apprentice Brother Wu. Yi Yuan laughed as he replied, Chapter 47, Incurring Everyone's Wrath. Chapter 47. Incurring everyone's wrath after Wu Luochen left. Many people went up to congratulate Yi Yuan. After this test, Yi Yuan's name as a genius had already been established. His position in the academy would undoubtedly rise. Taking the opportunity to be on friendly terms with a future martial role of honor expert was a must. At the 4th level Essence Chi realm, he could already finish off 5 8th level Essence Chi realm fighters. This kind of power. Once Yi Yuan broke through to the 7th level Essence Chi realm, just how horrifying would his strength become? Who knows, maybe when he's at the 7th level Essence Chi realm, he would indeed have the strength to challenge the Earth rank advancement test. However, those who came up to say H.E.L. low to Yi Yuan were mostly heaven rank students. Those Earth rank students were destined to never mingle with a genius like Yi Yuan. One would not hit a smiling face. Yi Yuan dealt with these heaven rank students goodwill gestures one by one. There was no lack of experts from the martial role of honor among these people. So naturally, there wasn't any downside to becoming acquainted with them. Watching Yi Yuan benefiting from everyone around, Lin Tiancheng felt as uncomfortable as if having eaten a fly. What was funny was that he called Yi Yuan a trash earlier on. But after this test, the situation suddenly changed. Yi Yuan actually became popular among the bunch of heaven rank students. He was a genius in the eyes of all students. But he, Lin Tiancheng, remained as the mediocre person struggling to advance, becoming a heaven rank. In comparison to Yi Yuan's results, he was the trash. Pa-S, sing the black rank advancement test when he was at the 4th level Essence Chi realm. If Yi Yuan could not make it into heaven rank, everyone would laugh their heads off. Thinking up to this point, Lin Tiancheng sighed and vanished from the crowd. Senior apprentice brother Lin, what's wrong? Why do you seem a little absent-minded? Just as Lin Tiancheng was about to leave, a melodious and alluring voice sounded behind him. Turning his head, it was Wan Yuan and Lu Ruoshui who pushed their way out of the crowd long ago. Quickly look. Isn't that teacher Feng watching? What's she doing here? Someone suddenly cried out among the crowd. It's really teacher Feng. She's walking towards me. Could it be that she is looking for me? Io, what did you hit me for? Someone was daydreaming when he immediately got hit on the back of his head and was pulled aside by someone. Moron. How could teacher Feng be looking for you? A good dog wouldn't block the path. Quickly move aside. Why isn't it possible for her to look for me? Maybe she knows that I'm her loyal fan and was touched by that, so she came to look for me? Oh. Everyone looked at him like he was ARETARD, and then they automatically made a path for Feng Ruoching to Pa-S through. Feng Ruoching walked Pa-S the crowd and did not even spare a glance for that moron. D-A-M-N. Lure, quick run. Yi Yuan grabbed Lure and started running. Yi Yuan was still engaging with people just now. Now that he noticed Feng Ruoching, he immediately chose to flee in any way he could. Yi Yuan, if you dare to run again, you can forget about Pa-S. Sing any of your CLA. SSES. Feng Ruoching saw that Yi Yuan was running and immediately shouted. Yi Yuan was completely indifferent to this sort of threat as he continued running. Stop him for me! Feng Ruoching cried out frantically. The students around were stunned. What was happening? Why did the fairy-like teacher Feng become like an abandoned wife? Looking at Yi Yuan again, didn't this seem like a wife who was trying to catch her heartless man? It was evident that Feng Ruoching was explicitly looking for Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan seemed to be terrified of seeing Feng Ruoching. Everyone could not help guessing what was going on between these two people. Even Huinyong, who was normally composed, had a curious light flash. Plussing in his eyes. Clearly, he wanted to know what was going on just like the rest of the students. Just now, when Yi Yuan Pa-S said the test, many people looked towards him with wars. H-I+P, or with envy. But now, everyone looked towards him with killing intent in their eyes without any prior agreement. It looked like if they were to discover that Yi Yuan really profaned the dream lover of all the men in the Danwu Academy, these students would definitely rush up and tear Yi Yuan to shreds. The most painful thing in this world was having the deaths in their heart being defiled by other men, even if that man was the newest genius in the Danwu Academy. Yi Yuan had incurred the wrath of everyone. He wanted to run, but he was completely blocked by a group of people. Initially, there were still some gaps around, but now they congregated without any prior planning, giving Yi Yuan no chance to escape at all. In this short while, Feng Ruoqing already reached Yi Yuan. Run then. What? Not running anymore? Feng Ruoqing was fuming as she looked at Yi Yuan. It's not that I don't want to run, but I can't run. Teacher Feng, your rallying power is too strong. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly as he answered her. Why are you hiding from me? Feng Ruoqing was secretly a little pleased, but she still pulled a long face and asked, Me? When did I? Teacher Feng, you really maligned me. Yi Yuan blinked his eyes innocently. You still dare to say you didn't? Then why did you run just now? I suddenly remembered that I have something to do and was just about to leave. Coincidence. It was definitely a coincidence. Stop trying to pull anything over me. Quickly follow me. Teacher Feng, I really have something very important to do. I don't care how important it is. If you don't come, I'm going to use force. Don't. I'll follow you, all right? That's more like it. Under everyone's stunned eyes, Feng Ruoqing grabbed Yi Yuan and left. Actually, Feng Ruoqing had already looked for Yi Yuan several times these past few days, but every time, Yi Yuan was sleeping. With Lu'er blocking the way outside, it was not nice for Feng Ruoqing to barge in. Yi Yuan also did not attend medicinal theory lessons these past few days, making Feng Ruoqing unable to find Yi Yuan even if she wanted to. As for Yi Yuan, why would he be interested in becoming an assistant? The things that Feng Ruoqing was playing with was not much different than children playing with mud. If it was not a waste of time for him to be an assistant, then what was? Yi Yuan's most pressing concern at the moment was to increase his strength. Where would he have the energy to go be an assistant for this little s? With Feng Ruoqing's tiny bit of ability in alchemy Dao, she was not even qualified to be an assistant for Yi Yuan. Now, she actually wanted him to be her assistant? Wasn't this a joke? That day, all he wanted to do was to quickly get rid of Feng Ruoqing. He did not expect that slightly revealing a bit of his ability would invite such troubles. Hence, he made the decision to play cat and mouse with her when he heard from Lu'er that Feng Ruoqing was looking for him. Who knew that he would be caught red-handed by Feng Ruoqing after only hiding for a few days? Coincidentally enough, Feng Ruoqing did not know that Yi Yuan was taking the test here. But when she said bye, she heard that students were gathering over at the illusionary spirit tower. Feng Ruoqing was somewhat curious about what was happening over at the illusionary spirit tower. So she stopped a student to ask about it, who knew that this inquiry would result in information on Yi Yuan. Furthermore, this news also gave her sufficient shock. She naturally knew that Yi Yuan had just broken through to the third-level essence, Qi realm, not long ago. But he actually broke through to the fourth-level essence, Qi realm, in a few days' time. If it was just breaking through to the fourth-level essence, Qi realm, then forget it. But Yi Yuan actually challenged 3 rounds consecutively, becoming an Earth rank student. The shock it gave her was too great. Who would have expected that Yi Yuan's attainments in martial Dao were also incredibly impressive? Back in the medicinal theory, CLA. Yi Yuan left a very profound impression on Feng Ruoqing. A yellow rank student who was not even an alchemy apprentice actually had such understanding towards a high-level tier 2 pill formula. He also knew an obscure refinement technique like the yin-yang separation flow technique. Hence, she had the thought of making him an assistant. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan, that fellow, would actually hide from her? Feng Ruoqing, who had never known rejection, became even more stubborn. She must capture Yi Yuan to become her assistant. Chapter 48. I just want you. Chapter 48. I just want you. I'm going crazy. Just what on earth is going on between Teacher Feng and Yi Yuan? That's right. Their conversation was unclear. I only know that one was running, while the other was chasing. Oh, God. My God. If Yi Yuan dares to do anything, I will definitely kill him. That's right. We must find out what happened. If Yi Yuan really did something that angers men, even G.O.D., then we must eliminate that hateful fellow. Only Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing knew what their conversation was all about, which drove everyone crazy. Under this circumstance, the Protect Ruoqing Alliance was officially established. There were two primary missions in this alliance. The first was to figure out what happened between Yi Yuan and Feng Ruoqing. The second was a priority over the first mission. The moment they discovered that Yi Yuan really did something, they will beat Yi Yuan half to death. Then, afterward, they will beat him up every time they saw him. That would make him regret what he did for the rest of his life. Regardless of how powerful Yi Yuan was, he just became an Earth rank student. One could casually grab a bunch of Earth rank students who were stronger than Yi Yuan. Of course, there were some who linked it to the medicinal theory CLA. SS that day. But Teacher Feng only asked Yi Yuan to be an A assistant. It should not have caused such a ruckus, right? Furthermore, it was a wonderful thing to be Teacher Feng's A assistant. How did it turn into a public pursuit? After understanding the situation, the Protect Ruoqing Alliance filtered out that possibility. They felt something else must have happened between the two of them. At the same time, multiple speculations about what happened between Feng Ruoqing and Yi Yuan started to spread among the students, and even among the teachers in the Danwu Academy. Of course, this was all for later. Currently, all Yi Yuan was thinking about was how to get rid of this pestering Feng Ruoqing as soon as possible. Yi Yuan could tell at a glance that Feng Ruoqing truly loved alchemy. That was because she was exactly the same as the past him. Dealing with this sort of people was tough. She would become like a curious baby whenever she encountered something interesting related to alchemy Dao and would only let it go after she understood it. Presently, Feng Ruoqing was like that. She was fixated on Yi Yuan because she felt that Yi Yuan could help her refine the Tier 2 Qi returning pill, helping her to successfully break through to the high-rank alchemy master. However, Yi Yuan really did not want to waste too much time on this. On the one hand, Feng Ruoqing might go from bad to worse if Yi Yuan taught her. On the other hand, it was a little outrageous for a student to teach a teacher, possibly causing some unnecessary trouble. Yi Yuan walked in front while Feng Ruoqing followed behind, keeping a close eye on Yi Yuan's every move to prevent him from running. Yi Yuan felt a headache coming on and realized that he could not escape today. Teacher Feng? What a coincidence. At this moment, a man dressed in yellow blocked their path, greeting Feng Ruoqing with zeal. Yi Yuan did not recognize this person, but looking from his clothing, he should be a teacher in the Danwu Academy. I have seen Senior Apprentice, Brother Song Qian. Feng Ruoqing frowned lightly, but she still returned the greeting. Yi Yuan sneered secretly by the side. This Song Qian's eyes shone when he saw Feng Ruoqing and never even looked at him. He was clearly one of Feng Ruoqing's fanatical pursuers. However, this Song Qian was around 25 to 26 years old. He should be considered young and talented among the Academy's teachers. But sadly, judging from her reaction, Feng Ruoqing did not seem to be interested in this fellow. A woman like this who was infatuated with alchemy Dao probably could not be subdued by any ordinary man. Looking at Song Qian's appearance, he seemed to be prepared to enter the pill refinement chamber as well. Yi Yuan speculated, could it be that this Song Qian knew that Feng Ruoqing was coming, so he waited here since long ago? Teacher Feng is going to the pill refinement chamber again. Song Qian asked a pointless question. Yes, Feng Ruoqing replied indifferently. Teacher Feng is so diligent, but this is the teacher's pill refinement area. Teacher Feng brought this student over for? Hearing Song Qian, Yi Yuan rolled his eyes involuntarily. So this guy actually noticed him. Yi Yuan thought that he was air in his eyes. Yi Yuan is the A assistant I found. A assistant. Only now did Song Qian take a look at Yi Yuan. With a frown, he said, "If I'm not wrong, he isn't even an alchemy apprentice. This Song is incapable, but I dare say that I'm capable enough to be teacher Feng's assistant." Song Qian could tell at a glance that Yi Yuan was not even an alchemy apprentice. That was because alchemists who were ranked would display the badge issued by the Alchemist Association on their chests. It was a symbol of one's status as an alchemist. Song Qian and Feng Ruoqing both displayed a badge on their chest with 2 blinding stars on it. This represented the ident. 1. Tie of a Tier 2 alchemist. The Alchemist A.S. Associate also existed in the Divine Realm, but in his previous life, both Shengyang Zi and Qingyun Zi didn't have this sort of badge. That was because the 2 of them had never taken part in the Alchemist A.S. Association's tests. However, N.O. body in the Divine Realm dared to take the father-son pair lightly, because their attainments in Alchemy Dao was not inferior to the president of the Alchemist Association, O Yezi. But right now, Yi Yuan did not have the time to reminisce his past life. Song Qian's words made his eyes light up. Just as Feng Ruoqing was about to speak, Yi Yuan interrupted. That's right. That's right. Teacher Feng, I'm not even an alchemy apprentice. How can I possibly help you? Teacher Song is a fine gentleman who is also an alchemy master. With his help, what medicinal pills can't be refined? Since that's the case, then I have no more business here. I will be making a move first. While Yi Yuan was talking, Song Qian looked at him approvingly. He thought to himself that this punk really knew what to do. He could give him guidance in the future. Teacher Feng, you see. Feng Ruoqing did not even look at Song Qian. She suddenly clawed at Yi Yuan, and an indistinct essence energy thread immediately coiled around Yi Yuan's ankle. If the students who watched Yi Yuan's death match were here, they would see that Feng Ruoqing's move was precisely the lesser capturing hand that Fei Qingping used before, except that the power of the exact same move, when displayed by Feng Ruoqing, could not be mentioned in the same breath. Yi Yuan was about to sneak away after he finished talking, when he felt as if his legs were suddenly filled with lead, and he face-planted the ground from the inertia. "Ayo!" Yi Yuan wailed in pain on the ground. The difference between the 2 was too great. Feng Ruoqing did not even move, and she could knock him down. After knocking him down, Feng Ruoqing took 2 steps forward. As she walked by Song Qian, she did not even bother to look at him. Walking in front of Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing frowned as she said, "Are you a man? How can you go back on your word? I don't need other people to be my assistant. I only want you. If you run again, I don't mind reporting you to the dean to get you expelled from the academy. I believe my words will have some standing." After she said that, Yi Yuan could not muster up any temper. In the cultivation world, it was an undeniable fact that disciples from sects were stronger than loose cultivators. As the outer sect of the Tranquil Cloud sect, the Dan Wu Academy gathered virtually every single top geniuses. There was no better place than here to temper himself. Yi Yuan did not have any interest in the Dan Wu Academy's resources, but he had some interest in the geniuses here. Seeing Yi Yuan finally yielded, Feng Ruoqing felt delighted from subjugating him. She finally caught this punk. Turning to Song Qian, she said, "Many thanks for Teacher Song's good intentions, but it's enough for Yi Yuan to be my assistant. Teacher Song definitely has many things to do as the Dan Wu Academy's rising star. I won't delay your time. Yi Yuan, let's go." Yi Yuan sighed and obediently followed behind Feng Ruoqing. Although he did not turn his head back, Yi Yuan clearly sensed that there was a pair of eyes filled with ill intent staring at him. Chapter 49. Refining Medicinal Essence. Chapter 49. Refining Medicinal Essence at the Dan Wu Academy. Alchemy instructors had their own personal pill refinement chamber. Of course, Feng Ruoqing was not an exception. Feng Ruoqing's pill refinement chamber had a very well-planned layout. All sorts of medicinal herbs were categorized and stored neatly. In the center of the chamber was a red-colored pill cauldron. With Yi Yuan's judgment, he could obviously tell with a glance that this pill cauldron was a superior grade Tier 2 pill cauldron. Most likely, there was no better one than this among the alchemy instructors in the Danwu Academy. However, a pill cauldron like this was worthless to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan pursed his lips and found a place to sit down. That scene happened to have caught Feng Ruoqing's eyes, suddenly making her feel irritated. It seems like you despise my red lotus cauldron. Ah, this cauldron? Not bad, not bad. Ha. Yi Yuan laughed it off. With just one look, she could tell that it was completely insincere. You have seen better Tier 2 pill cauldrons. Me? Ha. I'm just a student who isn't even an alchemy apprentice. Where would I see such a high-tier pill cauldron? It's called Red Lotus Cauldron, right? Good name, good name. Yi Yuan did not expect that his subconscious contempt for the pill cauldron would actually result in a series of questioning from Feng Ruoqing, so he had to humor her a little. But he really did look down on this sort of pill cauldrons. Back in his past life, he would not even bother to use this sort of pill cauldron to boil water with. In the past, if someone were to say that her pill cauldron was not good, Feng Ruoqing will immediately flip out. But Yi Yuan gave her an exceptional feel. The corner of the iceberg that Yi Yuan revealed during the Medicinal Theory CLA, S had already exceeded the boundaries of the Danwu Academy students. Even the first place on the Alchemy Roll of Honor could not possibly know how to refine the Tier 2 qi returning pill using the yin-yang separation flow technique. It was possible to have coincidentally seen the pill formula before, but the yin-yang separation flow technique was not something that the average person would know. Even Feng Ruoqing only happened to have seen this refinement technique from an extremely obscure ancient record. Back then, it was like she obtained a treasure. She spent a period of time practicing this refinement technique in a frenzied craze, but she had no choice but to give up in the end. This refinement technique was too hard, and because of that, Feng Ruoqing was very interested in Yi Yuan, making him her assistant. To think that this fellow did not appreciate it and even repeatedly hid from her. This made the proud Feng Ruoqing go crazy. Hence her actions today. Feng Ruoqing did not know why, but even though Yi Yuan repeatedly brushed her off and also looked down on her, she felt that Yi Yuan's scorn came naturally from the heart. He was not pretending to be an expert. Like just now, Feng Ruoqing had always been very confident with her red lotus cauldron. Virtually every alchemist who came by her pill refinement chamber would be shocked by the cauldron. But Yi Yuan only pursed his mouth and had a scornful look. Feng Ruoqing did not detect even a trace of amazement from Yi Yuan's eyes. Could it be that Yi Yuan really knew the yin-yang separation flow technique? Feng Ruoqing was frightened by her own thought. How was it possible? Feng Ruoqing practiced the yin-yang separation flow technique before and was well aware of the difficulty of this refinement technique. Yi Yuan was only 15. How could he know this refinement technique? I asked you to be my assistant, not be a lord. What are you sitting there for? Hurry up and come prepare the herbs, Feng Ruoqing said coldly. Oh, coming. Yi Yuan staggered up to the operating stage. There were all sorts of medicinal herbs placed on it. He took a look at the herbs and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to refine a Tier 2 qi returning pill? Why, all the ingredients you prepared are Tier 1. Feng Ruoqing flushed slightly and immediately replied angrily, "I asked you to prepare the medicines, so just do it. Why are you asking so many questions?" Looking at the situation, Yi Yuan instantly understood that this woman had yet to master the yin-yang separation flow technique. She was using these Tier 1 medicines to practice. However, this yin-yang separation flow technique was not something that could be mastered in 1 or 2 days. How long would he have to accompany her to train with these Tier 1 medicines for practice? His time was highly precious, and he did not have the time to accompany this woman to refine pills. Yi Yuan sighed and just turned around to prepare the medicines. Feng, Ruoqing, turned around and entered the quiet chamber to meditate and trying to adjust her mental state. Pill refinement was a highly complicated form of knowledge. One must not be distracted even in the slightest when refining pills. It must be finished in one go. Even the smallest disturbance could affect the quality of the medicinal pill, possibly even resulting in a useless pill. Hence, the majority of alchemists would choose to meditate before refining pills. They would only start refining after they adjusted their mental state to be unperturbed by anything. But Feng Ruoqing had just adjusted herself and was yet to fully enter a meditative state when there was a knocking on the quiet chamber's door. This time, Feng Ruoqing really got angry. Dropping the fact that Yi Yuan repeatedly hid from her despite that being her assistant was a wonderful task that every man in the academy would fight to do. Now that he was helping out as her assistant, he was causing trouble instead of properly performing his tasks. If there was no justified reason, she would definitely beat him up brutally and then hang him for 3 days to warn the public. The door creaked open, revealing the raging Feng Ruoqing. I didn't expect Teacher Feng to open the door so hastily. It made me jump. Yi Yuan gave a startled expression. Ignoring Yi Yuan, Feng Ruoqing raised her right palm. Traces of essence energy flowed along the palm as if it would strike any moment. I asked you to prepare the herbs. What are you doing? Don't you know that I'm meditating? If your reason isn't justified, be ready to receive this palm. Feng Ruoqing snarled. Don't. Teacher Feng, if you said you had violent tendencies, then I wouldn't have become your assistant even if I had to copy the herbal compendium 100 times back then. The herbs are all prepared already. I even finished refining 2 sets of medicinal essences before coming over to call you. I didn't think that you would take so long to meditate. Yi Yuan jumped far away with a shout. What? The medicinal essences are all refined? Feng Ruoqing could not immediately process his words. It had only been about 15 minutes since she entered the quiet chamber. Not only did Yi Yuan finish preparing so many herbs, but he also managed to refine the medicinal essence? How was that possible? That's right. This reason is Pa-S, Sable, right? I don't want to be smacked to death, Yi Yuan said gloomily. Putting down her hand, Feng Ruoqing gave a cold humph and said, If I find out that you are talking nonsense, then it wouldn't be as simple as a single palm. After saying this, Feng Ruoqing walked over to the operating stage and was immediately stunned. 2 sets of medicinal essences quietly sat in their jade containers. The color was extremely pure. It was clear that they were excellently refined with all the useless medicinal dregs purged away. Feng Ruoqing looked at Yi Yuan and opened her mouth, but no words came out of it. Teacher Feng, do you want to say something? Aren't you going to smack me to death? At most, I will call you later next time. How long do you normally take to meditate? Yi Yuan asked innocently. Oh. Feng Ruoqing was speechless. After a while, Feng Ruoqing finally sucked in a deep breath and asked Yi Yuan, This is the medicinal essence you refined? Yi Yuan looked around and asked curiously, Are there other people in here? But how did you do it so quickly? An ordinary alchemy apprentice would spend an hour just to prepare the herbs. In addition to refining the medicine essence, it would take at least 2 hours. Preparing the herbs was not merely just pairing it together. One needed to accurately weigh out the quant. One tie. Even the tiniest bit of error would not be tolerated. Hence, an alchemist's assistant would always be very cautious when preparing the herbs. As a result, a lot of time was spent on it. Even Feng Ruoqing herself needed over an hour to refine a Tier 1 pill's medicinal essence. But Yi Yuan only used 15 minutes. This was just unheard of. Isn't it just refining a Tier 1 pill's medicinal essence? Why do you need to spend so long on such a simple task? Yi Yuan nonchalantly questioned her. Chapter 50. drawing a circle with left hand, drawing a square with right hand. Chapter 50. Drawing a circle with left hand, drawing a square with right hand. If it was about martial arts, Yi Yuan might be more humble. But as for alchemy, Yi Yuan really did not know how to be modest. It could be said that Yi Yuan spent his entire past life busying with alchemy. He was simply too familiar with medicinal herbs and pills. This sort of familiarity was engraved into the soul. Even if he changed his body, that sort of familiar feeling which came from the soul would automatically make the body carry out the most appropriate actions. Originally, Yi Yuan wanted to be low-key, but once he touched those medicinal herbs, he could not help but to complete the preparation of herbs and refine the medicinal essence. Others might be filled with trepidation towards measuring the quant. One, tie of the medicinal herbs, and did not dare to carelessly leave out anything. But Yi Yuan just had to casually grab them with his hands, and the quant. One, tie of the herbs would definitely be accurate. This was the ability developed through million and million times of practice. And, body could imitate that. Feng Ruoqing stared blankly at Yi Yuan and did not know what to say. Refining a Tier 1 medicinal pill was simple. Do you do as you like? I am going to the quiet chamber to meditate. After saying that, Feng Ruoqing turned around and entered the quiet chamber once more. This round of meditation was 4 hours. It was much longer than initially planned. Feng Ruoqing's mental state was a mess and was not able to enter a meditative state for a long time. She only managed to purge her distracting thoughts after 2 hours, and then she entered the empty state. After exiting the quiet chamber, Feng Ruoqing recovered her haughty and cold atti, tude once again. Walking in front of the red lotus cauldron, she instructed emotionlessly, bring the medicinal essence over. Fire up the cauldron. Refine. Yi Yuan did not waste these 4 hours either. He was training while meditating the whole time. In comparison with his past life, the current Yi Yuan was much more diligent. The Yi Yuan who managed to become an alchemy emperor before understood that there were no shortcuts to cultivation. No matter how talented one was, there was only hard work and more hard work. Hearing Feng Ruoqing's instructions, Yi Yuan Pa S said the 2 jade containers with the medicinal essences in them over to her and prepared to fire up the cauldron. Feng Ruoqing looked over at Yi Yuan in surprise. Initially, she was prepared to open her mouth to instruct Yi Yuan on what to do. But who would have thought that Yi Yuan would perform what an A.S. assistant should do with such familiarity? The Dan Wu Academy's pill refinement chambers were established on top of an earth vein. Earth fire was guided over to refine pills. This sort of pill refinement style was only suitable for low tiers. High-tier pills must use heaven and earth flame sources. But Yi Yuan was not a stranger to this style of refinement. Opening the fire valve, the scorching earth fire burst out from the ground, instantly raising the temperature in the pill refinement chamber. Although earth fire could not be compared to heaven and earth flame sources, it was extraordinary among the mortal fires. It was more than sufficient to refine a Tier 1 medicinal pill. Yi Yuan rapidly formed seals with both hands and slowly moved towards the fire. The fire immediately became like an obedient baby while still being incomparably docile. One following which, Yi Yuan spread his hands apart and cried out, "Stabilize!" The earth fire automatically separated into 2 and scorched the 2 sides of the red lotus cauldron uniformly. Looking at this scene, a trace of surprise flashed across Feng Ruoqing's eyes once again. She had never heard of this kind of fire controlling skill. Earth fire was abnormally wild. It could only be used after layers upon layers of array formations were placed on top of the academy. Even so, this fire was not something that an average 4th level essence Qi realm could easily control. But this fire was just like a house pet in front of Yi Yuan. If he asked it to lay down, it would not dare to stand. However, the refinement procedure had already begun. Feng Ruoqing could not afford to be surprised and hastily recollected herself. Feng, Ruoqing formed hand seals with one hand and pointed a finger towards the red lotus cauldron. The cauldron lid flew up by itself. Following that, she gestured with her other hand, and the two medicinal essences flew through the air into the pale furnace. Yin-yang separation, flow technique. Activate. With a low cry, Feng Ruoqing's two jade-like hands moved like phantom images. Right now, it was no longer Yi Yuan's business. He took it easy as he watched Feng Ruoqing repeatedly change seals, continuously to temper the medicinal essence. Watching this, he could not refrain from nodding his head. This woman more or less had some standards. It looked like she spent no little effort on the yin-yang separation flow technique. But she had yet to fully master the yin-yang separation flow technique, so it appears executing it was a little forced. It seems like this furnace of medicinal pills was going to be wasted. The yin-yang separation flow technique was not so easy to master. During the refining process, the alchemist had to do two things at once. One hand had to perform yang attribute seals, while the other hand had to execute yin attribute seals. Furthermore, it had to be carried out simultaneously with no room for any error. Any mistake during the process would result in the furnace of medicinal pills to be wasted. This was an extremely challenging test towards the alchemist's mental strength, soul strength, and familiarity with the seals. In the beginning, Feng Ruoqing did quite well, but around the mid-stage of the refinement, it was clear that her strength was failing. Small beads of sweat started appearing on her forehead, and she looked like straining herself. Puff! A black cloud appeared. The pills were ruined. Feng Ruoqing stomped her feet angrily and shouted at Yi Yuan again. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ruoqing, but did not say anything, and immediately went to prepare the herbs. This time around, Feng Ruoqing finally saw how Yi Yuan prepared the herbs, and she was left utterly speechless. Yi Yuan grabbed at this herb and grabbed again at another herb. After that, he threw them into a jade container and started moss. Plussing them, appearing highly irresponsible. However, Feng Ruoqing was unable to open her mouth to scold him. That was because she knew that the medicine essence Yi Yuan refined, regardless of quality or precision, was much better than her doing it. Just how in the world did this guy do it? Could it be that his hands were measurement tools? How did he know exactly how much was required? The way Yi Yuan prepared the herbs was really too casual. Seeing Feng Ruoqing's expression, Yi Yuan gave a dry cough and laughed awkwardly. This came from family teachings. You are also aware that my father is an alchemy grandmaster. I was forced since young. Ha ha. Feng Ruoqing glared fiercely at Yi Yuan. Believe my foot. But she also knew that Yi Yuan would not tell her the truth, so it was pointless to ask. After 15 minutes, Yi Yuan finished refining the medicinal essence once more. Feng Ruoqing swallowed a tear, Tu Qi returning pill. After meditating for a while, her essence energy had more or less recovered. Looking at this, Yi Yuan was secretly dumbstruck. Just what was this Feng Ruoqing's background? A tier 2 Qi returning pill naturally was not much in Yi Yuan's eyes, but it was not something common in the state of Qin. The price was very high. Feng Ruoqing casually took one out to eat and did not even blink. Also, that red lotus cauldron, it was absolutely a high-grade medicine cauldron in the state of Qin. Ordinary people simply could not get a hold of it. It seemed like this teacher Feng had a very powerful backing. The result of the second try of the yin-yang separation flow technique was inevitably another failure. Following this, the third time and then the fourth time, not even once did it succeed. The medicinal essence would basically turn into a black cloud of smoke when refining at the latter stages, becoming ruined. Feng Ruoqing became increasingly depressed, and she actually knew that the reason why she could last only up to the latter stages was due to the medicinal essence Yi Yuan refined, as well as his control over the fire. Otherwise, she might not even have lasted to the late stages. Just how in the world do I master this D-A-M-N yin-yang separation flow technique? Again, even though there were tier 2 qi returning pills to recover essence energy, in reality, Feng Ruoqing already could not hold on much longer from such an intense day of refining. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Ruoqing again and felt a little conflicted in his heart. What are you looking at? Go prepare the herbs. Feng Ruoqing barked irately. Yi Yuan did not go to prepare the herbs, but sighed instead. He walked to the table and grabbed a piece of paper and 2 brushes. Feng Ruoqing was curious about what Yi Yuan took the brush and paper for, so she went toward him. It was only to see Yi Yuan holding 1 brush each with his left and right hand. Then he simultaneously drew 2 shapes on the paper. His left hand drew a circle, while his right hand drew a square. Don't train anymore. This way of training won't work. We will see again after you master this. After he finished, Yi Yuan said the 2 brushes over to Feng Ruoqing. Chapter 51. Feng Zhiro. Chapter 51. Feng Zhiro train? What's the point of this training? Feng Ruoqing asked blankly. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, Up to you whether you want to train or not. If you keep on training the yin-yang separation flow technique like you did just now, then you might as well find a way to directly increase your soul strength. It isn't so easy to jump ranks to battle. TCH, what's so hard about this? I will draw right now for you to see. Feng Ruoqing refused to concede, saying that she pushed Yi Yuan aside and also drew on the paper. But as she drew, the right hand became a circle. Furthermore, an uneven circle. I don't believe this. Feng Ruoqing drew again. She concentrated on making her right hands drawing into a square. The result was that the right hand drew a square, and the left hand also drew a square. After a few more times, Feng Ruoqing was thoroughly defeated. Why is this so hard? Not drawing anymore. Feng Ruoqing threw the brush aside in a fit like a little girl throwing a tantrum. Where was the proud and cold female teacher? It's because it is difficult. That's why I asked you to draw it. Train well. After you master this, you shouldn't be far from crossing the entry threshold of the yin-yang separation flow technique. All right, I've already taught you the secret. I don't need to be your assistant for the next few days anymore, right? I'm leaving. Halt. Do you think that you can hoodwink me by coming up with this C-R-A-P? If you dare to walk out today, I will make the dean expel you. If you don't believe me, just try. Feng Ruoqing was livid. Yi Yuan came up with some dubious thing and said that it would help in mastering the yin-yang separation flow technique. Was it not insulting her intelligence? Aunt, who are you arguing with? At this moment, a girl dressed in white martial outfit pushed the door open and entered. This person was similarly a stunning beauty, with watery almond-shaped eyes like a crescent moon, and a slender waist that looked like it had no bones. Silky hair flowed down her shoulders. She wore white-colored martial clothing while carrying a sword, giving off a heroic spirit. Looking closely, this girl and Feng Ruoqing's eyebrows had some similarity. No wonder she called out aunt. It was just that the age difference between this aunt and niece pair was too small. They looked just like sisters instead. Yi Yuan had never seen this girl before, but he quickly figured out who this white-clothed girl was. The most popular instructor in the Danwu Academy was Feng Ruoqing, and the most popular female student was Feng Zhiro. Who could such a stunning beauty with the Feng surname be other than Feng Zhiro? It was just that Yi Yuan previously did not link these two together, and he did not know that the two of them were actually aunt and niece. Feng Zhiro looked at Yi Yuan and looked at the disheveled-looking Feng Ruoqing. She was stunned. She immediately cried out, "You scoundrel! To actually dare molest my aunt! I'm going to teach you a lesson." Finus. H.I. Plussing. She did not wait for Yi Yuan's explanation, and a sword already flashed in front of Yi Yuan's chest like lightning. Yi Yuan did not expect this girl to be so unreasonable. indiscriminately striking with her sword to harm him. He wanted to evade, but Feng Zhiro was rank 3 on the martial roll of honor, a figure that Yi Yuan simply could not hope to match. Being locked down by Feng Zhiro's sword chi, Yi Yuan was actually unable to move. Even Instant Flash became sluggish. This was a lethal sword. This unforeseen situation occurred too quickly. Feng Ruoqing clearly did not manage to react in time either. Even if she wanted to help, it was already too late. Ah! Feng Ruoqing screamed and shut her eyes in fright. In the time of crisis, Yi Yuan could not be bothered to conceal his abilities. In a flurry, he executed an absolute yang finger. Ding! Following the crisp sound was the sound of the sword's edge slicing open the skin. Yi Yuan pushed Instant Flash to its limit at the same time he used his finger, dodging this sword by a hair's breadth. Even so, he still suffered some injuries. The sword's edge made a cut on his right arm. Stop! Feng Ruoqing was shocked by Feng Zhiro's action and hurriedly called out for her to stop. She had the intention to stop it just now, but she was way too slow. After practicing the yin-yang separation flow technique for such a long time, both her essence energy and mental strength was already completely dried up. How could she possibly stop Feng Zhiro's attack? Watching Feng Zhiro's sword stabbed straight towards Yi Yuan's chest, Feng Ruoqing's heart leaped to her throat. Who knew that Yi Yuan would miraculously evade this lethal attack? Feng Zhiro also did not expect her sword to be evaded by Yi Yuan. She saw through Yi Yuan's strength at a glance, only at the 4th level essence Qi realm. Someone at the 4th level essence Qi realm actually managed to dodge her sword? Even though Feng Zhiro only used 30% of her strength and not her full power, it should still not have been evaded by a 4th level essence Qi realm, especially Yi Yuan's finger just now. The impact even made the web between her thumb and index finger go numb. How was this possible? Zhiro, what are you doing? Feng Ruoqing asked angrily. Only now did Feng Zhiro realize that she seemed to have gotten into trouble. She playfully stuck out her tongue and said, "A man and woman staying together in a room. I saw you lose your temper, and your clothes were also disheveled, so I thought." Feng Ruoqing blushed heavily at what she said. "If you continue saying nonsense, watch me tear your mouth. We have been refining pills all this while. Yi Yuan is the assistant that I invited. When will you fix your mischievous attitude? Otherwise, you will cause a disaster sooner or later." Feng Zhiro pouted her lips and said in an aggrieved tone, "And I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to next time. Why haven't you apologized to Yi Yuan yet?" Feng Ruoqing asked furiously. Before Feng Zhiro even apologized, Yi Yuan erupted first. He really had enough of it today. He was driven like a duck onto a perch, forced to become some bulls. HI plus TAS, assistant for Feng Ruoqing. The result was that Feng Ruoqing was such a noob that he could not even bear to look on anymore. He taught Feng Ruoqing the method on how to dual task. But the result was that instead of expressing her gratitude, this woman refused to stop bothering him. And now there was this completely unreasonable Feng Zhiro who jumped out, nearly killing him with her sword. Yi Yuan barely managed to get this life. If he were to die again, then he would be screwed. What apology? "I've really had enough of the two of you, aunt and niece. One keeps pestering me, and the other is savage and unreasonable. I came here to help out of goodwill, and the result was that I nearly lost my life. Just who did I provoke? This young master can't stand this frustration anymore. Feng Ruoqing, if you have the ability, then just get me expelled. If this place won't keep me, there will be a place willing to take me. Farewell." Finus. HI plussing. Yi Yuan strode out of the door. Feng Zhiro was originally ready to make an apology, but was rebuffed by Yi Yuan. She could not help it but become angry. "Who's that? He's so bad-tempered. Just now, I didn't make clear of the situation. But didn't he only suffer some light injuries? Feng Ruoqing did not stop Yi Yuan this time, but after hearing Feng Zhiro grumbling, she inevitably became annoyed. Look who's talking. That sword of yours nearly killed him just now, and you are still acting so righteous. Imperial Brother really spoiled you. When I go back this time around, I'll definitely report all of your misdoings in the academy to Imperial Brother to make him ground you. The moment Feng Zhiro heard ground, she immediately grabbed Feng Ruoqing's arm and begged, "Good aunt, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please, please don't snitch on me to Imperial Father. I don't want to stay in the palace all day." "Humph. If you don't want to be grounded, then fine. Turn around and go apologize to Yi Yuan. Remember, it's apologizing. If Yi Yuan doesn't accept your apology, then just wait to be grounded. I will tell Imperial Brother all about your matters, one by one." Feng Ruoqing was in a panic now. If Yi Yuan were really killed by Feng Zhiro just now, then she would probably live in guilt for the rest of her life. Chapter 52. Going to apologize. Chapter 52. Going to apologize. All right. I will go, okay? I will definitely apologize properly to that fellow and ask that great man to not harbor grievance for my past wrongdoing. All right? Feng Zhiro did not have any choice, so she could only agree. That's much better. Oh, right. Why did you suddenly come to look for me? This niece had always avoided her in the academy. She definitely came to find her today because of some matter. Aya, if you didn't mention, I would have forgotten about it already. It's all because you interrupted me. Feng Zhiro looked like she was suddenly enlightened. Oh. Actually, I came to say goodbye to you. I'm going back to the capital in 5 days to partake. 1. P8 in the Alchemy Master Test. After I pass said the test, I will be the same as you, an Alchemy Master. Feng Zhiro exclaimed proudly. With the way you are, you still want to be an Alchemy Master? Talk again after you pass. Feng Ruoqing took her down a peg without hesitation. Advancing as an alchemist was entirely different from the martial path. To advance to Alchemy Master, the first requirement was to cultivate and reach the spirit condensation realm. But that did not mean that one could become an Alchemy Master just by advancing to the spirit condensation realm. Feng Zhiro already reached spirit condensation realm long ago, but she never said the Alchemy Master Test, even though she was top 3 on the Alchemy Roll of Honor. From this, it was clear just how rare and respected the position of Alchemy Master was. Feng Zhiro pouted and said, "What kind of aunt are you? You actually cursed your own niece to fail the test." Feng Ruoqing ignored her and muttered to herself, "Oh, is it a group test again? I wonder how far Yi Yuan can go. With his standard, becoming high-rank alchemy apprentice shouldn't be an issue, I think. Zhiro, I will go along with you tomorrow to visit Yi Yuan. I want him to go take the Alchemist test together with you." Aunt, you still said that nothing was going on between you two. Every time you open your mouth, it's all Yi Yuan. Feng Zhiro laughed at her. D-A-M and La S-S. It looks like you are really asking for a beating. Feng Ruoqing was totally embarrassed. As said, the aunt and niece pair started wrestling each other. After messing around for a while, Feng Zhiro suddenly thought of something and asked Yi Yuan, "I suddenly find this name really familiar. Oh, right. Is it the Yi Yuan who fought in the death match? You only realize this now. He is the hottest topic of discussion in the academy recently. I'm sure you aren't aware of it yet. Just this morning, he took on 3 tests consecutively and joined the ranks of the Earth rank students with his 4th level essence Qi realm cultivation. Zhiro, he might become a powerful rival to you in the not-too-distant future," Feng Ruoqing said solemnly. Feng Zhiro opened her mouth wide and exclaimed in amazement, "He's that amazing? It looks like our state of Qin's Dan Wu Academy has been quiet for far too long. Looks like things are finally going to become interesting." Feng Zhiro left, and Feng Ruoqing unexpectedly picked up 2 brushes and she started diligently drawing squares and circles on the paper over and over again. The next day, Feng Ruoqing and her niece went together to Yi Yuan's residence, but was turned away at the door by Lu Er. "My apologies to the two of you. My young master is recovering from his wounds, and he said that he won't meet with anyone," Lu Er said emotionlessly. Feng Zhiro immediately lost her temper. "Hey, didn't he just suffer from some light injuries? My aunt and I already came here to apologize. What else does he want?" Lu Er was lovable and adorable, but when it came to young master, she was completely stern. Yesterday, when young master came home with injuries, her heart ached for a long time. Now that Feng Zhiro was totally insincere with her apology and even swaggered around, she obviously did not need to be polite. "Light injuries? I don't understand. You clearly injured someone, but you are still so stuck up in front of other people's house. Who taught you such manner? An apology like that is too precious, so save it for yourself. Our family's young master dare not accept it. I only pray that you stay further away from our family's young master. I'm not going to see you out." Lu Er directly chased them away. Feng Zhiro was about to retort when Feng Ruoqing quickly clamped her mouth shut. "This La S is only good at ruining things. Miss Lu Er, it's all our fault. Please don't be mad. Actually, Zhiro, this La S didn't have any ill intentions. She is just straightforward and outspoken, and she is always rash when doing things and ended up injuring your young master. In reality, she feels really guilty in her heart. It's just that her mouth is unforgiving. You mustn't try to gain back face with her. One of the reasons we came to look for your young master was to apologize. The other is that we have some important matters to look for him. Just let us go in," Feng Ruoqing said amicably, but was much more sincere. Right then, Yi Yuan's voice sounded from within the house. "Lu Er, tell them that I'm not in." Oh. The three people outside the house were collectively speechless. Feng Zhiro was infuriated by Yi Yuan's attitude and was about to rush into to dice Yi Yuan into pieces, but she was pulled back by Feng Ruoqing. "If you cause trouble again, just wait to be grounded when you get back," Feng Ruoqing warned coldly. It was clear that she was exasperated by this niece. Feng Zhiro could not muster up her temper anymore. Only then did Feng Ruoqing called out towards the house. "Yi Yuan, it was Zhiro's fault yesterday. I apologize to you on her behalf. And also I apologize for my attitude yesterday. I won't force you to be my assistant in the future, all right?" Creak. The door opened and Yi Yuan appeared. "You're the one who said it. A good woman is as good as her word. You can't go back on it." Yi Yuan was currently in high spirits. Where were there even any signs of injuries? "Yi Yuan, you." Feng Zhiro took a look at Yi Yuan and wished that she could raise her sword to kill him again, but she was completely blocked by Feng Ruoqing. You? Don't think that I'm scared of you just because you are some martial roles expert. Wait until I break through to the spirit condensation realm. I can kill you with one hand." Yi Yuan was very displeased with this woman. The Feng Zhiro in the legends was extremely cold and proud and would not spare a glance for anyone. Who knew that when he met her yesterday, she would actually be a complete lunatic? Yi Yuan had walked around the gates of HELL once again. It would be weird if he were pleased to see her. "Aunt, let me go. I'm going to kill him. I'll see what he has to break through to the spirit condensation realm." Feng Zhiro struggled desperately but did not manage to break free. "Enough of this. Just try moving again if you dare." Feng Ruoqing really released Feng Zhiro, but her words made Feng Zhiro stop. "Yi Yuan, if you don't want me to force you to be my assistant, fine. But you have to promise me one thing. If you can do it, I will let you off," Feng Ruoqing said calmly. Hearing her words, Yi Yuan raised his guard instinctively. This woman might look good-natured, but in reality, she was as unreasonable as Feng Zhiro deep down in her bones. Previously, she had already set a trap for him. Now, who could guarantee that it was not another trap? Say what it is first. Better not force me. At most, I will just go back to the capital to continue being a silk pants. Yi Yuan answered like a hoodlum. However, Feng Ruoqing did not seem to care. Instead, she gave a sweet smile. In 4 days' time, the Academy will organize students to go to the capital's Alchemist A.S. Association to take part in a group test. I want you and Jiro to take the test together. Alchemist test. Yi Yuan was stunned. He did not expect Feng Ruoqing to actually raise such a request. Taking the test was not much, but he instinctively held some resistance towards the Alchemist A.S. Association. In his past life, he and his father had poor relations with the Alchemist A.S. Association. The two were ostracized by all the other alchemists as deviants. Now that Yi Yuan was asked to take the test, he felt kind of weird. That's right. I want you to partake. 1. P8 in the Alchemist A.S. Association's Alchemy Apprentice Test. And you must go all out. Don't tell me that you can't even pass an Alchemy Apprentice Test? Feng Ruoqing knew now that Yi Yuan's level was definitely much higher than an alchemy apprentice. It was just that he was limited by his strength, so he could not refine high-tier medicinal pills. But with Yi Yuan's alchemy Dao prowess, would becoming an alchemy apprentice not be just like playing around? Yi Yuan did not immediately reply to Feng Ruoqing, but he paced around to ponder about it for a moment. Finally, he nodded his head and then answered, Fine, I will join. Chapter 53. The Drunken Star Manor Makes Its Move. Chapter 53. The Drunken Star Manor Makes Its Move. Dean, the talent that this Yi Yuan displayed was truly Estoni's. Plussing. I feel that the Academy should nurture him well. The 10 Nations Compet. 1. Tie-in will be taking place in half a year's time. We had already lost for many years. If we are at the bottom 3 again this time, we would really have no place to put our old face in public. Within the loft, in a deep part of the Danwu Academy, Huyen was standing respectfully in front of a middle-aged man. This man was the dean of the Danwu Academy, Jiang Yunhe. He was a figure that carried tremendous weight in the entire state of Qin. His position in the state of Qin was not even beneath His Majesty, but Jiang Yunhe was very low profile as a person, and he rarely showed himself. He pretty much left it all to the A.S. Associate deans to handle things and did not do anything. During the few years which students spend in the Danwu Academy, they might not even get to see him once. Even among many of the instructors, Jiang Yunhe was a highly mysterious figure. Clearly, Huyen was one of the few people in the academy who could meet with Jiang Yunhe. It was evident that Huyen specifically came to report to Jiang Yunhe about Yi Yuan's matter. He recounted Yi Yuan's stunning performance to Jiang Yunhe, but Jiang Yunhe only listened quietly and did not comment anything. Oh, Huyen, calm down. Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. There's no need to fuss over the details. Life is full of ups and downs. When it's time for us to rise up, other people cannot stop it. Jiang Yunhe said nonchalantly. But Dean, Yi Yuan he. Huyen wanted to say a few more words for Yi Yuan, but Jiang Yunhe gestured to stop him. I already said, calm down. Sigh. Huyen, you are always like this. What are you anxious about? We haven't even started competing yet. Furthermore, we also have quite a few outstanding students this time around, such as Long Tang, Swabugue, and also Feng Zhiro that last. They are all good seedlings. Well, this Yi Yuan that you mentioned isn't bad, but a genius that has not matured yet isn't a genius. Any genius who hasn't broken through and reached the spirit condensation realm doesn't count as a genius, understood? After Jiang Yunhe said all that, Huyen slowly calmed down. He seemed to have understood something faintly. Dean, are you afraid that Yi Yuan is going down the unorthodox path? Thinking about it now, Yi Yuan was just a first-level essence Qi realm little rookie a month ago. In a month's time, he already reached the 4th-level essence Qi realm with actual combat power Serpa S. Sing top geniuses at the 8th-level essence Qi realm. This sort of leap was a little too exaggerated. Without mentioning about others, even a genius like Long Tang would probably require at least a year's time to train from the 1st-level essence Qi realm to the 4th-level essence Qi realm. But Yi Yuan did it in only a month. Such a stonies. H.I. Plusing growth was truly inconceivable. The most immediate idea was most likely that he had overexhausted his potential, right? And the price for overexhausting one's potential was sacrificing future growth. Jiang Yunhe smiled and said, I didn't say that, but let's observe for a period of time first. You don't have to worry too much about resources and whatnot. Didn't Yi Yuan plunder several tens of thousands of essence Qi pills? It shouldn't be a problem to train to the 9th-level essence Qi realm. Hu Yannyong sighed and took his leave. After Hu Yannyong left, Jiang Yunhe walked to the window with his hands behind his back and muttered to himself, Oh, Yi Yuan, I really hope that you are a peerless genius. Don't let me down. The Alchemist test would be taking place in the capital in 4 days' time. Yi Yuan figured that he might as well skip SES and brought Luer back home to stay for a few days, as he had just broken through not long ago. Yi Yuan planned to use these few days to properly consolidate his realm. The next step would be to directly assault the 6th-level essence Qi realm. Within a minor stage in the essence Qi realm, Yi Yuan could completely disregard the bottleneck between realms and directly cross them. This was already after intentionally slowing down. If it was not out of fear that his foundation would become unstable, Yi Yuan could even break through several realms within a day. After all, the essence Qi realm was simply too easy for Yi Yuan, who was once a divine king. If Master and Madam know that young Master became an Earth rank student, they would be ecstatic. Luer was full of pride, as if she was the one who became an Earth rank student. It's just being a stupid Earth rank student. Who cares? Yi Yuan curled his lips in disdain. Of course it's impressive. You don't know what kind of expression they had outside. Each of them stared at the light screen as if they saw a ghost. Initially, I didn't know how amazing Earth rank students are. But afterward, I heard that there had never been anyone in the Danwu Academy who advanced and became an Earth rank when they were at the 4th-level essence Qi realm. That's when I found out that young Master is so incredible. Luer said excitedly, Haha, there will be plenty more times for them to be shocked in the future. If you are this way each time, wouldn't it be exhausting? Infected by Luer's mood, Yi Yuan also started laughing heartily. Why would that be tiring? If that were the case, I would be happy every day. Luer replied seriously. Then I will make my Luer happy every day, okay? Young Master, is still the best. Luer is already very happy right now. Yi, why are there so few people in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion? Normally in the past, the queue would be super long at this time. The Master and servant pair arrived at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion without realizing it. But then Luer found that something was not quite right with the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. In the past, the entrance to the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was always crowded with streams of people. But today it looked a little deserted. Let's go in to check it out. Yi Yuan entered the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion with Luer and discovered that there were really much fewer people. It was not even half of the norm in the past. What was going on? Young Master Yi, why are you back? The shopkeeper was clearly idling today. The moment Yi Yuan walked in, he noticed this and hurried over to greet the former. Shopkeeper Feng, why are there so few people in the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion today? What happened? The shopkeeper was surnamed Feng and was the third-born, so he was called Feng Senwan. He was an old employee of the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion and was completely loyal. Even Yi Hang was very respectful towards him. Hearing Yi Yuan's question, he involuntarily let out a long sigh. Sigh. Isn't it all thanks to that drunken Star Manor? Who knows where they got the pill formula of something called Essence Gathering Pill? The medicinal effects are 50% stronger than even the effects of a high-grade Essence Chi pill. These few days, they released the new medicinal pills, attracting everyone over. As a result, our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's business fell drastically. Sigh. With this sort of medicinal pill, the Drunken Star Manor is now undefeatable. The owner has also been troubled by these few days. It's really Drunken Star Manor again. Essence Gathering Pill, huh? Yi Yuan started to muse. That's right. The price of this Essence Gathering Pill is about the same as a high-grade Essence Chi pill, but the medicinal effects are 50% stronger. As long as one is a martial artist, who could possibly resist this kind of temptation? Sigh. It looks like hard times are ahead for our Fragrant Medicine Pavilion. Feng Sin sighed and groaned. His face was full of worry. It was apparent that he spent the past few days distressed over it. This move by the Drunken Star Manor came too suddenly without any signs at all. The Fragrant Medicine Pavilion was caught unaware. As a result, this led to the current situation. Don't worry too much, shopkeeper Feng. It's just a tiny little essence gathering pill. It can't cause any huge waves. Yi Yuan smiled as he consoled the shopkeeper. Feng San looked at Yi Yuan and sighed as he said, Young master probably isn't aware of what this 50% medicinal effect means. This is something that can change the medicinal pills market in the state of Qin. With this, the Drunken Star Manor can become a monopoly power in the future. Yi Yuan knew that any explanation was futile, so he smiled and asked, Shopkeeper Feng, is my father in the shop? I will go look for him. Yes. The owner has been in a closed-door seclusion in the pill refinement room these past few days. Chapter 54. Resolving Concerns for Father. Chapter 54. Resolving concerns for Father, Yi Heng's hands moved like phantoms as he operated the pill cauldron. The medicinal pill in the pill cauldron was about to form as it gave off a faint light. Set! Yi Heng gave a low cry, and the light on the medicinal pill dissipated, forming a dark green medicinal pill. Making a gesture of grabbing at it, the pill flew into Yi Heng's hand. Sigh. I was too overconfident. If it were so easy to invent a new medicinal pill, how could it be that it's my Yi Heng's turn to do it? Yi Heng shook his head and threw away the newly refined pill. Presently, Yi Heng looked utterly haggard. It was evident that he was greatly exhausted. He was attempting to develop new medicinal pills without getting any sleep or rest these few days in order to prevent the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion from declining. But all of his efforts were in vain. Even though Essence Chi pill was not among high-tier pills, after countless years of development, it was actually incomparably mature. How could it be easy to develop a new medicinal pill which had even stronger medicinal effects than Essence Chi pill to replace it? I didn't think that after working hard for so many years, I, Yi Heng, still can't escape the outcome of defeat. What a failure! Yi Heng sighed again. Unwittingly, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in Yi Heng's mind, and some clarity was restored in his hazy eyes. If I'm defeated, then I'm defeated. At least my son has that mysterious teacher. His future accomplishments will definitely be limitless. He was naturally aware of Yi Yuan's performance in the Danwu Academy these past few days, and he was delighted in his heart. But he was still not aware that Yi Yuan had already advanced to the 4th level Essence Chi realm. Pass, said the Black Rank Advancement Test, and became an Earth Rank student. Yi Heng was originally a sanguine person and did not take defeat heavily. It was just that this bunch of old fellows at the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion had followed him for a long time. His individual success or failure was connected to the livelihood of many people. That was why he tried day and night to regain some lost ground. Perhaps their hearts were connected. Just as Yi Heng thought about his son, Yi Yuan's knocking on the door sounded. Father, this child is back. May I enter? Yi Hang's heart shook slightly, and he went to open the door. Sure enough, it was Yi Yuan. Father, I heard that you were in a closed-door seclusion, so I came here directly. I didn't interrupt you, did I? Yi Yuan bowed towards Yi Hang and asked. Haha, what's there to interrupt? Yuaner is back. Any important matter has to be put aside. Come, let us father and son talk in the study room. Tell me what happened in the Dan Wu Academy. Yi Hang pulled his son and headed out. Yi Yuan was touched. Yi Hang's love for his son really surpassed said everything. Even at this time, Yi Hang was interested to find out about Yi Yuan's experience in the Dan Wu Academy rather than finding a way to save the situation. One could only imagine Yi Yuan's place in Yi Hang's heart. Before leaving, Yi Yuan swept his eyes around the pale refinement room and sniffed the medicinal fragrance lingering in the air. He already knew the goal of Yi Hang's closed-door seclusion. Yuaner, I heard that you had a death match with that brat from the Wan family whose surname was Fei right after you returned to the academy, and that you finished him off with your third-level essence, Qi Realm Strength? That is so satisfying. Yi, why you already broke through to the fourth-level essence Qi Realm? Just now. Yi Hang did not notice yet, but as he was talking, he discovered that Yi Yuan's aura was much stronger than before he left. Clearly, he already broke through to the fourth-level essence Qi Realm, so he could not help but be astonished. Haha, I was fortunate and broke through 2 days ago. I also said through 3 advancement tests consecutively yesterday. Now, I'm already an Earth-rank student. Yi Yuan was not showing off, but it was because he knew that his father was in a lousy mood. So he found something to cheer him up. It was clear just how much effort he expended from how worn out Yi Hang looked. Yi Yuan felt his heart ache just by looking at him. As expected, when Yi Yuan told him that, Yi Hang immediately perked up and exclaimed in delight. The heavens had opened their eyes. My son really became competent. That brat from the Wan family only just advanced to become Earth rank, but my son only used a month to do the same. What a resounding, face-smacking difference. Ha ha ha. After a bout of hearty laughter, Yi Hang gradually quietened down, but the joy on his face could not be concealed. Suddenly recalling something, Yi Hang frowned slightly and asked him, Yuaner, it's naturally a good thing for your strength to advance so quickly, but would it affect your future cultivation? Yi Hang's worry happened to coincide with Jiang Yunhe's. This concern was not without reason. Cultivating the martial Dao always focused on moving along carefully each step of the way. It was cultivation's great taboo to neglect a solid foundation in pursuit of a temporary spurt of progress. Yi Yuan's advancement was truly too rapid. As a father, he was naturally concerned whether or not his son's foundation was unstable and if it would affect future cultivation. Don't worry, father. I know what I'm doing. The cultivation law that Master Pa set onto me is highly mystical. If I didn't fear that my cultivation realm rising too quickly would affect my foundation, it wouldn't be a problem for me to cultivate to the 7th or 8th level essence Qi realm right now. Yi Yuan replied indifferently. After he said that, Yi Hang calmed down, even though he was still a little worried. The master in Yi Yuan's dream was unfathomable, and Pa said him so many techniques. He most likely would not harm him. Then it's all right. Oh, right. You just went to the academy a while ago. Why did you return to the capital again? Do you lack cultivation resources? The matter of Yi Yuan partook. 1. P. Aiding in the Alchemist test was only decided yesterday. Yi Hang did not receive the news yet. In 4 days' time, a party from the academy will undergo a group test at the Alchemist Association. I'm here to take part in the Alchemist test. Alchemist test? Oh, you can refine heart, Inch Fisher. So taking the Alchemist apprentice test is obviously not an issue. It's just that the Alchemist test only has 3 chances. Yuaner, your experience is still too little after all. Are you confident? The way Yi Hang saw it, Yi Yuan definitely failed countless times before he succeeded in refining the heart in Fisher back then. Body knew him like his father. In the past, Yi Yuan basically never even touched alchemy before. How could one possibly increase the success rate of pill refinement without their technique being tempered through countless practices? I trained quite a bit these past few days, so it shouldn't be an issue. Yi Yuan smiled. Then that's good. Take these 2 days to adjust yourself properly to take the test in your best condition. Yi Hang encouraged him. Yi Yuan naturally nodded and acknowledged those words. Following which, he took the opportunity to ask, "Father, when I just came back, I asked shopkeeper Feng, are you worrying about the essence gathering pill these past few days, Father?" When Yi Yuan mentioned this matter, a trace of uneasiness flashed across Yi Hang's face, but it was quickly covered up as he smiled and said, "Yuan, you just have to cultivate well in the academy. Don't worry about what's happening at home. Wan Donghai couldn't do anything to your father after so many years. This time around, it's obviously going to be the same." Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Father, I'm already grown up. This kind of low-level lie won't work on me." Yi Hang gave an awkward look. "Cha. Actually, this time around, it's a little bit problematic. Father, Master taught me many areas of alchemy in my dream. There's a type of medicinal pill called explosive yuan pill. The medicinal effects are multiple times of the essence qi pill. It should help you tide over the crisis this time," Yi Yuan said solemnly. "Multiple times? You are talking about Tier 2 medicinal pills, right? Then it's useless." Yi Hang shook his head. He did not think that there were any Tier 1 medicinal pills with multiple times the medicinal effects of the essence qi pill. However, Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Not a Tier 2. It's only a Tier 1 medicinal pill." "What? A Tier 1 medicinal pill? Multiple times? How is that possible?" Yi Hang stared wide-eyed at him, with disbelief written all over his face. Chapter 55. Shocked Inwardly. Chapter 55. Shocked inwardly. Modifying a matured medicinal pill formula to improve its medicinal effects was an extremely difficult thing. Yi Hang was already a low-rank alchemist grandmaster, and even he could not improve the medicinal effects of the essence qi pill. It was clear at a glance just how challenging that was. As for creating a new Tier 1 medicinal pill with medicinal effects multiple times that of the essence qi pill, that was merely a fantasy. Otherwise, how could the Drunken Star Manor's essence gathering pill possibly give Yi Hang such enormous pressure? And now, the fantasy really became a reality. Imagine the shock in Yi Hang's heart. Ever since Yi Hang stepped onto the alchemy path, he had never heard of any Tier 1 medicinal pills with medicinal effects multiple times that of the essence qi pill over the past few decades. But Yi Yuan said that this explosive yuan pill actually had such a miraculous effect. Yi Hang was extremely conflicted right now. Reason told him that this was entirely a lie, but the person who uttered this lie was his son. So should he believe it or not? After sucking in a deep breath, Yi Hang gave a pained look and asked, "Yuan, you aren't joking with Father, right?" But Yi Yuan just smiled and said, "Why don't you try to see for yourself, Father?" Yi Hang quickly stood up and dragged Yi Yuan along. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the pill refinement room." "Don't be anxious, Father. I still have something to tell you." Yi Yuan did not move. "Aya, if there's anything, we can talk about it later. Refining the explosive yuan pill is the top priority." Yi Hang already could hardly wait. This concerned the survival of the fragrant medicine pavilion. Even though Yi Hang looked calm on the outside, he was actually incomparably anxious on the inside. The fragrant medicine pavilion was the fruit of his life's labor. No matter how sanguine about it he was not willing to watch the monkeys scatter overnight when the tree falls. However, Yi Yuan was not anxious at all. Pulling his father back to his seat, he smiled and said, "Explosive yuan pill is just a minor thing. I have countless pill formulas that Master Pa S set on to me. What I'm about to say is the crucial thing. Just be a little more patient, Father. Yi Hang was a little perplexed. What could be more important than saving the fragrant medicine pavilion? All right, you talk, I'll listen. Yi Yuan returned to his seat and said seriously, there were many miscellaneous things that Master imparted to me in my dreams. But there are two sets of techniques I need to inform you about, Father. The first is called the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art. The other is called the 1,000 Augmenting Soul Incantation. Father, you can switch to these two cultivation laws. One, I believe that in the future, the Tranquil Cloud sect would merely be a small sect to you. Listening to the names of the two cultivation techniques that Yi Yuan said shocked Yi Hang greatly. This time around, the shock that he felt was even greater than hearing about the explosive Yuan pill. 1,000 Augmenting Soul Incantation? Is that a cultivation technique for cultivating soul strength? A tremor could be heard in Yi Hang's voice. He was apparently very agitated. Yi Hang did not know what the H-E-L, the Spirit Bristle 9 Young Divine Art was. But he immediately connected the name 1,000 Augmenting Soul Incantation to a soul cultivation technique. It was impossible to use words to describe just how valuable soul cultivation laws were in a place like the state of Qin. Even if the lowest rank soul cultivation law came into being, it would set off a bloodstorm. It simply could not be measured using monetary terms. For martial artists, essence energy cultivation techniques were commonplace. It was just differentiated into whether it was good or bad. But something like soul cultivation technique was so rare that it made one's hair stand on end. In comparison to essence energy, the soul was more arcane and veiled in mysteries. Wanting to create a set of soul cultivation laws was even harder than reaching the heavens. Since ancient times, only major powers who had reached an exceedingly high realm in terms of soul cultivation and had an incredibly profound understanding towards the soul could create a soul cultivation technique that belongs to them. The number of soul cultivation techniques was not even one in 100,000 of essence energy cultivation techniques. One could imagine the rarity of it. However, the preciousness of soul cultivation techniques did not lie on increasing the strength of martial artists. In fact, how powerful a soul was had a very limited impact on the strength of a martial artist. The prestige of soul cultivation techniques laid in that it could produce alchemists. And what did alchemists mean? It meant endless medicinal pills. It meant that a sect could swiftly raise its strength. Just imagine if a sect had a large number of peak-level spirit condensation realm martial artists, but these martial artists were unable to break through due to limitations of their talent. At this time, the sect's alchemists obtained a book on soul cultivation laws, and their strength soared, enabling them to refine medicinal pills capable of allowing spirit condensation realm martial artists to break through. Just how terrifying would something like that be? Alchemist was an occupation with a very low entry threshold, but was extremely difficult to raise further. The low entry threshold was because one-star alchemist, commonly called as alchemy apprentice, had very low requirements towards soul strength. One could reach it with just the soul strength of an essence chi realm martial artist. However, there was an enormous threshold from alchemy apprentice to alchemy master. That was because for Tier 2 medicinal pills onwards, there would be a drastic increase in the soul strength required for the alchemist. This threshold, called soul strength, had blocked countless potential alchemists outside its gate. Every time a martial artist advanced a major cultivation realm, their soul would receive the nourishment from heaven and earth essence energy and experience a substantial growth from there. However, this sort of growth could not catch up to the increase in soul strength requirement for alchemists. Feng Zhiro had been a high-rank alchemy apprentice for a long time and also broke through to the spirit condensation realm long ago. Yet, she still could not become an alchemy master. The reason for that was insufficient soul strength. Now a set of soul cultivation laws was in front of Yi Hang. How could he not be agitated? Yi Hang had remained a low-rank alchemy grandmaster for many years and was unable to break through all because his soul strength was lacking. With the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, it was only a matter of time for Yi Hang to step into the middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. Yi Yuan was right. That explosive yuan pill and other matters were insignificant when compared to this 1,000 augmenting soul incantation. Even if he were beaten by Wan Donghai to the point where he could not retaliate right now, with this set of 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to overturn the drunken star manor in the future. That's right. This 1,000 augmenting soul incantation is precisely a soul cultivation law technique. Yi Yuan gave his father an affirmative look. That's excellent, excellent, excellent. With this 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, Wan Donghai is nothing. Ha ha ha. One could tell just how excited Yi Hang was to say 3 excellent consecutively. After his exhilaration, Yi Hang suddenly felt that something was not quite right. He asked Yi Yuan, Yuaner, these 2 cultivation laws were imparted by that expert. If in the future he found out that you secretly leaked out his cultivation techniques by imparting them to me privately, wouldn't that make things hard for you? I better not learn them. You just tell me the pill formula for the explosive yuan pill, and that would do. Yi Hang gritted his teeth and rejected Yi Yuan's good intentions, but anyone could see the reluctance in those eyes. However, Yi Yuan was shaken to his core. He knew clearly the temptation a soul cultivation law had among alchemists. If one placed the throne, beautiful women, and a soul cultivation technique together, an alchemist would definitely choose the soul cultivation technique. As an alchemist himself, Yi Yuan was all too clear on this point. One could say that with a soul cultivation law, fame, status, and beauties would come forth one after another. How could an alchemist be foolish enough to choose the others? After all, strength was the foundation for alchemists just like martial artists. But Yi Hang would rather forsake the opportunity to become a high-tier alchemist for his sake. How could this not shock him? Since, reincarnating until now, every little bit that Yi Hang did for him came into his mind, heavily affecting Yi Yuan's heart. Unknowingly, tears started to fall. Chapter 56. Pitiable Wan Yuan. Chapter 56. Pitiable Wan Yuan in both his past and present life. This was the second time Yi Yuan cried. The first time he cried was when his father, Zhenyang Zi, was killed by that traitor while protecting him. Even after experiencing life and death samsara, that scene remained equally vivid in his memory. The pain which was engraved into his bones and heart also pushed the Yi Yuan today to cultivate diligently in hopes that one day he could slaughter his way back to the divine realm and kill the traitor with his own hands. This was the second time Yi Yuan cried. Even though it was not during a matter of life and death, Yi Hang's selfless, fatherly love deeply touched Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had only felt this feeling from Zhenyang Zi before. Regardless of whether Yi Hang was his real father or not, that unconditional love for him was true. Qing Yunzi inherited and was influenced by Yi Yuan's body, so he naturally felt close to Yi Hang. In addition, Yi Hang's impression on the newly reincarnated Yi Yuan was pretty good. Yi Yuan felt guilty in his heart, so he acknowledged this father. But deep down inside him, Yi Yuan only treated him like somebody he was close with and did not have that kind of true father-son relations. Hi+P. In Yi Yuan's heart, his real father was only Zhenyang Zi. Hence, he did not impart these things to Yi Hang previously. But now, Yi Yuan approved Yi Hang as his father from the bottom of his heart. 2 lifetimes, and both fathers had fatherly love akin to a mountain. It thawed Yi Yuan's heart. At first, when Yi Yuan took out these 2 sets of cultivation laws, he was actually still a little hesitant. However, if Yi Hang were eaten up by Wan Donghai, his future cultivation road would become increasingly difficult. With Wan Donghai's personality, he definitely would not let the weakened Yi hang off. Yi Yuan was currently still weak and could not defend himself. Thinking over and over again, Yi Yuan finally made this decision. But now, Yi Yuan was wholly assured. Looking at Yi Yuan's tear-stricken face, Yi Hang was alarmed and quickly asked, "What's wrong, Yuan-er? Did father say something wrong?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I'm fine. I was just feeling touched. I wasn't sensible in the past and made you worry. In the future, I will definitely become your pride." Hearing this, Yi Hang calmed down and was overcome with emotion. "Haha, silly son, you even learned to become melodramatic. We are father and son. Aren't you treating me like a stranger by saying that? However, Yuan-er, do you know what made me relieved was not because you obtained some peerless expert's inheritance, but because you grew up and became sensible. Men should never look back, but to go forward with indomitable will until they break through this world." Yi Yuan was visibly moved when he heard that speech. It was rarely seen for someone like Yi Hang in a tiny mortal country to harbor such ambition. Yi Yuan knew that Yi Hang's talent was not mediocre. What he lacked were resources. As long as there were sufficient resources, Yi Hang's future accomplishments definitely would not be small. Yi Hang was not more than 40 years old this year. He was still considered young on the road of martial arts, so the probability was still relatively huge. Yi Yuan gave Yi Hang a bow and said, "This child has learned well. However, father still has to learn these 2 sets of cultivation laws. There's nothing wrong with it. When that expert imparted these things to me, he didn't say anything about not allowing me to pass it on. So clearly he left it up to me to decide. Furthermore, I'm not imparting it recklessly. You are my closest kin. I believe that he wouldn't say much if I pass it on to you. Is this really all right?" Yi Hang was still a little hesitant. "Just think, father. Would a peerless figure like that possibly make such a low-level mistake? If he didn't allow me to spread these things, then he would definitely have warned me severely. But he didn't even mention anything, so he should have left it to my discretion. If he really wanted to find somebody to pass his mantle onto, he most likely wouldn't cripple me just because of this. At most, I will inform him of this the next time he comes to look for me. If he feels that it's inappropriate, then let us father and son shoulder it together." Yi Yuan said all that with a heroic spirit that soared, dispelling Yi Hang's misgivings. "Fine. We, father and son, will shoulder it together." Yi Yuan also said valiantly. Although he said this verbally, Yi Hang actually thought otherwise. "If that expert really comes to look for trouble for Yuan-er, then I will just cripple my martial arts as an apology. I can't allow Yuan-er to shoulder this matter." Of course, Yi Hang was not aware that the so-called expert did not even exist. The following days, both Yi Yuan and Yi Hang were in a closed-door seclusion and did not leave. Yi Hang spent all of his time on comprehending the 1,000-augmenting soul incantation, while Yi Yuan was consolidating his cultivation realm. Before entering a closed-door seclusion, Yi Hang instructed for the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion to continue operating as per usual. Regardless of what the drunken Star Manor did, they were not to do anything rash. Everything will wait until he exited his closed-door seclusion. Now that he had the explosive Yuan pill, he was not in a hurry to make his move. He would first let Wan Donghai toss and turn around for a while, and then beat him to death with a single blow. With the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion's foundation, it was impossible to take down the Fragrant Medicine Pavilion in a short period of time, even if Wan Donghai had those essence-gathering pills. Yi Hang wanted to make use of this time to swiftly raise his strength. In this world where the strong feasts on the weak, strength was the absolute truth. Yi Hang knew that the explosive Yuan pill's medicinal effects were multiple times of the essence Qi pill. But once it was exposed, the impact would not just be multiple times. Without sufficient strength, this explosive Yuan pill would instead become the root of a calamity. Yi Hang initially placed all of his attention on the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation and lacked interest in the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. However, he only knew the terrifying might of this spirit bristle 9 yang divine art after cultivating it. In only 3 days' time, his cultivation realm that was stuck for a long time started to loosen. This was also the result of him cultivating the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation at the same time. Borrowing the power of medicinal pills, Yi Hang burst through the hurdle in one move, rising 1 minor cultivation realm. Above the spirit condensation realm was the crystal formation realm. In the crystal formation realm, the difficulty of trying to break through a minor realm did not fall below that of training from the 1st level essence chi realm to the 9th level essence chi realm. Some people might not even be able to break through a minor realm in 5 years, or maybe even 10 years. The difficulty could not even be imagined. But Yi Hang discovered that ever since he cultivated the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art, the essence energy in his dantian became much thicker. His crystallized essence energy seemed to show signs of liquefying and recondensing. As for the 1,000 augmenting soul incantation, that was the soul incantation which Yi Yuan cultivated in his previous life. The pricelessness of it was naturally without any question. Similarly, within 3 days, Yi Hang's soul strength broke through, and he successfully broke through to become a middle-rank alchemy grandmaster. However, Yi Hang still did not have any intention of exiting his closed-door seclusion. He wanted to continue and concentrate entirely on the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art. Only then could he raise his strength. That was because Yi Hang was not certain what kind of stir the explosive Yuan pill would cause once it surfaced. After 4 days, it was finally the day of the test. Yi Yuan exited seclusion and then headed to the Alchemist A.S. Association to gather with everyone. When Yi Yuan arrived, the great hall of the Alchemist A.S. Association was completely fully packed. He had not seen most of the people before, but he recognized a few of them, such as Feng Ruoqing and her niece, as well as Wan Yuan. Wan Yuan, indeed, came from a family with profound teachings. He was already a middle-rank alchemy apprentice long ago. This time around, he should be here to partake. 1. P. 8 in the high-rank alchemy apprentice test. Furthermore, it was said that Wan Yuan's soul strength was rather robust. It would not be an issue for him to become an alchemy master in the future. And because of that, Wan Yuan received a great deal of attention in the Danwu Academy. Currently, Wan Yuan was talking to Feng Zhiro about something, while Feng Zhiro was as cold as ice and gave him the cold shoulder. Wan Yuan did not feel disgruntled by Feng Zhiro's action, but instead had a smile on his face. However, at this time, Feng Zhiro caught sight of Yi Yuan and suddenly showed an overjoyed expression. She shook off Wan Yuan and rushed over to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, why did you only arrive now? My aunt and I waited so long for you. We thought you were scared that you couldn't pass and decided to not come. Feng Zhiro said intimately. Yi Yuan knew that Feng Zhiro was doing this to shake off Wan Yuan and could not help looking over at Wan Yuan. As expected, he saw that face which turned the color of a pig's liver, along with a stare which could kill. Chapter 57. Small Talk. Chapter 57. Small Talk. Yi Yuan felt speechless as he saw a crafty look flashed across Feng Zhiro's eyes. This La S definitely knew about the horrible relations. I plus P between Wan Yuan and me. So she purposely shook aside Wan Yuan to greet me. This was drawing aggro to Yi Yuan, but he and Wan Yuan were already at the stage where one of them had to die, so a little more did not matter. Yi Yuan had a headache. Why was Feng Zhiro's personality completely different from the sayings? To think that he even used her last time to annoy Lu Ruoshui. What's the point of coming so early? It hasn't even begun yet. No need to make a huge fuss over it. It's just a test. Yi Yuan grumbled. Humph. I already heard all about you from Aunt. All the way until now it's just empty talk. Who knows where you saw a bunch of C, R, A, pee from some records or books to actually coax my aunt like this." Feng Zhiro snorted. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain to her, and he directly walked past her to greet Feng Ruoqing. This scene, when reflected in Wan Yuan's eyes, looked more like flirting between couples, making him gnash his teeth in hatred. Although he liked Lu Ruoshui, Feng Zhiro greatly outclassed said her. If he could win the heart of this beauty, would that little Lu Ruoshui even matter? Feng Zhiro was the Des of the male students, and that naturally included Wan Yuan as well. It was just that Feng Zhiro's status and his was too far apart in the past, so there was no opportunity to make contact with her. Presently, Wan Yuan was an Earth-rank student. Moreover, he was a middle-rank alchemy apprentice. He had full confidence in Pa S, sing the high-rank alchemy apprentice test this time. Wan Yuan believed that before long, he could stand on the same starting line as Feng Zhiro. With adequate strength, Wan Yuan naturally started having other thoughts. Wan Yuan did not expect to meet Feng Zhiro during this Alchemist test, so he thickened his face and introduced his background. But Feng Zhiro did not even react to it. Within the state of Qin, a middle-rank alchemy master was absolutely a figure that everyone wanted to curry favor with. If that was not the case, why would Lu Ruoshui walk so closely with Wan Yuan? However, this Tli did not seem to be very useful with Feng Zhiro. It was like she had never even heard of the name Wan Donghai. Wan Yuan was stunned for a moment, but he felt relieved after thinking for a moment. The future accomplishments of the top 3 figures on the Martial Roll of Honor would definitely not be beneath his father's. Being a little proud was normal. However, once these thoughts started to stir, it could no longer be suppressed. When chasing girls, the harder it was, the more it would arouse the fighting spirit of men. Except that Wan Yuan did not expect to see Yi Yuan here. Furthermore, Yi Yuan actually looked like he was on pretty good terms with Feng Zhiro. Besides, there were those vague rumors about Feng Ruoqing and Yi Yuan, making Wan Yuan's heart ablaze with the flames of jealousy. Who was Yi Yuan to even have such deep connections with the 2 great Deses of the Dan Wu Academy? Although Yi Yuan recently rose up fiercely and even made Wan Yuan feel threatened, his scorn for Yi Yuan was deeply ingrained. He instinctively felt that Yi Yuan was not worthy to have all these. Feng Ruoqing's eyes lit up when she saw Yi Yuan and pulled him aside to talk to him quietly. "I've pretty much mastered the left hand drawing a circle and right hand drawing a square training that you asked me to do. I didn't think that it would be quite beneficial for the yin-yang separation flow technique." Feng Ruoqing was always calm and collected, but she was quite agitated right now, if not for the fact that this was not a suitable place. She even wanted to let out a cry of relief. The truth was, she already had practiced this yin-yang separation flow technique for a long time. But no matter how much she trained, she could not find a way to learn it. Now, after training for a few days according to Yi Yuan's method, her yin-yang separation flow technique unexpectedly improved by leaps and bounds. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes at Feng Ruoqing and then said indignantly, "Didn't you say it was useless back then? Why did you pick it up again?" Feng Ruoqing's excitement was abruptly cut, and she gave an embarrassed look. At the same time, she cursed endlessly in her heart. Why did this punk not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards women? He actually said me right in front of my face. You didn't say anything back then. How would I know whether it's useful or not? You should have at least explained to me why I had to do it. Feng Ruoqing was somewhat aggrieved. Looking at Feng Ruoqing's pitiful appearance, Yi Yuan did not feel it was nice to deride her anymore. The essence of the yin-yang separation flow technique is dual tasking. When you are using the technique, your essence energy was chaotic and your 2 hands were not able to coordinate. It would be weirder for you to succeed. I asked you to train drawing so that you could learn how to dual task. But this is just the initial step. You still need bitter hard work if you want your two hands to control essence energy to the point of yin-yang harmony. Feng Ruoqing gave a look of sudden realization. So that's the case. No wonder I couldn't improve no matter how much I trained. In all matters, the beginning was the hardest. Although Yi Yuan said that Feng Ruoqing had just taken the initial step, as long as that step was taken, the path in the future would be much smoother. As an alchemist, Feng Ruoqing's talent was not bad. What was missing was outlook and experience. All right, I don't need you to pay any tuition fees, but don't look for me to be an A.S. assistant in the future. I'm very busy. Yi Yuan waved his hands. Hearing this, Feng Ruoqing felt another wave of bitterness. Other people could not wait to become her A.S. assistant, but Yi Yuan avoided her like the plague. Was she really not that attractive? Women were mysterious creatures. Sometimes, the more you chased her, the more she found you irritating. But after you maintained a distance away from her, she would feel a sense of loss. These two people whispering to each other naturally drew a lot of attention. Even though Body knew what they were talking about, Feng Ruoqing looked like a little wife getting scolded. The crowd could not help but wonder if there really was something going on between the two of them. At this time, several red-robed old men walked into the hall from the side door. Two of the old men even brought along a young lady each with them. Feng Ruoqing was the instructor leading the group for this test. She was swapped in at the last minute. This was obviously the time for her to step out. Haha, are you well, Miss Feng? You haven't been to our A.S. association for some time. I'm afraid you are probably absorbed in researching alchemy again, are you? If you carry on like this, us old men are going to feel ashamed. An old man at the front seemed to be old acquaintances with Feng Ruoqing and started a small talk right away. At this moment, Feng Ruoqing recovered her demeanor as the beautiful, otherworldly instructor. She smiled lightly as she greeted the group of old men. Chairman W. A.N.G. Chairman's son and elders. How do you do? Chairman W. A.N.G. is pulling my leg. The last time I was here was half a year ago. How was that long? With Ruoqing's measly cultivation, how would I dare to make Chairman W. A.N.G. feel ashamed? You are the leading authority in the alchemist world in the state of Qin. Haha, Miss Feng really knows how to talk. But I, old W. A.N.G., am not joking around. The way I see it, the state of Qin would probably have another alchemy master in less than 3 years. Chairman W. A.N.G. did not seem to be faking it and was actually full of praise for Feng Ruoqing. Feng Ruoqing smiled faintly and said, Chairman W. A.N.G. is too kind. Ruoqing is not worthy. Chairman W. A.N.G. laughed loudly. You are worthy. Worthy. Yi, isn't this honorable nephew Wan Yuan? I didn't think that you would also come to take part in the test this time. Taking the high-rank alchemy apprentice test? Instantly, all eyes turned to Wan Yuan. Clearly, they did not expect Wan Yuan to know the deputy chairman of the Alchemist Association. Wan Yuan looked gloatingly at Yi Yuan and went up to greet them. He then said, Have you been well, Chairman W. A.N.G.? This little nephew is here to take part in the high-rank alchemy apprentice test.